In the shadowed depths of Volcar, an unsettling tremor pulsed through the ancient stone of Emberstone, rousing the elders from their solemn deliberations. The elders, their braided beards adorned with tokens of wisdom and age, gathered around the flickering flames of a sacred hearth, where the conquerors of yore had forged their reputations against the dark. Whispers of the shadow blight began to weave through the hallowed halls, chilling the hearts of those present. Legends of the Heartstone, a gem imbued with life and power, beckoned to be remembered, a beacon that could temper the encroaching darkness. It was said that only the bravest amongst them could uncover its resting place, deep within the volcano's fiery embrace. As the elders convened, their voices mingled with the crackling fire, invoking ancestors long past, and clarity dawned. A fellowship must be forged, a call to arms that would resound through the annals of time, uniting their clans against the gathering storm. And so the embers of destiny began to glow anew, igniting a journey that lay ahead, fraught with peril and promise. In the dim light of Emberstone's great hall, the clans gathered, their voices a low rumble of concern and uncertainty. The air crackled with tension, a stark contrast to the harmony that once defined their society. Under the watchful gaze of the stone-carved ancestors lining the walls, leaders from the Iron Fist, Golden Shield, and Runehammer clans exchanged heated words, each vying to assert their vision for the future. Amidst the clamor, the eldest among them, Thrain Deepforge, rose to speak, his voice steady as he recounted the ancient prophecies concerning the Heartstone. Whispers of doubt spread through the assembly like wildfire, but slowly hearts began to quieten as Thrain's words cast a glimmer of hope. Inspired, the leaders finally recognized that their individual strengths, when united, could combat the encroaching shadow blight. With a collective resolve, they made the solemn vow, igniting a flicker of unity that would soon kindle the flames of their fellowship, propelling them toward the uncertain path that lay ahead. Amidst the flickering glow of torches and the murmur of anxious clan leaders, the air was thick with anticipation. Each representative stood steadfast, yet visibly burdened with the weight of their responsibilities. A podium carved from ancient stone became the epicenter of fervor, as elders summoned their courage to propose the formation of a fellowship destined to confront the growing shadow blight. Voices raised in passionate debate echoed through the grand hall, resonating with tales of honor and past glories. From the Ironforge clan, strong-spirited Tordak stepped forward, his eyes aflame with determination, while the cool-headed Miri from the Cragstone clan articulated the need for unity like a seasoned diplomat. As arguments transformed into shared glances of commitment, it became apparent that beyond the tumultuous emotions lay a rallying spark. An elder's solemn chant pierced the chaos, fortifying their resolve. Thus, the call to arms resounded through Emberstone, marking the beginning of their collective odyssey. With the decision made, the air rippled with excitement and unease alike as bonds began to tighten among the dwarves. They were not merely representatives now, they were champions of their clans, each destined to face the trials ahead. Amidst the shifting shadows of doubt and hope, the path to Volcar awaited, an uncharted wilderness whispering of challenges yet to come. The fellowship would unite their powers, and in that unity, mighty possibilities seemed to stir, igniting a flame deeper than any forge could yield. Eldrin's hands traced the delicate lines of the ancient maps, their brittle edges whispering secrets of forgotten paths. The dim light of the archive flickered as he lit a nearby torch, casting shadows that danced across the stone walls like specters of history. His heart raced with anticipation. The promise of adventure surged through his veins. He studied the intricate markings, each symbol echoing the tales of valiant voyages that once crossed the treacherous expanse to Volcar. A sudden realization swept over him. This was not just a path, it was a reclamation of their heritage, a journey that could restore balance to the Dwarven clans. Unable to contain his excitement, Eldrin hurried to gather the fellowship. As he burst into the gathering hall, words tumbled forth, brimming with fervor. The fellowship's eyes glistened with hope and determination, knowing their quest had only just begun, and fate awaited them beyond the looming mountains. The forge roared to life, flames licking at the air with a fervor that mirrored the hearts of the dwarves assembled. Sparks flew as hammers descended, their rhythmic clangs echoing through the stone halls of Emberstone, a chorus of determination resonating from every crafter's soul. Eldrin, inspired by visions of the Heartstone, led the gathering, guiding his fellows in the lost art of crafting weapons imbued with ancient magic. Steel met fire, shaping not only metals but unity among the clans, each artisan revealing personal strengths as they melded their skills. Amidst the smoke and heat, tales of past glories danced in the air, and laughter mingled with the hissing of molten metal. Every swing of the hammer and each careful whisper of enchantment forged deeper bonds, etching promises of loyalty into the very fabric of their creations. As the last weapon cooled, a profound silence fell, an unspoken understanding that their journey was about to begin anew, calling them forth into a world fraught with peril, yet brimming with hope. As the sun dipped below the jagged peaks of the Ironcrest Range, casting Emberstone in warm golden hues, the elders gathered in the ancient hall to impart their final blessings. Their weathered faces glowed with a mix of wisdom and sorrow, knowing the fellowship would soon face unimaginable challenges. One by one they approached the Dwarven champions, murmuring incantations that resonated with centuries of magic. Each blessing enveloped the warriors, shimmering with ethereal light, infusing their weapons and armor with protective enchantments. The air crackled with anticipation as bonds of fate were forged anew. Eldrin, the young craftsman, felt the invigorating pulse of magic coursing through his veins, heightening his senses. With hearts steeled against the encroaching darkness, the fellowship shared soft words of encouragement, weaving their hopes into a tapestry of unity. They understood that their strength lay not only in steel and spellcraft, but also in the unbreakable ties forged through kinship. As they stepped into the twilight shadows, their resolve burned brighter than ever, boldly igniting the path that lay ahead. As dawn broke over the rugged peaks of Ironcrest, the fellowship stood at the outskirts of Emberstone, hearts pounding with resolve and trepidation. Each dwarf shared lingering glances, memories of warm hearths and familiar faces flickering in their minds like the fading embers of a dying fire. With dwarven spirit kindling their courage, they embarked on the path ahead, leaving behind their beloved city, each step echoing the weight of duty. They traversed meandering trails, where the scent of earth and pine mingled with cool mountain air, whispering secrets only the wilderness knew. The camaraderie between clans began to solidify, laughter echoed amid snippets of shared stories, and slowly, tension gave way to a burgeoning trust. But as the sun climbed higher, a sense of unease crept in. Shadows lengthened, hinting at a darkness lurking beyond the horizon, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. And so, undeterred, the fellowship marched on, ready to face whatever trials awaited them in the heart of Durasan. As the fellowship entered the verdant vale, a profound hush enveloped them, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves and the melodic chirping of unseen creatures. Verdant hues glistened under dappled sunlight, and giant ferns towered like sentinels. Yet, amidst this beauty, lay enchantments that tested their intellect. Almost immediately, they were faced with sentient plants that posed riddles, their voices as sweet as honey, yet sharp with the weight of ancient wisdom. Eldrin stepped forward, his brows furrowed in concentration, as the fellowship gathered close. Each riddle seemed to stir memories, old tales spoken by huddled elders around flickering fires. As they unraveled the challenges presented before them, camaraderie soared. Laughter echoed among the trees, bridging gaps of doubt that once lingered. Gradually, the lush glade transformed from a mere passing landscape into a crucible of unbreakable bonds. But lurking beyond the veil, shadows whispered of greater trials yet to come, igniting a sense of urgency in their hearts. Stepping forth as one, they ventured deeper into the unknown, each now steeled by their unity and shared purpose. As the fog of the verdant vale began to lift, the fellowship ventured deeper into the heart of the enchanted forest, where vibrant flora whispered secrets on the wind. Suddenly, the air shimmered with a soft melody, drawing their gazes to a grove alive with sparkling lights, the ethereal beings of the forest. These luminous spirits, guardians of ancient wisdom, welcomed the dwarves with cautious curiosity, their voices weaving an enchanting tapestry of sound that resonated through the trees. "Listen closely," one spirit sang, her form swirling like a gentle breeze, for hidden truths lie within the harmony of nature. Each note seemed to pulse with magic, captivating the fellowship as they gathered around, spellbound. The spirits began to reveal forgotten legacies of the Heartstone, recounting tales of bond and sacrifice that had shaped their world. It was a moment that deepened their connection with the forest and within themselves, preparing them for the treacherous challenges still ahead. With newfound knowledge igniting their hearts, they pressed on, their spirits buoyed by hope as they traversed the mystical landscape, united in purpose. As the fellowship gathered around the ancient map table, the air thick with anticipation, Eldrin traced his fingers over the fragile parchment illuminated by flickering torchlight. The maps revealed winding paths and hidden traps, relics of a bygone era, carved by the hands of elbow-bent gears and fires long since extinguished. Each line held secrets, whispered stories of those who had come before, daring to traverse the rugged embrace of Volcar. With fervent eyes, the dwarves exchanged ideas, strategizing their journey beyond the treacherous barriers set across the volcanic mountain. As Eldrin shared recollections of the elders' tales, a sense of purpose infused the air, igniting a fierce determination within the group. The Heartstone was not merely a gem, it was the catalyst for their very survival. With the weight of their mission pressing upon them, the fellowship steeled their resolve, knowing that the true challenge lay ahead, one that would lead them into the heart of danger at Volcar's core. The flickering light of their torches cast dancing shadows against the stone walls, slowly revealing a forgotten past that lay dormant for centuries. A soft glow emanated from ethereal patterns etched into the cavern's surface, whispering secrets of the dwarven ancestors. They stood mesmerized, each figure captured in mid-motion, as if frozen in time, showcasing tales of bravery and craftsmanship that had shaped their kind. The air shimmered with an otherworldly energy, and Eldrin felt an irresistible pull toward one mural, depicting a mythic battle against forces of darkness. As the fellowship gathered around, the ghostly figure of a long-lost guardian emerged, a spectral dwarf adorned in ancient armor. He spoke in a resonant voice, rich with histories both heavy and heroic. "Only through understanding your past can you grasp the future," he intoned, urging the fellowship to remember the strength of unity. This encounter would set the tone for the trials they would soon face, igniting a shared purpose unbeknownst to them before. As the fellowship maneuvered along the banks of Ironbend River, a sense of foreboding enveloped them like a shroud. The once gentle rush of water now roared ominously, as if warning them of the danger that lay ahead. The cliffs flanking the river towered, jagged and steep, casting long, dark shadows over the swirling waters below. Suddenly, dwarven cries pierced the air. Ruthless river trolls emerged from the depths, their greenish skin glistening in the waning sunlight as they charged, snarling with wrathful intent. Instinctively, the fellowship readied their weapons, hearts quickening with the thrill of battle. Eldrin, drawing upon his newfound courage, shouted commands, directing the warriors to flank the trolls, while the artisans unleashed their enchanted spells. The clash of steel met the thunderous roars of the trolls, an exhilarating chaos erupting by the water's edge. In the throes of the conflict, loyalty and unity transformed into their most potent weapons. Yet amid the chaos, shadows of doubt flickered at the edges of their resolve, hinting at trials yet to come as they pressed deeper into the heart of Durasin. As the fellowship made their way through the verdant expanse of the mystical forest, the air thickened with enchantment, each whispering breeze carrying the soft melodies of nature's harmony. They soon found themselves drawn to a hidden glade, where shafts of golden sunlight scattered like jewels upon the emerald leaves. Here the ethereal presence of the forest spirits became palpable, shimmering figures weaving gracefully through the underbrush, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. The spirits beckoned, sharing tales spun from ancient lore, revealing forgotten secrets of the Heartstone and its radiant power. Each revelation kindled a flicker of hope in the hearts of the dwarves, strengthening their resolve. It was during this enchanting encounter that Gromnar, the stout guardian, found himself entranced by one spirit, its eyes reflecting the light of 1,000 stars. The fellowship, once burdened by doubts, emerged reborn, their spirits lifted as they moved onward, more united than ever in their quest towards the Heartstone. The shadows lengthened as the fellowship pondered their path amidst the ancient trees. A lingering mistrust hung in the air, thick as the mist that settled over the verdant vale. Whispers of doubt had been sown, and they twined around each heart like creeping vines. It was in this moment of uncertainty that Dagran, the stalwart warrior of Clan Ironbrow, took a bold stand. With unyielding resolve, he addressed his comrades, urging them to confront the specter of betrayal head-on instead of allowing it to fester. As his voice echoed through the clearing, camaraderie flickered back to life, embers of unity reigniting among them. In the somber silence, Eldrin hesitated, then stepped forward, revealing a hidden truth. The urging of an ancient spirit had guided him to a vision holding the key to their next trial. The weight of the past began to lift, leaving in its wake a burgeoning trust that would be tested in the days to come. As they ventured deeper into the Vale, the Fellowship felt the first stirrings of a bond that transcended their individual fears, forging a path lit by hope and determination. As the fires in the crafting hall of Emberstone smoldered with vibrant energy, the Fellowship gathered around the towering anvils. Each dwarf took up their tools, the air thick with the scent of iron and melted metal, their camaraderie igniting the spark of creativity. Eldrin, his heart racing with purpose, led the charge, instructing his companions on the ancient methods known only to their forebears. Sparks flew like fireflies, illuminating their faces as they molded raw materials into exceptional weapons and tools, each piece a testament to their heritage and dedication to their cause. With laughter echoing off stone walls, stories of past battles and legendary artisans filled the space, bonding them beyond clan lines. As the final piece was quenched in water, steam bloomed like a promised dawn, sealing their commitment to one another. With a newfound sense of unity, they prepared to take the next step on their perilous journey, ready to face whatever awaited them beyond the warm embrace of Emberstone. As the last echoes of their toil faded, the gathering within the revered hall of Emberstone took on an air of solemnity. The elders, wise and aglow with arcane energy, stepped forward, their hands weaving patterns in the air, as if conducting threads of destiny itself. Each dwarf, infused with a blend of anxiety and anticipation, could feel the weight of the moment settle upon their shoulders. They were at the precipice of an extraordinary journey. Incantations flowed like melodic rivers, cascading around the assembled fellowship, wrapping them in a shroud of protective magic. Eldrin, heart-pounding, stepped forth as the elder's powerful words resonated deep within him, igniting a fire of purpose. As they received the final blessings, tangible warmth surged through their enchanted gear, a symbol of hope and strength, uniting them against the impending shadow. Resolute, they took their first steps beyond the safety of Emberstone, ready to face whatever trials awaited in the wilderness ahead. The journey had begun. As the sun dipped beyond the horizon, casting a golden hue upon Emberstone, the elders gathered once more in sacred council. An air of urgency enveloped them, for the fate of their clans rested heavily upon the Fellowship's shoulders. With solemn chants mingling with the flickering torchlight, each elder invoked the spirits of their ancestors, calling forth courage and wisdom. One by one, they approached the Fellowship, gently laying hands upon crafted weapons, imbuing them with protective magic. Eldrin felt the warmth of the elder's grip seep into the fine steel of his newly forged axe, echoing the power of the heartstone that lay hidden within Volkar. As each dwarf received their blessing, a renewed sense of hope ignited in their hearts. They could feel the weight of destiny intertwined with their fates, forming a bond deeper than blood itself. United, they turned from the elders, ready to face the unknown and embark on their journey toward adventure, trepidation swirling in their souls, like the embers rising from the ancient forge. The whispering mountains loomed ahead, their peaks hidden by swirling mists, echoing secrets of the past. As the Fellowship ascended, each step resonated with the weight of their fears. The mountain's voice beckoned, whispering doubts and anxieties, testing their resolve with chilling precision. They huddled together, whispering reassurances, their bond intensifying like the warmth of a shared hearth. Eldrin, feeling the insistent murmur tugging at his heart, raised a hand, beseeching silence. "Listen," he urged, closing his eyes, attuning to the layers of sound. Gradually, the cacophony transformed into a harmonious melody, guiding them. "Let the mountains sing for us," suggested Talia, her voice steady. Inspired, they joined together in a chant, creating a rhythmic heartbeat that rose above the mountains' whispering phrases. With each note, their courage blossomed anew, revealing a path hidden within the treacherous crags that beckoned them forward, leading directly into their next trial. The winds whipped around the fellowship as they ascended the whispering mountains, carrying with them faint echoes of their past. Fractured whispers danced amid the rocky crags, voicing doubts and fears that threatened to unravel the bonds they had worked so hard to forge. Eldrin stood at the forefront, his grip tightening around his weapon, intuition sharpening with each disquieting breeze. The voices called to each dwarf, pulling them into unsettling memories, moments of weakness, heartache, and unresolved conflicts. With every step, they felt the weight of the mountain pressing down upon their spirits. It was Volkar's ancient energy, a pulse that seemed to resonate with their fragility. Yet as the shadows loomed closer, their unity began to shine, rooted in shared laughter and trials overcome. They gathered strength from one another, chanting a low hum that filled the air, drowning out the shadows that sought to divide. As the last echoes faded, they stood resolute, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. But even the strongest hearts can falter, and the upcoming trials would test the very essence of their resolve. As the glow of their newly forged weapons flickered in the dim light of the forge, a sense of purpose filled the air. Eldrin, wielding his unique creation, felt a pulse resonating with the essence of the Heartstone itself. The fellowship gathered around, hearts aflame with ambition and camaraderie, as they shared stories of their clans and aspirations for the quest ahead. Each weapon held not just a blade, but the spirit of unity, a testament to their intertwined fates. With laughter and solemn vows, they etched their intentions into each strike of the hammer, each spark igniting hope. The rhythmic clang of metal, a chorus harmonizing their resolve, echoed through the forge, a reminder of the arduous journey that awaited them. As they finished their work, exhaustion mingled with exhilaration. Their hearts pulsed with newfound strength, invigorated by what lay ahead, stirring excitement for the trials of the verdant vale looming in the shadows of the trees. As dawn broke over the rugged landscape, the fellowship awoke with a sense of purpose swelling in their hearts, a flickering flame of hope warming their spirits. The remnants of their trials lay behind them, yet a new challenge whispered on the horizon. They approached the gnome village of Tinker's Haven, nestled within a grove of towering ancient trees. The gnomes, known for their cunning inventions and eccentricities, beckoned to the group, their playful eyes twinkling with curiosity and mischief alike. In exchange for their assistance, they demanded an artifact rumored to be buried deep within the heart of the Ironcrest Range. Intrigued and apprehensive, the dwarves deliberated among themselves, weighing the potential alliance against the cost of betrayal. Little did they know, the path brimming with ingenuity and creativity could ignite solutions previously deemed impossible. As the discussions churned like the forge fires, an unexpected bond began to take shape, revealing that unity could emerge even from the most unlikely of alliances. As the fellowship ventured deeper into the verdant vale, the lush canopy overhead shimmered with 1,000 hues, casting playful patterns upon the forest floor. Brightly colored flowers sang in soft harmony, their voices steeped in magic, beckoning the dwarves to pause and marvel. Eldrin, guided by intuition, stepped forward, the whispers of the flora weaving tales of ancient knowledge. Suddenly the ground trembled, and a soft, melodic voice echoed, "To pass into our realm, your wits must shine." The enchanted flora presented them with riddles, each blooming blossom pulsating with vibrant energy, demanding cleverness and creativity. Time stretched, the air thick with anticipation as the fellowship collaborated, voices blending in ardent focus. They shared stories of their clans and laughter, allowing their individual strengths to unite. With every riddle solved, the barriers of the veil shimmered and faded, revealing hidden paths and wondrous sights that both encouraged and dismayed their hearts. The magic thrummed around them, setting the stage for their most profound challenges yet. As the fellowship's weary feet found solid ground beneath the radiant boughs, the enchanting glade unfolded before them. a sanctuary alive with the ethereal presence of spirits. Glimmers of light danced among the trees, weaving a tapestry of flickering colors as if the very air sang a soft melody. In the heart of this enchanted realm, the dwarves paused, breathless, marveling at the sweet perfume of wild blossoms mingled with the earthy scent of the forest floor. A collective silence fell upon them, giving way to the gentle whispers of the spirits, their voices echoing like a distant lullaby. Eldrin, drawn closer, felt the urge to listen intently, the secrets of ancient times floating around him like autumn leaves in a gentle breeze. The Heartstone, a resonant voice emanated, is entwined with the spirit of unity. To unlock its power, one must understand the harmony that binds all within Durasin. A sense of purpose began to brighten the air as they absorbed the spirit's wisdom, their hearts swelling with a newfound determination. This was a moment that would shape not just their path forward, but the very essence of their bond as companions, striving against the shadow that waited beyond the horizon. As the fellowship ventured deeper into the mesmerizing red canyons, each dwarf felt the weight of their fears pressing against their hearts like an unyielding stone. With crimson walls that glimmered under the sunlight like molten lava, the canyons played tricks on their minds. Shadows morphed into familiar faces of those they had lost, whispering echoes of regret and insecurity. Eldrin, recalling the tales of his ancestors, gathered the courage to voice what everyone felt, a mix of desperation and determination. He reminded them that the heart of their trials lay not outside but within. As they pressed forward, struggles transformed into individual triumphs. One by one, the fellowship acknowledged their fears and clung tightly to one another's resolve. With a newfound strength kindling in their chests, they descended further into the winding paths ahead, ready to confront whatever awaited them in the darkness. Their bonds now renewed, promised light in the face of despair. The flickering embers of their campfire cast dancing shadows on the rough-hewn faces of the dwarves, each one recounting tales from their ancestry. The warmth of shared stories knitted their bonds closer together, each tale a thread in the tapestry of their lineage. Galder, pride of the Stonefist clan, spoke of his forebear, Torva the Unyielding, who once faced a dragon to save their mountain stronghold. As the story unfolded, the flicker of admiration ignited in the eyes of the younger warriors, a spark fueling their determination. Beside him, Eldrin shared the restless spirit of his ancestors, who had forged the great Blade of Echoes, a weapon said to sing to its wielder in the heat of battle. With every recounting, the weight of their shared purpose settled heavily upon them, hearts swelling with pride and resolve, as the shadows whispered promises of strength and legacy. Their spirits rejuvenated, they steeled themselves for the trials that awaited them on the journey ahead. The echoes of betrayal reverberated through the fellowship, leaving a bitter taste in their hearts as tensions ran high. Shadows loomed not only outside, but within their ranks, whispering doubts that crept into the minds of even the staunchest allies. Eldrin, whose trust had been deeply woven into the fabric of their mission, confronted the traitor beneath the cover of night. The air crackled with unspoken accusations as fragments of their journey flared back to life in his memory, the moments of laughter, courage, and shared dreams. But the warmth was quickly consumed by the chill of treachery. As betrayal was brought into the light, the fellowship was caught in a tempest of emotions, battling the dissonance between pain and the bonds that once united them. With each confession, anger simmered alongside understanding, and trust started to fray. Yet a glimmer of hope persisted. If they could face this treachery together, the path ahead might still be illuminated. They would mend what was broken, standing united against the gathering darkness, unaware of what awaited them in the depths of Volcar. A chilling wind swept over the fellowship as they approached the dread-filled realm of Dread's Edge. Shadows stirred within the woods, an unnatural stillness cloaking their surroundings. They heard whispers, dark and insidious, urging them to turn back, to abandon their quest and save themselves. Panic flared momentarily, but the bond forged through trials held strong. Together, they steadied their breaths, drawing strength from one another's resolve. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and from the shadows erupted a host of nightmarish creatures, wreathed in darkness, their eyes alight with malevolence. The fellowship banded together, weapons raised, each dwarf reflecting a flicker of courage amidst the encroaching despair. Clashes echoed as steel met shadow, not merely a battle for survival, but a stand against the very essence of fear itself. As courage surged, they realized this was more than a fight. It was their testament, an unbreakable spirit forged in unity against a darkness far older than themselves. As the echoes of battle faded, the fellowship gathered upon the banks of Ironbend River, the cool waters reflecting their fatigue and sorrow. Faces bore the marks of struggle, each dwarf grappling with the haunting weight of loss. They had fought valiantly against the river trolls, yet victory came at a price. One of their own was gone, leaving a palpable emptiness in the hearts of the remaining companions. It was in this moment, under the vast, unyielding sky, that they shared their grief, a sobering reminder of the stakes of their quest. Among the whispers of the trees, a sense of renewal began to weave its way through their spirits. They spoke of their fallen comrade, recounting tales of bravery that sparked laughter and sorrow alike. In those shared memories, they found solace, igniting a flicker of hope. United in their grief, the fellowship vowed to honor the memory of their friend by forging ahead, their purpose clearer than ever, as they readied themselves for the trials still hidden in the depths of Volcar. With steely determination, they set forth once more, the ominous shadow of the blight looming ever closer, yet internally fortified by the bonds they had formed through both joy and anguish. As twilight painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, the fellowship gathered beside the enchanted lake, its surface shimmering like a tapestry woven from the stars above. Here, as the water whispered ancient secrets, each dwarf felt an innate pull toward the reflective depths. Eldrin, gazing into the waters, witnessed visions unfolding, glimpses of valor and heartache, struggles faced, and the shadows yet to come. The lake, an oracle in its own right, revealed not just the past, but paths intertwined with hope. For many, these visions were imbued with temptation, flickering wisps that beckoned unseen desires. The shadows within mirrored their own insecurities. Doubts cast long ripples across the water. Yet, as they shared their revelations, each story forged another link in the growing chain of unity. They realized that in confronting their fears, they not only strengthened themselves, but also one another, bolstering the resolve needed for the trials yet to unfold. With renewed hearts, they steeled themselves for the journey ahead, the true nature of their quest looming ever closer. As the fellowship ventured deeper into the heart of the cavern, the whispering voices grew louder, intertwining with their thoughts like a haunting melody. Shadows flickered against the jagged stone walls, and each echo seemed to bear the weight of ancient grief. It was as though the very essence of fear lingered in the air, calling upon their deepest insecurities. Doubt seeped into their hearts, distorting their courage until trust wavered under the weight of unspoken fears. Eldrin, sensitive to the growing tension, stopped abruptly. "Listen," he urged. The group fell silent, straining to hear. The whispers, initially unsettling, began to shift in tone, taking on a soothing quality. Words of wisdom and promises long forgotten floated through the darkness, urging them to remember their strengths. Resolved to confront their inner demons, they collectively forged ahead, the echoes becoming rhythmic, guiding them toward unity. With each step, they grew ever closer, bound by their shared purpose, as the path forward became clearer. As they trudged through the tempest's eye, the storm unleashed its fury upon the fellowship. Wind howled like a chorus of banshees, while torrents of rain pelted their faces, obscuring both vision and resolve. The path ahead grew treacherous, the once firm ground now a slick mire, threatening to swallow their weary feet. Doubts, like dark clouds, loomed over their spirits, clouding their minds with fears of failure and loss. But in the heart of the tempest, a flicker of clarity emerged for Eldrin. Remembering the counsel of his mentors, he rallied his companions, urging them to draw strength from one another. United by a shared purpose, they sang an ancient melody, a harmony that pierced through the storm's rage. The winds began to shift, harmonizing with their voices and guiding them forward. As they emerged from the tempest, hope glimmered on the horizon, a testament to their unwavering unity and resilience in the face of despair. As the fellowship trudged deeper into the rugged landscape of the Red Canyons, the air thickened with an impending sense of dread. The vibrant hues of the canyon walls clashed with the darkening thoughts within each dwarf's mind, as visions of their greatest fears began to take form around them. Eldrin felt the weight of uncertainty settle in his chest, as haunting echoes of doubt threatened to drown out the camaraderie that had steadily grown among them. Mira, sensing the shift, tightened her grip on her newly forged weapon, its surface gleaming even in the dim light. "We cannot let this place break our spirit," she declared, her voice unwavering. Each dwarf, battling their inner demons, fought to repel the creeping despair. In moments of shared laughter and humility, they countered the menace of the canyons with stories of resilience and courage, recalling their reasons for venturing forth. They chose unity over fear, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the shadowy figures trailing them. But the canyons held many more challenges, and their final tests awaited just beyond the next rock-strewn bend. As they pressed forward, the echoes of their fears transformed into whispers of strength, urging them to continue against the rising tide of darkness that threatened to engulf their path. The Fellowship gathered in awe at the entrance of the legendary forge, its flames flickering and dancing like whispers of forgotten heroes. Clinging to the cavern walls were shimmering jewels and ancient tools, relics of generations past. As Eldrin stepped forward, the air crackled with anticipation, drawing them into a deep reverie where the spirits of master craftsmen watched with approving eyes. The forge hummed a melody of creation, igniting memories of the battles and victories etched into that very stone. Inspired by the spirit of camaraderie and purpose, the dwarves set to work, melding their skills, each hammer strike resonating with unspoken promises. Weapons took form, glowing with the intensity of their determination, imbuing them with the essence of unity. The atmosphere thickened with the weight of their lineage. Every bending metal reflected their resolve. Together, they crafted not merely tools, but legacies that would echo through their history, binding them closer as one fellowship, ready to face the looming darkness. The air grew heavy with an unsettling silence as the fellowship pressed forward. Unease coiled around their hearts like a serpent, the foreboding shadows of their journey whispering doubts into their ears. With each step, the palpable menace of the shadow blight intensified, wrapping its darkness around them like a shroud. Eldrin, clutching the amulet crafted from the Heartstone's fragments, felt its pulse echo in harmony with his own, a stark reminder of their purpose. Yet, the deeper they ventured, the louder the echoes of discontent grew. Fractured conversations erupted among them, misgivings rekindled by the trials they faced. Retreating into the recesses of their minds, they grappled with their own shadows. Mistrust and fear began to fester like an untreated wound. It was in this tumult that a solitary voice arose. Baelgar, with the weight of their unity in his tone, implored them to remember the bonds they had forged amidst the trials. His fervent words wove their scattered thoughts back together, reigniting their sense of loyalty. As the fellowship stood on the precipice of despair, they joined hands, conjuring the resolve they had nurtured through each battle, each heartfelt tale shared under the stars, reminding one another of the light within. The weight of darkness loomed ahead, but united, they steeled themselves to confront it. The first glimmers of dawn began to pierce the horizon, igniting a flicker of hope within their hearts, urging them onward into the unknown. As the last echoes of battle faded into the dusk, the fellowship gathered in a makeshift circle, each warrior's face dimmed with the weight of their newfound scars, both seen and hidden. The haunting cries of the fallen lingered in their hearts, turning the air dense with grief. With each solemn breath, they shared stories of sacrifice, weaving a tapestry of remembrance from the threads of pain and valor. Eldrin, gripping his sword hilt, spoke of Karin, the brave soul who faced the troll alone, a sacrifice that now ignited a fierce determination within him. In the hushed twilight, the flicker of hope began to rise, igniting flames across their weary spirits. United in their grief, they vowed to carry the memories forward, reminding one another that beyond sorrow lay strength, a bond reforged in the fires of adversity. With resolve blossoming in their chests, they set forth, knowing the shadows of the past would guide their resolve into the trials that awaited at Ironbend River. As the fellowship gathered around the flickering campfire beneath the vast canopy of stars, a heavy silence loomed, each dwarf lost in their thoughts. The echoes of their recent challenges settled in their hearts like stones, weighing down their spirits. Eldrin, burdened by the weight of their journey, found rest elusive. The haunting visage of the ancient guardian lingered, and doubt crept like shadows amid their camaraderie. Yet, as sleep slipped closer, a soft, ethereal whisper danced through the night, calling forth the wisdom of ages. A vision arose from the depths of Eldrin's mind, a venerable dwarf cloaked in shimmering energy, guiding them down pathways shrouded in myth. This was a moment of fortitude. The elder's comforting voice vied against their fears, urging them to embrace their heritage and find strength through unity. The fellowship, intertwined by fate, awoke to a renewed sense of purpose, ready to embark once more toward the heart of Volcar, where destiny awaited. Darkness danced at the edges of their vision as the fellowship trudged deeper into the heart of the cave, where silence lay heavy like a shroud. It was there they encountered the Mask of Shadows, a swirling apparition that shimmered with an eerie elegance. Each dwarf felt their heart race, the embodiment of their deepest fears looming before them. Eldrin stepped forward, the weight of the fellowship's future resting on his shoulders. The mask twisted and turned, transforming into nightmarish forms, lost comrades, ancestral doubts, and long-buried guilt. Murmurs of uncertainty filled the cavern, threatening to unravel the fragile bonds they had woven through trials and tribulations. Yet, in that moment of despair, a spark ignited within them. United, they wielded their shared memories, the laughter, the loss, the resilience, as weapons against the darkness. Their voices rose in unison, echoing through the cavern, a powerful declaration against the fears that sought to consume them. From the shadows they emerged stronger, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. As the first rays of dawn broke over the peaks, the fellowship found themselves entranced by visions cascading across the tranquil waters of the enchanted lake. Each surface ripple seemed to whisper forgotten secrets, beckoning them closer. The dwarf warriors gazed into the shimmering depths, where flickering glimpses of their pasts intertwined with ethereal images of future trials emerged. They glimpsed not only past glories, but also the darker memories they carried, a tapestry woven from loss, triumph, and deepest fears. In those reflections, a bond stronger than steel began to solidify, compelling each member to confront their innermost doubts. Guided by unspoken understanding, they gathered, sharing fragments of their souls, unraveling tales that had long lingered in shadows. As their stories merged, hope flared like a beacon, illuminating their collective path forward. With newfound determination, they turned away from the lake's captivating allure, ready to face the lurking shadows ahead, united by purpose and promise. As the flickering campfire cast dancing shadows upon the silent trees, the fellowship sat enraptured by an ethereal presence. Just beyond the veil of reality, a ghostly figure took shape, adorned in ancient dwarven armor, shimmering under the moonlight. It spoke with a voice that resonated like the tolling of a distant bell, calling forth memories from ages long past. "Remember, brave ones," it intoned. "The trials of your ancestors forged resilience in the fires of adversity. Their dreams echo within you, guiding your steps. Sever not the ties of history, for within it lies your strength." Eldrin felt an unfamiliar surge of energy as visions flooded his mind. Battlefields where dwarves had stood defiant against tyranny, their wills unyielding. Each story churned within, igniting determination. As dawn approached, the figure faded, leaving a profound silence that felt almost sacred. The fellowship shared knowing glances, as if a whispered pact had been forged amid the ethereal echoes of their heritage, a reminder of the strength they carried forward. As they pressed deeper into the heart of the mountains, the fellowship's resolve was met with unyielding rock and shadowy memories, a chilling reminder of their purpose. Venturing into the ancient hollow known only to legends as the Foundry of Legends, they gazed upon the remnants of long-forgotten artisans. Sturdy walls bore the marks of time and triumph, adorned with symbols of eras past, each echoing with whispers of once mighty crafts. Eldrin stepped forward, brushing away centuries of dust, revealing an intricate design, a blueprint for the legendary weapon that had vanquished darkness in ages long gone. In unified silence, the fellowship gathered around the forge, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The stone was warm beneath their hands, and an unseen energy crackled in the air. Each dwarf, fueled by ancestral strength, began to contribute their unique talents, forging not just a weapon, but a new bond that shimmered with the promise of hope. As molten metal flowed, a blinding light enveloped them, signaling that the past was merging with the present, guiding them toward their destiny. As the echoes of ancient whispers faded, the fellowship gathered in a sacred clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. Each member stepped forward, their hearts pounding with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, ready to partake in the covenant of the stones. Ritual stones, polished and radiant, lay scattered before them, each representing a clan and its unique heritage. Eldrin, taking a deep breath, held the stone of his ancestors high, its surface glowing with a warm light that rippled like the memories of those long gone. Joined by his comrades, they each bore their stones, forming a radiant circle that resonated with the pulse of the earth beneath. Words of unity echoed softly through the air, a chant embracing their diverse legacies, binding them not merely as allies, but as family forged in purpose. As the last syllables faded, a powerful surge coursed through them, entwining their fates. United, they felt the strength of their ancestors and the promise of their journey, propelling them ever closer to Volkar's heart. The flickering shadows of doubt receded, replaced by firm resolve as they prepared to face whatever awaited them in the depths of the volcano. Tensions reached a boiling point within the fellowship as whispers of treachery danced like shadows among them. Suspicions, once unspoken, now clawed at the bonds they had forged. Gromar, the steadfast fighter from the Stoneheart clan, caught sight of Colin, a nimble rogue, slipping away from the camp under cover of night. The air thickened with unasked questions, clawing at the edges of their trust. Unable to shake the feeling that something was amiss, Gromar followed Colin into the depths of the forest, where starlight dimmed and shadows grew devouring. As he crept closer, an unsettling conversation reached his ears. A plot unfurling, a demand for power and recognition from the shadows. Heart pounding, Gromar emerged from the underbrush, confronting Colin, whose startled eyes revealed the very essence of his betrayal. The gathering storm of emotions erupted as words flew like arrows in the night, igniting a conflict that would force them all to choose their allegiance. Meanwhile, the chilling presence of the Shadow Blight loomed ever closer, hungry to exploit their fractures. The echoing sounds of their footsteps reverberated through the damp, cavernous chambers, an oppressive air hanging thick around them. Shadows danced menacingly on the stone walls, twisting like phantoms longing to reclaim what had once been lost. Within the labyrinthine heart of the cavern, fear fed greedily on their doubts, manifesting specters of their past failures and insecurities. Each member of the fellowship faced this chilling trial. Visions of lost battles and haunting regrets converged upon them. Yet amidst the clamor of nostalgia and despair, a spark ignited. United by shared history, whispers of courage emerged, each dwarf reaffirming their purpose. Eldrin, with a clarity that pierced the darkness, rallied them, reminding them of their bond and the quest that lay ahead. As their resolve solidified, they forged a path through the labyrinth, the echoes of their triumphs now harmonizing with renewed strength, urging them onward towards the trials that awaited beyond the next bend. The flickering shadows of the cavern seemed to whisper secrets as the fellowship plunged deeper into the heart of darkness. A sense of foreboding enveloped them, thick as the mists that clung to the stalactites overhead. Elgrim's heart raced. The familiar laughter of his friends felt distant, swallowed by the cavern's eerie stillness. Each echo held memories of their previous trials, but here the past felt like a weight dragging them down. As they navigated the winding tunnels, fear began to take root in their hearts. Doubts crept in, sly as serpents, whispering of betrayal and failure. The confident camaraderie that had buoyed them through the verdant vale hesitated. However, it was Eldrin who broke the silence, his voice steady, injecting hope into the damp air. "We've faced shadows before," he reminded them. "Together, we're unstoppable." The fellowship tightened their formation, bolstered by new resolve. The deeper they ventured, the louder the echoes of doubt grew. But united, they ventured on, their spirits igniting a fierce light among the dark. As dawn broke over the jagged peaks of Ironcrest, a new day was upon the fellowship. Feeling the weight of their previous trials, they gathered around a roaring fire for a final breakfast before the critical ascent. Each dwarf contemplated the journey thus far, the laughter and losses woven into a rich tapestry of shared experience. Eldrin, with renewed resolve, recalled the wisdom from their ghostly guide, urging them to harness the strength of unity. With hearts steeled, they ventured forth, the air growing thicker with anticipation as they neared Volkar's mouth. Ancient stones lined the path, depicting the valor of their forebears, reminding them of the legacy they bore. As they pressed on, voices echoed through the mountain, carried on the wind, a song of encouragement, maybe, or a warning of the darkness that lay ahead. With every step, they felt closer to the Heartstone, and the looming shadow blight seemed to stir with a sinister energy, signaling that their most daunting test was about to unfold. Each member of the fellowship held tighter to their cause, transforming fear into fierce determination as they moved toward the mountain's heart. The thunderous roar of wind through the whispering mountains grew deafening as the fellowship pressed onwards, their spirits undeterred by the tempest above. Shadows danced across the jagged cliffs, echoing their fervent anxieties and weaving whispering doubts that threatened to unravel their unity. Faces turned upward, veiled expressions reflected the struggle within as they clung to ancient bonds of friendship forged in trials past. In the heart of the storm, Eldrin raised his voice above the cacophony, reciting words passed through generations, their ancestors' song of unity, to quiet the wailing winds. Each note resonated deep within their hearts, drawing them together as if by an unseen force. With renewed determination, they navigated the treacherous paths, every step a testament to their resilience. As the storm began to wane, sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a golden light upon the jagged peaks. They stood together, emboldened, ready to embrace the new challenges awaiting them, confident that their shared strength could conquer the darkness looming ahead. The fellowship felt the heat intensifying as they approached the heart of Volkar, the very ground pulsing with an ancient energy. As they crossed a threshold marked by burnt stone and shimmering embers, a chorus of whispers erupted from the shadows. Flickers of fire spirits danced around them, their forms a spiral of orange and crimson, flickering like the last remnants of a dying ember. One spirit, radiant and bold, floated forth, its voice a melodic blend of strength and warmth. To pass this test, it intoned, you must confront the essence of your fears and insecurities. Each dwarf felt a chill sweep through their core, memories and doubts bubbling to the surface. Yet as they stood together, the warmth of shared purpose ignited a courage deep within. Clutching their crafted weapons, they rallied around one another, ready to face whatever specter awaited them. United by their trials, they prepared to confront the flames that foresaw their greatest challenges. Their resolve shone brighter than any flickering ember. In the depths of the cavern, known as the Pit of Despair, shadows swirled like thick smoke, each flicker hiding the darkest fears of the fellowship. Whispers slithered through the air, wrapping around their hearts, sowing doubt and dread. Eldrin, clutching his crafted weapon, felt the weight of memories long buried rise to the surface, each haunting echo demanding acknowledgement. The fellowship ventured deeper, where illusions danced, depicting failures and lost loves, visions amplified by their unresolved pasts. Together, they stumbled upon a shimmering pool, its surface mirroring their distress. It beckoned them, promising respite but threatening surrender to despair. "Stand firm," boomed Thrain's voice, cutting through the chilling silence. As he spoke, the fellowship formed a circle, clasping hands, drawing strength from each other. They confronted their fears, realizing these shadows were mere manifestations of uncertainty, shadows once vanquished in the light of the bonds they forged. With a collective breath, they pressed forward, steeling themselves for whatever awaited them beyond. The flickering embers of ancient memories danced in the minds of the dwarves as they gathered around a worn stone table beneath a canopy of stars. Each chestnut eye reflected a tapestry of lineage and valor, shimmering with the stories of their forebears. As they recounted tales of triumph and tribulation, the air crackled with an essence of unyielding spirit. Eldrin, clutching the relic he had unearthed, felt an unexpected warmth radiating through the cold steel of his axe. It seemed to pulse with the spirit of the ancestors, urging him to weave his own tale into the fabric of history. With each shared memory, they fortified not just their resolve, but their bond as comrades in a quest greater than themselves. Their laughter and fervent debates echoed off the canyon walls, a reminder that they were not just dwarves of Emberstone, but heirs of a legacy worthy of remembrance. As dawn broke, bathing the world in golden hues, the Fellowship knew that the strengths of their ancestors would guide them through the shadows of their destiny. The Fellowship gathered in a sacred glade, its ancient stones steeped in secrets and promises of old. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues upon their faces, the dwarves joined hands, forming a living circle of strength and history. They stood united, each clan's emblem shining brightly on their armor, ready to partake in the covenant of the stones. Eldrin stepped forward first, the weight of his clan's legacy resting heavily in his heart. As he recited the oath, the air shimmered with anticipation, spiritual energy crackling like fireflies dancing in the twilight. One by one, voices rose in harmony, pledging fealty not only to one another, but to their clan's ancestral roots, entwining their destinies forever. When the final vow echoed into the dimming dusk, a radiant light enveloped them, binding their hearts with an unbreakable magic. It coursed through them, a palpable force rejuvenating their spirits as twilight fell, marking the dawn of a newfound unity. The ceremonial grounds, carved from ancient stone and adorned with intricate runes, shimmered in the flickering light of torches as the dwarves gathered. Each member of the Fellowship stood silently, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythms of their clans. An elder, cloaked in robes woven from the essence of the earth itself, raised a ceremonial stone, its surface pulsing with dormant magic. As the runes glowed brighter, each clan's champion stepped forward, placing their hands upon the stone one by one. Unity sang through them, echoing the battles fought and sacrifices made. Eldrin felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, a connection to those who came before him. The chants rose to a crescendo, voices merging as sparks of magic spiraled into the night sky, heralding their newly forged bond. With this covenant, they emerged not just as individuals, but as a collective force, ready to face the coming trials together, unmovable, like the mountains beneath their feet. As they ascended the whispering mountains, a chill wind clawed at their backs, whispering secrets only the peaks understood. Shadows flickered at the edge of their vision, causing murmurings of unease among the Fellowship. Each step brought them closer to the treacherous ascent, where the echoes of their voices betrayed them, greeting their ears with taunts and challenges. In a moment of stillness, Eldrin paused, focusing on the whispers that danced like phantoms in the air. They shifted, taking form in the memories of past dwarves, voices of ancestry intertwining with the present. With shared resolve, they formed a circle, chanting breaths of unity that harmonized against the mountain's scornful breaths. The echoes twisted and curled around them, dulling the sting of uncertainty. Just ahead loomed the ancient stone golem, its silhouette carved against the waning sky. It stirred, awakening might from its slumber, challenging them to prove their worth before they could pass. As they tightened their grips on their weapons, determination surged like molten metal through their veins. As they pressed onward through the whispering mountains, the air shimmered with echoes that clung to their thoughts, making every step feel monumental. Each dwarf found themselves caught in whispers, fleeting memories and voices of ancient ancestors who seemed to weave through the very fabric of the peaks, challenging their resolve. Murmurs of old legends surrounded them, tales of valor woven into the stone itself. Eldrin, sensing the weight of their journey, raised his hand, silencing the chatter among the Fellowship. He offered a solemn reminder: we are bound by more than just our quest. Our past shapes who we are. With renewed determination, they shared tales, allowing the stories to resonate, clearing the cobwebs of doubt lingering in their minds. Strengthened by this bond of shared history, their footsteps quickened, yearning to unveil the mysteries that lay beyond the mountains, shrouded in both enchantment and echoing shadows. As they traversed the treacherous terrain of the Whispering Mountains, the air hummed with a symphony of whispers, each echo reverberating against the jagged peaks. The Fellowship felt the weight of ancient voices, urging them to embrace unity in the face of adversity. In this ethereal realm, doubts danced like shadows at the edges of their minds, threatening to unravel the bonds they had painstakingly forged. Eldrin took a moment to gaze into the depths of the mountains, sensing the turmoil within his companions. With courage, he broke the silence, reminding them of their shared purpose. The legendary Heartstone lay ahead, wrapped in the heart of Volcar. As their resolve solidified, they joined hands, a warm glow enveloping them. The whispers turned melodic, urging forth a chant of solidarity that echoed through the crags. With renewed determination, they pressed onward, each step resonating with the power of their united spirits, as if the mountains themselves offered their blessings against the encroaching darkness. As the fellowship reached the summit of the Whispering Mountains, an imposing figure materialized through the swirling mist, a colossal stone golem, adorned with gleaming emeralds embedded in its rugged exterior. The air trembled with ancient power as the Guardian's deep voice echoed across the mountains, resonating with the weight of ages past. "Only those worthy shall pass," it intoned, its gaze piercing into the depths of each dwarf's spirit. The fellowship shared uncertain glances, knowing this was no mere obstacle, but a test of their hearts and unity. They prepared for the challenge ahead, each clan's strengths intertwining, embodying forged friendships and hard-earned lessons. With undeterred resolve, they stepped forward, ready to face the golem as a collective. As they approached, the Guardian raised a massive stone arm, shimmering in the sunlight, demanding courage and cooperation. Their shared fate hung in the balance, and only by working as one could they hoped to emerge victorious. As the echoes of the golem's challenge faded into the cavernous depths, tension hung heavy in the air. The ancient Guardian, with eyes like molten rock, stood at the threshold, awaiting their approach. Each dwarf felt the weight of their lineage bearing down upon them, ancestral expectations flickering like candle flames in their hearts. Eldrin stepped forward, clutching his crafted weapon, the runes glowing faintly against the encroaching shadows. With a thunderous quake, the golem stirred, its roar resonating like distant thunder, amplifying their doubts and fears. "To pass," it intoned, "forge your strength in unity." The fellowship exchanged steely glances, a unison of resolve awakening within them. They gathered, drawing on the unique talents each had nurtured since the beginning of their journey. In a moment of silence, the guiding wisdom of their ancestors washed over them, igniting a fierce determination to vanquish the Guardian. They would not falter, not here, not now. Together they charged forth, ready to embrace the trial ahead. The stone golem, a titan of ancient power, rose from the shadows, its granite form glistening under the dim light that bled from the cavern's cracks. Eyes like molten lava bore into the fellowship as the ground trembled beneath their feet. Eldrin stepped forward, his heart pounding in rhythm with the earth, channeling the courage of the clan's ancestors. "We seek passage and wisdom," he declared, voice resolute among the whispering winds of uncertainty. The golem's voice, gravelly and echoing, filled the cavern. "Prove your worth, and the path you seek shall be revealed." With shared resolve, the dwarves lined up, their diverse skills at the ready. They pooled their magical insights, combat prowess, and artisan techniques into one fluid motion, an intricate display of unity that brought hope to their hearts. As the golem raised its massive arm, an overwhelming burst of light enveloped them, the weight of their journey resting heavily on this moment. Together, they prepared to face the greatest test of their camaraderie. As the fellowship huddled around the remnants of their last encounter, ideas buzzed like fireflies in the dusk. They understood that the next step involved crafting a unique tool, a key that would unlock the hidden path forward. Eldrin stood at the forefront, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes as he gathered inspiration from the elemental energies surrounding them. With a deft hand, he began sketching designs in the dirt, encouraging each member to contribute their strengths. Under the twinkling stars, voices rose in spirited collaboration, solidifying their collective vision. The forge crackled with newfound energy as flames licked the cool night air, harmonizing with the rhythmic hammering of steel. Each clang resonated, not just in the forge, but deep within their hearts, forging bonds anew. This was not merely a tool being crafted. It was a testament to their unity, a tangible representation of their combined efforts as they readied themselves to face the darkness ahead, emboldened by the Fellowship's unwavering spirit. With each strike, they weren't just creating, they were redefining their destiny together. With the forge's fires casting flickering shadows across their determined faces, the Fellowship gathered around a large anvil, their hearts set on crafting a unique tool that would unlock the hidden path to Volkar's heart. Each member brought forth their respective skills, blending age-old techniques with innovative ideas. Eldrin meticulously sketched a blueprint, inspired by the depths of their journey and the artifacts they had encountered along the way. As steel met stone, laughter mingled with the rhythmic clang of hammering, forging not just a weapon, but a bond that was becoming unbreakable. Amidst the heat and sounds of creation, insights emerged, sparking debates that drew on the lessons from their trials. It was in this moment of collaboration that their individual strengths harmonized into something greater. Each strike of the hammer resonated with purpose, a fervent reminder that unity was their most potent weapon against the encroaching darkness. As the final touches were applied, a noticeable charge seemed to hum through the air. Hope ignited anew. The forge blazed with intensity as the Fellowship gathered around, firelight dancing across their determined faces. Each dwarf, inspired by the trials they had faced, dug deep within their spirits to draw out their unique talents. Eldrin, wielding his hammer, struck the anvil with a rhythm that echoed passion and purpose. Sparks flew like shooting stars, illuminating their resolve as they shaped metal into functional art imbued with the spirit of their ancestors. The unyielding bond forged through shared labor mirrored the kinship they had established on their journey. As weapons took form, each stroke imbued with purpose and meaning, a surge of confidence filled the air. The unique designs reflected the characteristics of each clan, a testament to their unity. Among the sound of clanging metal and laughter, they felt a connection to the Heartstone, a motif of their quest, glimmering in the recesses of their minds. With weapons now in hand, hope surged anew, propelling them toward the next chapter of their adventure. Unbeknownst to them, challenges awaited, as new trials loomed on the horizon, stirring the winds of fate. As the Fellowship pondered their next move, a sudden rustling in the thicket drew their attention. Out of the shadows emerged a gnome tribe, their colorful garments shimmering like jewels under the dappled sunlight. Their leader, a wizened gnome with a beard of shifting hues, introduced himself as Torin, the bearer of inventive prowess and curator of forgotten wonders. The gnomes had tracked the Fellowship's journey through the expansive terrains, recognizing the need for collaboration against the encroaching darkness. Torin's eyes sparkled with mischief as he unveiled an array of intricate devices, mechanical marvels capable of amplifying the dwarves' own craftsmanship. However, assistance came with a price, a valued artifact hidden within Emberstone, one said to hold knowledge of the ancients. A shiver of hesitation coursed through the Fellowship, tinged with the weight of necessity. With whispers of pact and exchange in the air, they gathered to deliberate their next course as shadows loomed ever closer. The gnome tribe was a bustling hub of tinkering and innovation, their encampment alive with the sounds of clanging metal and bubbling potions. As the Fellowship approached, the gnomes emerged from their enigmatic burrows, eyes wide with curiosity and amusement. Zink, their leader, greeted the dwarves with an irrepressible grin. His voice, high-pitched yet commanding, echoed among the towering gears and whimsical contraptions. "We've heard whispers of your quest, brave ones. We may help, but your journey begs a favor in return," Zink declared, gesturing to a contraption resembling a cross between a catapult and a clock. Intrigued yet cautious, the Fellowship exchanged glances, aware that this proposition could alter their path. It was a test of character, a choice forced by necessity. Would they trust the gnomes and embrace new alliances, or would they remain solely bound to their clans? As discussions sparked, decisions began to loom, casting shadows of uncertainty and possibility along the Fellowship's journey. As the gnome tribe welcomed the Fellowship with lively chatter and playful banter, a palpable tension lingered beneath the surface. The dwarves admired the gnomes' peculiar contraptions, mechanical wonders that whirred and sparkled in the daylight. Yet, amidst the awe, an uneasy bargaining danced in the air. The gnome leader, a crafty figure with a twinkle in his eye, proposed an alliance of sorts. Technological assistance for a precious artifact hidden deep within the Dwarven lands. The Fellowship exchanged glances, conflicted by the gnome's request. Each dwarf felt the weight of tradition pressing heavily upon their hearts. The artifact represented more than treasure. It symbolized ancestral pride. Eldrin, sensing the burgeoning divide, stepped forward, urging his companions to consider the potential benefits that could arise from such an alliance. With a hesitant nod, the group resolved to embark on this uncharted path, seeking what their hearts deemed worthy, while clinging to the bonds of friendship they had forged. The dying light of day faded as they prepared for the journey ahead, both curious and cautious about what lay in wait. As twilight descended upon the verdant vale, the air shimmered with the ethereal glow of countless fireflies, their luminescent dance weaving a tapestry of light amidst the encroaching shadows. The Fellowship found themselves entranced, a bittersweet melody drifting through the trees, resonating deep within their hearts. It was as if the very forest had come alive to celebrate their resilience, guiding their weary souls toward hope. Eldrin, feeling the familiar tug of destiny, led the group along a winding path illuminated by the magical insects. Each flicker seemed to whisper secrets of ancient realms, urging them forward with unspoken promises. Yet amid the enchantment, an unsettling sense of foreboding lingered. As the fireflies parted, revealing a hidden trail ahead, the air thickened with tension. The Fellowship exchanged cautious glances, a silent reminder that even beauty could harbor danger. Resolute, they pressed on, knowing their unity would light the way through whatever darkness lay ahead, spurred by the courage ignited within them by this fleeting spectacle. The dance of fireflies reached a zenith, their ethereal glow illuminating the shadowy woodlands with a harmony that seemed to echo the spirits of the ancient trees. As the Fellowship trudged deeper into the enchanted glade, their senses expanded. The very air vibrated with an otherworldly energy. Laughter bubbled forth as they spun and twirled, the flickering lights guiding their movements like a symphony unseen. Eldrin, filled with a sense of awe, felt warmth pooling in his chest, a brief respite from the looming shadows. But it wasn't merely a moment of revelry. Within the soft glow of the fireflies, whispers of ancient wisdom floated amidst the laughter, hinting at a concealed path woven into the heart of the forest. Encouraged by their enchanting display, the Fellowship exchanged glances, a silent agreement forming among them. As they set their sights on the phosphorescent trail ahead, shadows lurked just beyond the dance, reminding them that danger was ever present, waiting to pounce as they celebrated newfound connections. As the luminescent dance of fireflies illuminated their path, the ethereal lights settled into a rhythmic cadence, guiding the Fellowship deeper into the heart of the forest. The air felt electric, thick with magic and anticipation. Mirth and laughter bubbled within the group, dispelling the shadows of their earlier worries with warmth and wonder. Each flicker seemed to pulse with ancient secrets, mesmerizing the dwarves as they followed the winding trail lit by the glowing orbs. Suddenly, a gentle rustle disturbed the tranquility, eliciting a collective hold of breath. Emerging from the foliage was an enchanting figure, an elfin woman, her presence radiant yet imposing. "Travelers," she called, her voice melodious, echoing through the trees. "You tread upon sacred ground, where the essence of magic entwines with the heart of Durasin. The spirits whisper tales of courage, and it is here you shall discover knowledge that can shape your destiny." The Fellowship exchanged glances, their curiosity aflame, ready to embrace the wisdom awaiting them. The Fellowship, eager yet apprehensive, gathered beneath a canopy of ancient trees, their branches whispering tales of the past. Clues regarding the Heartstone's location had been unearthed, a tantalizing riddle found inscribed on an ancient stone tablet, half buried in the earth. Eldrin, with his heart racing, deciphered the intricate etchings, each word resonating with a power that felt both mystical and foreboding. As he shared the verses, excitement coursed through the dwarves, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the gathering shadows. However, with each revelation came the weight of responsibility. The Heartstone's legendary might was said to manifest only for those who proved worthy. Voices of the ancients echoed through the glade, urging the dwarves to trust not just in their strength, but in their unity. With determination set in their hearts, they vowed to face whatever trials awaited, knowing the journey ahead would challenge everything they believed about themselves and each other. As night fell, they circled together, resolve unyielding, ready to embrace the dawn. As dawn's light broke through the canopies of the ancient forest, the fellowship gathered around a granite obelisk etched with intricate runes. Eldrin, piecing together fragments of an ancient riddle whispered by the spirits, felt a spark of understanding ignite within him. The legends told of the Heartstone being hidden where sunlight kissed the earth, and with each word he deciphered, the path to their fabled prize grew clearer. Around him, his companions listened intently, their faces reflecting hope and determination, which fortified their spirits as they prepared to face the looming threats of the Shadow Blight. As Eldrin spoke of the confluence of realms, where magic thrummed strongest, a soft breeze encircled them, as if urging them onward. Fueled by newfound resolve, they clasped hands, their breaths harmonizing in unison, embodying their bond. This moment crystallized their commitment to each other and the perilous journey ahead, volumes of courage woven into a single thread that now bound them together. With hearts aligned, they ventured deeper into the forest's embrace, each step resonating with the promise of destiny awaiting them. The ancient riddle, delicately etched in time-worn stone, whispered secrets of the Heartstone's whereabouts to the fellowship. Eldrin, eyes glinting with fervor, deciphered its meaning, revealing a path concealed within layers of history and magic. Each line sung with the resonance of their forebears' trials and triumphs, stirring something profound within them. As they gathered around the rune-inscribed tablet, the air thrummed with anticipation, each dwarf feeling the weight of destiny pressing upon their shoulders. The faint silhouette of Volkar loomed nearby, as if beckoning them towards a fate intertwined with the very essence of their people. With a newfound sense of purpose igniting their hearts, they pledged to honor the call of the ancients. Bonds of solidarity strengthened as they shared hushed inklings of their growing connection to the Heartstone. Together they set forth, leaving behind echoes of uncertainty, marching resolutely toward Volkar's shadowed embrace, unaware of the challenges that awaited them in the depths of their sacred quest. As the fellowship traversed the vivid rust-red canyons, an oppressive atmosphere settled around them. The walls, adorned with ancient markings, loomed ominously, whispering the secrets of generations past. Each dwarf felt the weight of their fears and doubts manifesting vividly, like specters clawing at their resolve. With every step, the cacophony of the canyon echoed their insecurities. The flares of jealousy, the tremors of guilt, and the shadows of past failures danced in their minds. Eldrin glanced at his companions, feeling the tension thickening the air between them. A sudden gust swept through, carrying with it a haunting melody that flickered like candlelight in the dark. In that moment, they united in their vulnerability. Each dwarf, tethered by their shared burdens, rallied against the whispers of despair. With a new resolve igniting in their hearts, they forged onward, ready to confront their inner demons and turn the trials of the canyon into the fire that would strengthen their bond. Together, they would rise, unyielding. The vibrant hues of the red canyons enveloped the fellowship, as if nature itself conspired to create a landscape of enchantment and foreboding. With each step, the dwarves felt the weight of history pressing upon them, the walls whispering tales of valor and legacy. Shadows danced upon the scarlet cliffs, stirring latent fears in their hearts, while the air thrummed with energy. Yet as the fellowship pressed on, they reflected upon personal dreams and desires, rekindling embers of courage within their souls. In the midst of this rich tapestry of color and emotion, they found solace in shared tales of triumph and defeat, each story weaving a stronger bond among them. When they reached a particularly radiant outcrop, a collective gasp echoed through the group, as visions of their deepest fears began to form in the shifting shadows. It was here that they realized the canyon would reveal both their greatest vulnerabilities and their untapped strengths, urging them closer to the heart of their quest. As the fellowship meandered through the red canyons, vibrant hues of crimson and ochre surrounded them, a haunting beauty tinged with the weight of their burdens. Shadows danced across the canyon walls, whispering remnants of fears long buried. Each dwarf felt an electric pulse in the air, the daunting landscape mirroring their inner turmoil. In the midst of this vibrant yet oppressive setting, Eldrin paused, his eyes drawn to ominous shadows flitting just beyond their line of sight. The eerie allure tugged at his courage, igniting doubts that smoldered within each heart. Yet, as they pressed deeper, unity became their torch. Voice by voice, the dwarves shared stories of bygone fears faced, reminding one another of their strength, both as individuals and as a fellowship. In that moment of vulnerability, barriers began to dissolve, paving the way for newfound clarity. Together, they would navigate not just the canyon's physical challenges, but also the shadows of their fears, moving ever closer to discovering their true potential. The flickering flames danced in the twilight, engulfing the fellowship in warmth as they huddled around a crackling fire within a secluded glen. With hearts unburdened by the trials faced thus far, each dwarf began to share tales woven from the fabric of their heritage. Old legends unfolded like vibrant tapestries, evoking laughter, nostalgia, and a smattering of tears. Eldrin spoke of his ancestors, skilled in the art of crafting weapons that sang with courage, while Gilda recounted the bravery of a long-lost clan during a fabled battle against marauding beasts. As they traded these cherished stories, a resonant bond blossomed, transcending their individual clans. The tales, rich with courage and sacrifice, breathed life into their purpose, reinforcing the belief that their destinies were intricately intertwined. With memories rekindled and spirits lifted, they prepared to face the challenges ahead, united not just in blood, but in the legacy they carried, propelling them forth toward the promise of the Heartstone. As the embers of the past flickered in the minds of the fellowship, a quiet resolve settled over them, grounding their swirling emotions. One by one, each dwarf began to share the stories of their lineage, tales marked by triumph, sacrifice, and the indomitable spirit that flowed through their veins. Eldrin spoke of his forefather, a renowned blacksmith who had forged weapons that turned the tide of battle and earned the respect of allies and adversaries alike. Thalia, standing by his side, recounted the bravery of her grandmother, who had ventured into the depths of Volcar to retrieve lost gems of immeasurable worth, her courage echoing still within the clan. With each narrative shared, they felt a strengthening bond, weaving their individual legacies into a rich tapestry of shared destiny. Laughter mixed with tears, and in those moments they realized they were not just individual warriors, they were the embodiment of their clan's hopes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their resolve solidified, illuminating the path that lay ahead. Together, they would face the gathering darkness, fortified by the echoes of those who had walked before them. Embers danced in the air as the dwarves gathered around a flickering campfire, their spirits reignited by the stories shared. Each tale of valor, pressed into memory through generations, spoke of trials faced and triumphs won. Balod, the stalwart guardian of the Stonehelm clan, recounted his ancestors' epic battle with a dragon who sought to turn Emberstone to ashes. The images spun vividly, and with every word, strength surged within each heart, knitting the fellowship's resolve tighter than iron. As laughter reverberated through the air, Eldrin felt an overwhelming tide of camaraderie wash over him. It whispered of destiny, of kinship forged in adversity. Under the radiant starlit sky, they invoked the wisdom of the past, realizing that remembrance was their greatest ally against the encroaching shadow blight. The gravity of their mission settled like a mantle upon their shoulders, reinforcing the bond they were destined to uphold. Yet perilously close to dawn, troubled shadows danced just beyond their firelight, heralding challenges yet unseen. A tense silence enveloped the fellowship as the traitors' motives began to unravel like an ancient scroll. Denial hung thick in the air, the revelation cutting through the camaraderie they had fought so hard to build. Thrain, the once trusted scout, stood at the edge of the flickering firelight, his guilt palpable as he revealed his allegiance to the Shadow Blight. A desperate plea to save his clan from destruction had led him astray. Accusations flew, harsh words echoed like thunder across the campsite, but beneath the anger simmered an unsettling truth. Their bond, once forged in resilience, was now fraying at the seams. Yet amidst the chaos, Eldrin's voice rose, steady and unwavering. He spoke of unity, urging the fellowship to remember their purpose, to channel their hurt into renewed strength rather than division. As they gathered closer, a collective determination ignited. They would confront the darkness together, not as a fractured party, but as a united front ready to reclaim their heart's call. The air grew thick with tension as the fellowship confronted the traitor, a once trusted member now shrouded in shadows. A tempest raged within, echoing the storm outside, and betrayal weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Veiled intentions flickered like lightning, igniting suspicions that threatened to splinter their unity. When the traitor finally spoke, the voice held a mix of regret and conviction, revealing choices made out of desperation, not malice. Each word struck like a hammer upon the anvil of trust, forging uncertainty among the dwarves. Eldrin's grip tightened around his weapon, the once vibrant camaraderie giving way to a subtle wariness. Yet, in the midst of this turmoil, whispers of compassion threaded through their solidarity. Forgiveness hung in the balance as ancestors' stories surged within them, reminding them of the strength found in unity. With hearts pounding and doubts swirling like the storm overhead, they took a deep breath, preparing to confront not only the traitor, but the darkness looming at their very doorstep. The confrontation with the traitor loomed heavy in the air, like a storm pregnant with thunder. Tensions had simmered beneath the surface for days, fanned by whispered doubts and unsettling glances. As dusk settled, shadows encroached upon the fellowship, mirroring the dark intentions of one amongst them. An unexpected meeting was called, where the glow of torchlight barely illuminated the expressions of mistrust. The traitor, once a trusted friend, stood at the center, a defiant spark in their eyes tinged with desperation. With every accusation, every word fell like a hammer striking unforged steel, shaping the group's fragile bonds into something more solid. They characterized betrayal not merely as a fracture, but as an opportunity for redefining allegiance and truth. As the whispers faded, a fierce resolve surged through the fellowship. This pivotal moment was no mere setback, but a catalyst for forging deeper connections as they faced the oncoming darkness together. United, their path ahead shimmered with newfound determination, reminding them that loyalty, complex and multifaceted, could still emerge from the depths of despair. The air crackled with tension as shadow creatures emerged from the treacherous mists, descending upon the fellowship like a swarm of locusts. They danced with malevolence, flickering between forms that evoked the vulnerabilities and dreams of each dwarf. Whispers of their deepest fears taunted them, echoing the internal struggles that had been kindled along their arduous journey. Just as despair threatened to seep into their hearts, an alliance forged through trials and tribulations emerged. Steel clanged against steel as the fellowship rallied together, every swing of their weapons rooted in camaraderie. One by one, they recognized that their fears were mere echoes of a past that no longer defined them. The power of unity burned brightly, illuminating the path for the last stand. As the clash intensified, a fierce determination kindled within them. Together, they would confront the darkness, united against the tide of despair. With renewed vigor, they charged headlong into the fray. As the echoes of their victory over the river trolls faded, the fellowship stood amidst the remnants of the battle, heartbeats quickening. Each dwarf bore the bruises of conflict, yet from the ashes of their struggle, camaraderie bloomed brighter than ever. The sheer weight of sacrifice lingered heavy in the air, and the unspoken bond that had formed among them now felt unbreakable. They gathered in a circle, the flickering flames of their campfire casting shadows that danced like memories being woven anew, forging warmth against the encroaching night. As Eldrin shared stories of ancient warriors who faced greater odds, a spark ignited in their hearts. This newfound resolve surged within them, an essence both primal and exhilarating. United by the shadows of loss, they prepared to face whatever darkness awaited beyond the next bend. Each member steeling their will, determined to protect their fellowship and the legacy of their kin. The path ahead beckoned, a whisper of destiny, leading them onward. The dust settled in the aftermath of the monumental clash, leaving a haunting silence that permeated the air. As the echoes of battle faded, a profound sense of loss mingled with the air, weighing heavily on the fellowship's hearts. They gathered near the remnants of their latest skirmish, each dwarf silently grappling with the haunting visage of their fallen comrades. Memories of laughter and shared dreams flickered like fading embers in the twilight. Eldrin, voice trembling yet resolute, urged his companions to remember why they fought, to protect their clans from the encroaching darkness. In this pivotal moment, their bonds deepened. Stories of bravery and sacrifice flowed forth, rekindling the spirit of unity as they each took turns recounting heroic deeds of those they had lost. The sorrow morphed into an unyielding resolve. With newfound strength surging through them, the fellowship pledged to honor their fallen friends, drawing inspiration to rise once more against the shadow blight creeping forward. The journey ahead awaited, filled with uncertainty and peril, yet they pressed onward together, hearts intertwined in purpose. As dawn broke over the rugged landscape, the fellowship gathered their spirits, united in a solemn resolve. The shadow of the previous battle weighed heavily on their hearts, yet within that grief lay the seeds of renewal. They formed a circle, each dwarf holding the hand of another, an intricate weave of strength and vulnerability. With every whispered tribute for those they had lost, an electric charge filled the air, an unspoken promise that their sacrifices would not be in vain. They crafted a shared ritual, blending clan traditions, a symphony of reverence and courage, binding their voices in song. The melody resonated through the high grasses and rocky crags, each note stitching tighter the fabric of their fellowship. In this moment, an invisible force enveloped them, hope, vibrant and fierce, igniting the embers of resilience within. As they prepared to march onward, the warmth of camaraderie swelled, transforming sorrow into determination, propelling them toward the next leg of their daunting quest, hearts blazing with purpose. The fellowship, weary yet steadfast, gathered around the flickering campfire, its glow revealing the wear etched on their faces. In the hushed whispers of the night, they shared tales of lost friends and ancestors, weaving memories into the fabric of their journey. Each story resonated with the echoes of their kin, a powerful reminder of their relentless spirit. Eldrin spoke of his great-grandfather, a legendary blacksmith whose hammer once birthed weapons of incredible might. The dwarves listened, their hearts swelling with a shared purpose, a bond forged not just of steel and stone, but of lineage and legacy. As they reminisced, laughter mingled with tears, stitching together their resolve, forging a unity that transcended individual fears. With the fires of their heritage igniting anew, the fellowship found strength not only in each other's company, but in the very essence of who they were, a lineage of warriors rising to meet destiny. At the dawn of a new day, their path beckoned, under the looming shadows of the whispering mountains. They could feel the weight of their choices echoing through the silent peaks, each step drawing them closer to the trials that awaited in the heart of Durasin. The shadows of their recent struggle weighed heavily upon the fellowship, yet within them flickered the embers of resilience. They gathered around a makeshift fire, cloaked in the dim twilight that painted the mountainside in hues of dusky orange and deep indigo. As they shared stories of their fallen comrades, the warmth of camaraderie melted the frost of despair. Each tale spun an intricate tapestry of courage and sacrifice, binding them closer together. With each recounting, laughter occasionally erupted, weaving a balm over their wounds. Eldrin's voice rose above the others, igniting a flicker of hope as he recounted a legendary battle from the past where unity conquered darkness. Inspired by the heroic feats of ancestors, they found solace in collective purpose. The uncomfortable silence that had lingered in the air transformed into a heartfelt resolve, setting their sights anew on the trials awaiting them further along the path. As night settled, the strength of shared memories illuminated their way forward. As the fellowship approached the mystical lake, its glassy surface shimmering under an otherworldly light, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Each dwarf felt an unspoken pull toward the water, as if secrets lay in its depths, waiting to be revealed. They gathered around the edge, captivated by the ethereal glow that flickered like fireflies dancing on a summer night. One by one, they gazed into the reflections it offered, each vision uniquely tailored to their fears, dreams, and regrets. Eldrin, staring deeply into the lake's magical surface, saw shadows of his ancestors interwoven with the struggles of his clan. A poignant reminder of their sacrifices washed over him, igniting a spark of resolve. Similarly, Lyra, the skilled blacksmith, glimpsed herself forging a weapon of tremendous power, a symbol of hope. The lake, a tapestry of fantastic images, whispered promises and temptations alike, threading hope through despair. Together, their collective vulnerability fortified their bond, preparing them for the trials that lay ahead. As they stepped back, a renewed energy surged among them, weaving their spirits tighter during the arduous path toward Volkar's heart. As the fellowship gathered around the enchanted lake, a serene stillness enveloped the air, broken only by the soft lapping of water against the shore. Their reflections danced upon its surface, shimmering with ethereal light, and beckoned them to peer deeper. One by one, they ventured closer, hearts pounding with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity. The lake, a gateway to forgotten truths, whispered secrets of their pasts and glimpses of their futures. Each image that appeared flickered with haunting familiarity, lost friends, ancestral triumphs, and dreams yet unfulfilled. But the lake's allure held its perils. It tempted them with visions of great power and glory, straining the bonds they had forged. In that moment of temptation, they recalled their purpose, to unite against the encroaching darkness. As the waters shimmered ominously, they grasped hands once more, fierce determination glinting in their eyes. Together, they would resist temptation, emerge stronger, and press onward into the unknown, ready for whatever lay ahead. The magical lake shimmered beneath the glow of the setting sun, its surface mirroring the swirling hues of twilight. As the fellowship gathered at its edge, they felt an undeniable pull, a beckoning from its depths that beckoned them to look beyond mere reflections. Each dwarf leaned closer, peering at the water, where images from their past moments swirled like whispers on the breeze. Eldrin caught a glimpse of his childhood forge, memories of laughter echoing as he crafted his first weapon. Nearby, Brunar saw echoes of his family's sacrifices, stirring emotions so profound that they choked him. Yet, as they watched, visions morphed into seductive temptations, glories they could attain, comforts they could reclaim, but at what cost? A shudder went through the group, the weight of their choices palpable in the air. With a collective gasp, they steadied one another, resolute that they wouldn't be drawn away from their purpose. United, they transcended the lure, forging ahead with renewed determination. As the fellowship stepped into the ancient cave, the air thickened with anticipation. Shadows danced along the walls, revealing intricate murals that whispered secrets of ages long past. Each depiction told of valor and sacrifice, chronicling the trials faced by their ancestors in the battle against encroaching darkness. The dwarves paused, captivated by the relentless courage of those who had come before them. Eldrin, feeling a deep connection, traced a finger over a legendary blacksmith forging a weapon amidst flames, his heart swelling with inspiration. Amid their contemplations, an echo reverberated through the cavern. A voice, resonant and wise, seemed to emanate from the very stones. "Remember," it intoned, "the blood of your kin flows within you. Forge your destinies with unity." The fellowship exchanged glances, a renewed fire igniting within them. Equipped with the knowledge of their legacy, they prepared to venture deeper into the heart of the mountain, resolute in their quest for the Heartstone. As the dwarves gathered around the ancient cave's flickering torchlight, the mesmerizing murals painted upon its stone walls came to life with tales of yore. Each brushstroke unveiled heroic deeds of their ancestors, narrating the fierce battles fought and the sacrifices made to protect their kin. Eldrin, awash with emotion, felt the weight of his lineage pressing upon him. Inspired, he stepped closer, tracing the lines with trembling fingers, absorbing the wisdom etched in the very rock. "These stories," he said, voice steadying, "remind us of who we are." His words resonated, stirring the hearts of his companions, igniting a collective spark of resolve. They shared tales of their own heritage, binding themselves tighter to those who had walked these paths before them. As laughter echoed and tears fell, the walls seemed to pulse with ancient energy, urging them onward. The journey ahead loomed daunting, yet the vibrant tapestry of their shared histories filled each dwarf with unyielding courage, propelling them towards the challenges yet to come. As they stepped deeper into the caverns of time, the remnants of the past felt almost tangible, a hidden resonance that enveloped them, pulling at their very essence. The ancient murals adorning the walls whispered forgotten tales, their colors more vibrant than anything the Fellowship had seen outside the cavern. Eldrin traced the intricate patterns with reverent fingers, each stroke a story carved in stone, revealing the valor and struggles of their ancestors. With every scene, a story emerged, a battle fought for unity, a sacrifice born from love, and the relentless pursuit of harmony among the clans. As connections ignited, the dwarves recognized their lineage as a tapestry woven with threads of strength, resolve, and shared destiny. Each story resonated like a distant echo, forging their determination anew, sparking a fire in their hearts, compelling them forward. Just beyond the cavern, danger loomed, the promise of darkness waiting to test their unity yet again. The storm raged above the Fellowship, lightning crackling through the skies as if the heavens themselves protested against their quest. Amidst the chaos, the dwarves huddled together, seeking solace in one another's strength. Rain poured down in torrents, each drop amplifying the tumult in their hearts. Doubt, an unwelcome guest, crept in, clawing at their resolve as the howling winds echoed their fears. Yet in this tempest's eye, Eldrin raised his voice, resonating with the courage of their forebears. Remember our path, each step taken together. We are bound not just by blood but by purpose. His words, fierce as thunder, sparked a flicker of hope. The Fellowship gathered around him, hearts entwined against the raging storm. They forged a pact in the storm's fury, a promise to stand tall, united. With renewed determination amidst the turmoil, they pressed forward, weathering the tempest as one, ready to face whatever fate had in store. The tempest howled around them, fierce winds whipping through the narrow mountain pass. As lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating their path with fleeting brilliance, the Fellowship found themselves at the mercy of nature's wrath. Doubts whispered in the shadows, each warrior grappling with the weight of uncertainty and the burdens of their pasts. Friction arose like fire among the dwarves, voices raised higher than the storm, as frustrations simmered just below the surface. Yet, amid the chaos, Eldrin recalled the wisdom from the spirits of the Verdant Vale, seeking to remind them of their purpose. With a steady breath, he urged his companions to harness their shared strength, to rally against despair. "Remember our bond," he shouted above the roar, and his words sparked a flicker of resolve within the group. Standing together, shoulder to shoulder, they faced the storm, not as individuals lost in their fears, but as a unified force preparing to conquer the trials ahead. As the storm raged on outside, the Fellowship huddled within the warm glow of their small campfire, each flicker of flame eliciting shadows that danced around them, stirring the depths of their souls. It was a moment when silence held weight, allowing doubt to creep in, echoing the fears that had lurked beneath their bravado. With a sense of urgency, Eldrin spoke first, his voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of lingering hesitation. "We must not lose sight of why we are here." One by one, the dwarves shared tales of their ancestors, weaving a tapestry of strength interlaid with shadows of loss. Each story thundered with courage, resonating within the group. As the final echoes faded, a renewed fire ignited in their hearts, bolstering their spirits. The memories fostered a shared commitment that glimmered brighter than their individual doubts, forging not only a bond but a shared purpose. Together, they could confront whatever darkness awaited them ahead. As dawn broke, casting a golden hue across the rugged landscape, the Fellowship stumbled upon a hidden trail, overtaken by moss and winding through towering trees. Each step they took felt charged with unspoken energy, whispering tales of long-lost adventurers who had once walked this path. A palpable tension hung in the air, and it was clear that destiny awaited them deeper in the embrace of the woods. As they pressed further, the atmosphere shifted. Shadows danced mischievously, playing tricks on their senses. With unwavering determination, they navigated the treacherous terrain, confronting fears that slithered in the back of their minds. Confidence grew, fueled by their camaraderie, as each member of the Fellowship recalled lessons learned through tears and laughter. They turned to one another, hearts fortified by shared memories, vowing to face whatever lay ahead as one, ready to unravel the mysteries that awaited them at Volkar's gates, where shadows would soon materialize into undeniable truths. Tensions escalated like the crackle of forge fire as the clans gathered in the heart of Emberstone. Declarations were made, voices raised, and emotions ran high, reminiscent of molten metal poured into a mold, each clan vying to assert its claim over the forthcoming quest. Eldrin, caught in the whirlwind of argument, felt the weight of his ancestors pressing on his shoulders, urging unity amidst discord. Some warriors brandished their weapons, eager to showcase prowess, while others, quieter but no less fierce, sought to highlight their magical traditions or masterful crafts. Flares of pride ignited old rivalries that threatened to shatter the fragile alliance. As the elders called for a moment of silence, an imposing elder stepped forward, his voice a melody that cut through the chaos, an ancient tale of unity born from adversity. The assembly quieted, and for a fleeting instant, they glimpsed the power within their shared strength, setting the stage for what lay ahead. As the fellowship ventured deeper into the hidden path, the air thickened with a sense of foreboding. An odd stillness enveloped them, broken only by the distant echo of dripping water, as though the very walls of the tunnel held their breath. With each cautious step, the shimmering red hues of the canyon walls pulsed like a heartbeat, casting ethereal shadows that danced eerily around them. Eldrin led the way, clutching the ancient artifact he had unearthed, a lantern infused with the essence of the Heartstone, illuminating secrets long buried. The weight of fear pressed heavily on their hearts. Visions of their deepest insecurities clawed at their minds. Just as despair threatened to overtake them, a soft, melodious whisper broke through the silence. It guided them, weaving through their doubts like a thread through fabric. It promised strength if only they dared to confront their fears together. United by their shared resolve, the fellowship moved onward, driven by the flicker of hope igniting within their souls. As they ventured deeper into the heart of Volcar, the fellowship stumbled upon the Foundry of Legends, its ember-lit forge pulsating with an eerie yet familiar warmth. Shadows danced across the cavern walls, reflecting the flickering light of molten rock that glowed like the very soul of the mountain. Eldrin, who had always felt a magnetic pull toward craftsmanship, was momentarily transfixed by the spirit of a master craftsman who emerged from the haze. With a voice like thunder and wisdom woven from countless generations, the spirit challenged each member to confront their own essence. Forge your legacy in these flames, for it is not the metal that shapes the weapon, but the heart that breathes life into it, the spirit intoned, gesturing toward the glowing anvil. Inspired, the fellowship gathered, each dwarf selecting materials that resonated with their spirit. As their hands moved with purpose, the air crackled, charged with renewed hope and the promise of triumph over the encroaching darkness. The forge, aglow with pulsating embers, whispered secrets of ancient craftsmanship as the fellowship gathered. Under the watchful gaze of the ethereal spirit, they channeled their individual strengths into the creation of a legendary weapon. Eldrin, with the finesse of a master blacksmith, molded metals infused with the very essence of their journey, while his companions offered unique contributions, a rune etched here, a shard of gemstone there, each piece a testament to their intertwined destinies. As their collaboration deepened, the air thrummed with magic, awakening the dormant power of the forge. The sound of hammers striking metal resonated like a battle hymn, urging each dwarf to dig deeper into the wellspring of their heritage. With every strike, they weaved their hopes and fears into the fabric of the weapon, a symbol far beyond mere steel. As the weapon took shape, a fierce resolve ignited within them, promising protection and unity for the trials yet to come. In the heart of creation, their bond strengthened, tantalizingly close to the next pivotal step of their journey. As the echoes of the ancient forge whispered through the chambers, the fellowship stood awestruck before a gleaming masterpiece. The spirit of a master craftsman materialized, a figure wreathed in shimmering dust and ethereal flames, whose gaze bore the weight of centuries. With a voice resonant as thunder and soothing as a mountain brook, he spoke of forging not just metal, but destinies. Each member of the fellowship felt a stirring within, a manifestation of their unique essence, as if the very air crackled with potential. Guided by the craftsman's wisdom, they each contributed their skills. Eldrin's artistry and design merged with the fiery ambition of his companions, each tap of the hammer resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. Together, they forged a weapon, not merely a tool for battle, but a symbol of unity, crafted from the souls of their clans and tempered in the fires of their collective spirit. The creation glowed brightly, its radiance signaling not just strength, but the bond they had forged through their trials. As the last stroke echoed in the cavern, a new chapter beckoned, filled with unforeseen challenges and the looming shadows of Volkar's heart. The fellowship exchanged determined glances, their minds set anew. They were prepared to face whatever lay ahead. The path would require courage, but united, they felt invincible against the dark tide encroaching on their world. With heavy hearts but renewed spirits, they ventured forth from the forge, stepping into the twilight of history, ready to carve their names into the annals of Durasin. With newfound determination coursing through their veins, the fellowship gathered around a flickering campfire, its warmth a stark contrast to their chilling doubts. Each member shared stories, intertwining their legacies like threads in a tapestry, illuminating the shadows creeping into their hearts. As dusk deepened, Eldrin, the guild's mapmaker, shared a vision he had while sifting through the ancient tomes. They needed to forge not just weapons of steel, but tools of unity. The very bonds between them must be their greatest strength in the face of darkness. Their discussions turned into resolute commitments, each dwarf declaring a shared purpose that resonated through the night. It was in this moment of vulnerability that old grievances fell away, revealing an unshakable solidarity. With the echoes of past struggles igniting their resolve, they prepared for the trials ahead, their fears replaced with hope. Their spirits forged anew, they set forth toward the depths of Volkar, hearts united against the encroaching gloom. The shadow blight pressed closer, its dark tendrils creeping into their hearts and minds. As they approached the edge of Volkar, whispers filled the air, echoing the doubts that lurked in their souls. Each dwarf felt the weight of unspoken fears, a fraying thread threatening to unravel their fragile bond. A chilling breeze rustled through the stones, carrying fragments of their pasts, memories of failures, loss, and self-doubt. Eldrin's resolve wavered. Would their journey end in triumph, or would they falter against the darkness calling to them? In this moment of heightened tension, Jorlin, ever the beacon of optimism, gathered the fellowship around him. With unwavering conviction, he spoke of their shared aspirations, their struggles, and the strength they had found in unity. Each voice rose in a chorus of determination, dispelling the shadows that sought to swallow them whole. They were not just individuals, but a fellowship bound by purpose, and together they would confront whatever lay ahead in the heart of their world. The journey pressed on, driving them into the unknown depths of Volkar. A palpable tension hung in the air, as shadows of doubt loomed over the fellowship gathered around the flickering campfire. They had faced many challenges together, but now, the true nature of the shadow blight. Each dwarf felt unease weave through their hearts, twining tightly with their fears. Eldrin, sensing the tremors of mistrust beneath their hardened facades, stepped forward, his voice resonating like a bell tolling in the depths of a cavern. We've come too far to let shadows weaken us. We must remember that each battle fought and every secret revealed has led us to this point. Our unity is a strength the darkness cannot fathom. The air crackled with shared resolve as worried glances shifted into fierce determination. In that moment, they forged a pact, not just to fight the shadow blight, but to preserve the bonds forged through trials. They stood united, ready to face the encroaching darkness that awaited them just beyond the horizon. The echoes of battle had scarcely settled when the fellowship found themselves at the ancient boundary known as Dread's Edge. The air hung heavy with an inexplicable tension, as if the very stones breathed in anticipation of the inevitable clash between light and dark. Shadows flickered ominously along the rugged terrain, and the distant howls of shadow creatures reverberated like a siren's call, beckoning them to succumb to despair. As they steeled their hearts, Alara, the fierce warrior from the Stoneforge clan, rallied her companions, her voice ringing clear as she reminded them of the unity forged in blood and fire. With every step, memories of those they had lost surged within them, igniting a fierce determination. It was a reckoning, a moment where every bond they crafted would be put to the test. As the shadow creatures surged forth to engulf them, the fellowship braced themselves, hearts intertwined, ready to stand against the encroaching tide of dread that threatened their very existence. As the echoes of the shadow creatures faded into the dusk, the fellowship found themselves standing at a precipice unlike any they had encountered before. They had faced physical battles, but nothing had prepared them for the psychological onslaught unleashed by the minions of the Shadow Blight. The remnants of their last encounter weighed heavily on their hearts. Each member struggled to shake off the lingering doubts and fears that had threatened to unravel their unity. Corinra, the fierce shield maiden of the Stoneforge clan, broke the oppressive silence, her voice resolute yet tinged with uncertainty. "We faced them together, and we emerged. Whatever shadows linger, we will dispel them through our bond." Her words ignited a flicker of hope in the minds of her companions. They recalled the moments that had forged their camaraderie, the trials, the laughter, the sacrifices. With renewed determination, they gathered their thoughts and prepared to move forward, resolute that the path ahead would be less lonely. Each whispered promise of unity echoed within them, urging them onward toward the heart of Volcar, where their greatest trials awaited. As the echoes of shattered trust faded into the darkness, the fellowship found themselves standing beneath the stars, momentarily shielded from the Shadow Blight's relentless advance. Each dwarf had drawn strength from their shared history, and now, in the wake of battle, a growing sense of hope threaded through their hearts. The embers of camaraderie glowed brighter as they recalled their victories and losses, anchoring them to a fierce determination. Silently, they gathered around a flickering campfire, their faces illuminated by the warm, dancing flames. Eldrin took a deep breath, feeling the swirl of ancient energy coursing through him. Clenching his newly forged weapon, its weight felt familiar, almost sentient. It thrummed with promise, ready to resonate in the fight to come. "Together we rise," he murmured, and his voice carried on the night air, a rallying cry igniting sparks within his companions. They grasped hands tight, hearts united, and readied themselves to forge ahead, resolute against the impending storm. As the fellowship's weary journey continued, they stumbled upon a sacred grove, draped in ethereal light. The air hummed with ancient magic, thick with the scent of moss and wildflowers, which heightened their senses as they approached a circle of standing stones, each intricately carved with runes that shimmered faintly. It was here that the mystics awaited them, guardians of knowledge and fate, ready to impart wisdom through a series of riddles woven into the very fabric of the cosmos. Eldrin stepped forward, feeling an inexplicable pull toward the stones. The lead mystic, his voice resonating like distant thunder, beckoned them closer. With each riddle posed, the fellowship grappled with veiled meanings that challenged their understanding of loyalty, courage, and sacrifice. Yet, as they delved deeper, insights began to flourish, revealing truths not only about their quest for the Heartstone, but also the bonds that held them together. The path of enlightenment stretched before them, igniting the embers of purpose anew. As Eldrin and his companions gathered in the heart of the ancient grove, the air thick with anticipation, the mystical sages began to reveal their esoteric knowledge through the intricate weaving of riddles. Each word spoken seemed to shimmer with an aura of power, echoing the weight of ages long past. Eldrin, eyes wide and heart racing, felt a stirring within him. The very essence of Durasin pulsed beneath his feet, urging him to listen closely. With each riddle unraveled, they unveiled layers of the Heartstone's true nature, illuminating the connection between unity and strength. The fellowship's spirits soared as they grasped profound truths that transcended their individual clans, binding them together in purpose. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, as if responding to their burgeoning resolve. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, shifting their focus from knowledge to action, as the horizon beyond the grove shimmered with the promise of new challenges. As the flickering light of the ancient cave illuminated the intricately painted murals, whispers of the past reverberated off the rough stone walls. Each image narrated a tale of grandeur and sacrifice, depicting the heroic struggles of their ancestors against the very darkness now poised to engulf Durasin. The fellowship gathered closely, allowing the shared legacy to envelop them like a familiar blanket. Eldrin, entranced by the vivid depictions of valor, reached out to trace the outlines of a warrior wielding a luminous spear. "Look here," he urged, his voice steady yet infused with awe. "This figure, it resembles the guardians we must confront." Inspiration surged within them, igniting a flicker of hope as they realized that the strength of their forebears coursed through their veins. United by this newfound understanding, they reflected upon their own destinies, vowing to honor those who came before them. With resolve bolstered, they ventured forth, each step echoing with the promise of victory against the encroaching shadow blight. As the shadows deepened within the cavern, the fellowship found themselves confronted by specters of their darkest fears, materializing from the very fabric of their apprehensions. The air thickened with an oppressive dread as each member faced their inner turmoil, their resolve tested in ways they had never imagined. Eldrin, haunted by visions of his family's past failures, felt the weight of ancestral expectations pressing down upon him. Beside him, Thrain grappled with the shame of his recent betrayal, desperately seeking redemption amidst the chaos. In this somber echo chamber, each dwarf heard whispers of doubt, taunts that twisted into the essence of their insecurities. Yet, as their voices intertwined, unity emerged from the darkness. They remembered the bonds they had forged through shared experiences, igniting a spark of hope. With newfound determination, they steadied themselves, encouraging one another to summon the strength needed to stand against the encroaching shadows, ready to face whatever awaited them in the depths of the cavern. As shadows slithered through the labyrinthine passages, dark manifestations began to take shape. Each dwarf felt the icy fingers of fear clawing at their resolve, as nightmarish figures morphed into familiar faces, echoes of past mistakes and lingering regrets. The very walls pulsed with the whispers of their insecurities, amplifying their doubts one by one. Eldrin, clenching his crafted weapon, glanced at his comrades, seeing their brows furrowed in worry, their grips tightening around their tools. In a moment that felt suspended in time, he heard the soft murmur of his ancestors urging him to stand firm. "Together," he breathed, his voice a beacon against the encroaching dark. With shared gazes igniting a flicker of unity, they braced for the inevitable confrontation. As more phantoms emerged, fueled by their inner turmoil, the fellowship tightened their formation, each step forward, a defiance against the weight of despair threatening to consume them whole. The darkness around them seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own, echoing through the cavernous expanse. As the ghostly figure continued to reveal the forgotten legends of their ancestors, the atmosphere thickened with memories of valor and sacrifice. Eldrin, struck by a sudden insight, recognized the significance of a long-lost battle, one where their forebears had united against a menace similar to their own. The tales sprang forth like vibrant flames, igniting a fire within the hearts of the fellowship. With each recounting, they felt the weight of their lineage, stories of camaraderie, courage, and the ultimate cost of victory. Emboldened by this newfound connection to their past, the dwarves nestled deeper into their shared history. It was no longer merely about finding the Heartstone. It was a quest to honor those whose spirits whispered through the shadows. As their resolve solidified, determination shimmered like a beacon of hope. They had each other, the strength of many, and soon they would face whatever darkness awaited them with unwavering unity. The flickering light of their campfire cast shadows on the rugged walls of the cavern, and a hushed anticipation filled the felled, leaf-strewn air. As the fellowship gathered close, the echo of forgotten truths began to reverberate in their minds. Each dwarf could feel a deeper connection to the legacy that coursed through their veins, whispering of bravery and sacrifice. Eldrin, his heart steady with purpose, recounted the tale of an ancient hero whose choices turned the tide in a moment of despair, inspiring their own quest against the shadow blight. The flames flickered, illuminating the eager faces of his companions, their hearts swelling with resolve. Amid the shared stories, doubt began to rapidly dissolve, replaced by a profound understanding that they were more than individuals. They were a united force. As the last echoes of the tale lingered, a palpable energy surrounded them, stoking the fires of determination. Together, they would face not only the darkness ahead, but also the truths that awaited them in the shadowy depths of Volcar. As the flickering glow of the Heartstone illuminated the ancient chamber, revealing intricate glyphs etched into the stone, The fellowship gathered closer, their hearts pounding in unison. Knowledge flowed like a gentle stream, each revelation drawing them deeper into the mystery surrounding their quest. The air crackled with anticipation, vibrant energy thrumming beneath their feet. "The Heartstone is a vessel of unity," Eldrin murmured, tracing a finger over the glimmering symbols that seemed to pulse in response. "Its true power lies not in isolation, but in the bonds we forge together." Whispers echoed in their minds, recounting tales of camaraderie that transcended time and space, urging each dwarf to embrace their unique gifts. Suddenly, the glimmer intensified, casting dancing shadows upon the walls and breathing life into forgotten legends. With renewed purpose, the fellowship stood resolute, a symphony of strength that promised to confront the encroaching darkness. It was clear. Their destiny was intertwining with the Heartstone's legacy, and together they would emerge unbreakable. Together they would define their fate. Tensions mounted as the fellowship gathered once more beneath the flickering light of a candlelit council. Each dwarf bore the weight of the revelations swirling in their minds, silent echoes reverberating through their hearts. The lore unveiled by the ancient tomes had been a catalyst, igniting both fear and hope within them. As Eldrin recounted the lineage of the Heartstone, each word woven with urgency, their convictions solidified. The fate of Durasin rested upon their shoulders. They understood now that the Shadow Blight was not merely a darkness to be fought, but a reflection of their own fears that threatened to fracture their unity. With newfound determination, they devised a strategy, merging their skills and talents in a tapestry of strength. The promise of the Heartstone, a beacon of unity, lay ahead, yet the path grew treacherous with each step. As the fellowship tightened their bonds, the shadows danced ever closer, whispering secrets of despair. But undeterred, they ventured forth, ready to confront the darkness together. The echoes of fractured dreams resonated deeply within the fellowship as they gathered by the dim light of their campfire. Each dweller of Emberstone sat wrapped in thought, the weight of unspoken fears hanging like unseen chains around their hearts. As their reflections unfolded, stories of betrayal, loss, and courage intertwined, revealing the intrinsic connections that had bound them since their journey's inception. Eldrin, his voice a gentle rumble of thunder, recounted a tale of his ancestor, who had faced insurmountable odds, a hero who had stood firm when shadows encroached upon their clan. With each shared memory, the fellowship discovered a tapestry of shared histories, intertwining threads of strength that illuminated their path ahead. United in purpose, they rekindled their resolve, each story forging a stronger bond, emboldening them to confront the trials that awaited. A fierce current of determination surged through them as dawn approached, promising clarity amidst the encroaching darkness. As the echoes of their past intertwined, the fellowship found themselves at a crossroads of emotion. Each dwarf, carrying the weight of their history like a forge hammered into shape, began to share stories that resonated with their shared journey. Ilara spoke softly of her ancestors, warriors who had faced unimaginable odds. Their spirits burned into the very stone of Emberstone. Her words conjured images of bravery and resilience, igniting a spark deep within their hearts. Eldrin, moved by her tales, recounted the time his clan had united to reclaim a stolen artifact, highlighting the power of unity amidst chaos. As voices arose, tales of laughter, loss, and triumph layered one upon another like finely woven fabric, reinforcing the bonds they had forged. In that moment, amidst the flickering light of their campfire, they understood that every story intertwined not just their pasts, but built an unbreakable platform for their future, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. As the fellowship gathered around the smoldering embers of their campfire, the atmosphere was thick with contemplative silence. Shadows danced to the flickering light, playing tricks on their weary minds. Each dwarf was lost in thought, wrestling with the echoes of their individual pasts that threatened to resurface amidst their monumental quest. It was Eldrin who broke the silence, his voice steady yet tinged with vulnerability. He spoke of the trials faced by his ancestors, heroes who once stood brave against insurmountable odds. Their sacrifices echoed in the hearts of the present, igniting a flicker of hope that shimmered beneath the layers of doubt. With every tale shared, they felt the weight of their journey lift, replaced by a burgeoning sense of unity. Reinforced by their lineage, they collectively vowed to honor those who came before them. A newfound resolve coursed through them, urging them onward as they prepared to face the next peril awaiting them at the abyss. Under the flickering glow of the forge's embers, the fellowship gathered, their spirits entwined in the urgency of the moment. The ancient forge, pulsating with a life of its own, thrummed beneath their hands as they approached the hallowed anvil, a sacred relic said to have once belonged to the legendary craftsman Brondur. Each member, awash in determination, removed their weapons and artifacts, setting them on the anvil as offerings to the forge's spirit. Together, they channeled their collective energy, the warmth of their camaraderie weaving through the air like threads of gold. Eldrin, fueled by the memory of their fallen comrades, took the lead, guiding the others through the ancient incantations necessary to awaken the forge's latent power. As sparks flew, brilliant light enveloped the forge, illuminating the darkness with a fiery glow. It was in this moment of creation, of rebirth, that they realized their true strength lay not just in their individual talents, but in the unity they had forged, armoring them for the trials ahead. In the heart of the legendary forge, the air shimmered with a vibrant intensity, a testament to the ancient Dwarven craftsmanship that once flourished here. Sakrin, filled with an eager resolve, gazed upon the intricate tools and remnants of old, each a whisper of power waiting to be rekindled. His companions, each steeled for the task ahead, gathered around the ornate anvil, its surface scarred by time yet radiant with potential. Together, they examined the remnants of the forge, tracing the lineage of artistry that had birthed legendary weapons. An idea began to pulse within them, igniting creativity and igniting memories of the challenges they faced. As Eldrin spoke of their journey and the unity forged in fire and trial, his words wove an invisible thread, binding them closer. Inspired, they set to work, each dwarf channeling the essence of their clan into the crafting process, breathing life into a weapon that would become a beacon of their resolve and heritage. With each strike of the hammer resonating against the anvil, the air sparkled with magic, their determination pouring into the blade. As they merged their skills, an echo of their ancestors seemed to envelop them, urging them onward. It was not just a weapon they created, but the very embodiment of their strength, a guardian poised to stand against the shadows gathering beyond Volkar's towering peaks. The forge, long silent, now sang with the promise of legends to come. Each clink and clang beckoned them closer to their destiny, beckoning the dawn of a new chapter in their odyssey. As the forge's molten heart glowed with promise, the fellowship gathered around, the air thick with smoke and anticipation. Each dwarf contributed a unique element to the task at hand. Eldrin's focus on precision, Mira's delicate touch with enchantments, and Torvik's powerful hammer striking iron with rhythmic determination. The rhythm of creation stirred memories, the echoes of past artisans weaving through their minds, igniting the flames of inspiration. With every strike of the hammer, they molded more than just metal. They forged bonds unbreakable amidst impending darkness. Sparks danced like stars, illuminating the hope that flickered within their hearts. As the finished tool took shape, a hush fell over the chamber. This weapon was not merely their creation, it symbolized their commitment to one another and the path ahead. Energized by their triumph, they exchanged glances, silent promises of unity shimmering in their eyes, ready to confront any challenge that lay before them on the great journey to Volkar. As the echoes of the last battle faded into silence, the fellowship gathered around a sacred stone circle deep within the ancient grove, a place where Dwarven tradition met the whispers of magic. Each member felt the weight of the moment as they aligned themselves, bound by purpose and history. The atmosphere buzzed with energy, shimmering with anticipation, as they took their places in the formation, recalling the stories of their ancestors who had once forged alliances with elemental spirits. With reverent hearts, they raised their arms, invoking the spirits of the earth, fire, water, and air. As their voices sang in harmony, a surge of energy coursed through them, intertwining their lives and destinies in a luminous embrace. The ritual breathed life into the air, igniting flames of power from deep within their cores. Each dwarf's essence unveiled a unique spark, echoing with the collective strength of their clans and reaffirming their bond as unwavering guardians of Durasin. In that moment, the fellowship not only fortified their connection, but also reignited the flicker of hope that had dimmed in the face of encroaching darkness. They were ready to face whatever lay ahead, united as one. The ritual, a powerful symphony of ancient words and movements, unfolded beneath the star-studded sky, embracing the fellowship with elemental energies. Each dwarf stepped forward, their hearts beating in sync with the cadence of unity. Eldrin, the chosen speaker, raised his hammer high as a beacon, its glow illuminating the faces of his companions, reflecting strength and resolve. As he recited the sacred incantations, the air shimmered, resonating with the essence of their clans. A surge of warmth enveloped them, as if the spirits of their ancestors had awakened, tied to the rich history of their kin. The magic flowed through them, forging an invisible bond, intertwining destinies in ways they could hardly fathom. In that moment, doubt melted away like morning mist, replaced by a fierce determination. With spirits ignited, they could almost hear the whispers of Volcar calling them deeper into its heart, urging them to embrace their shared fate. As the flickering flames of their ritual glowed softly, the fellowship gathered in solemn unity. Each dwarf stepped forward, ancestral memories coursing through them like molten metal, igniting a reverence for their heritage. Eldrin, feeling the weight of the moment, lifted his hands as the stone of the altars shimmered under the influence of their collective energy. With chants echoing against the cavern walls, ancient runes etched a protective circle around them, binding their spirits together with the elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and air. In this profound ritual, fragments of their pasts wove a tapestry of strength, illuminating the sacrifices made by their forebears. As they clasped each other's arms, a pulse of power surged through the fellowship, igniting a flicker of hope that danced within their hearts. It was a reminder and an invitation. Together, they were the heralds of change, the harbingers of a new legacy rising from the depths of destiny, poised to face the trials that awaited. The weary fellowship gathered in a solemn circle, their hearts heavy with the weight of their losses. Each sacrifice bore a face. They recalled vivid laughter, shared meals, and moments of warmth that would now linger only as echoes in their memories. They spoke the names of the fallen, voices trembling yet resolute, spirits honoring those who had bravely faced the encroaching darkness alongside them. Around the flickering campfire, tales emerged, woven with threads of remembrance that transcended sorrow. As they recounted exploits and vulnerabilities of their comrades, the warmth of those shared memories began to weave a protective tapestry around the group. The camaraderie reflected in their eyes reignited a fiery determination, rekindling hope. The flickering flames mirrored their resolve as they prepared to face the challenges ahead. Each member felt a palpable connection fostered in sorrow, promising to uphold the legacy of their fallen friends, a priceless treasure propelling them closer to the ultimate confrontation with the Shadow Blight. As dusk veiled the heroic fellowship in shadows, their hearts grew heavy with the memories of those they had lost in the relentless siege. The cavern echoed with unspoken words, a resonant reminder of sacrifices made. They gathered around a flickering fire, each face illuminated by its gentle glow, their eyes reflecting both sorrow and resilience. It was here, under the tapestry of stars that seemed to mourn alongside them, that they chose to summon their memories. One by one, stories flowed like the river that coursed through their homeland, tales of laughter shared around forge fires, of the strength found in the bonds of clan, and of the valor that marked each fallen hero. As they recounted their shared history, even the deepest wounds started to heal, stitching together their frayed souls. From the ashes of grief, a renewed determination unfurled within them, a reminder that their quest was far from over, that each life they honored now fueled their journey to come. As the echoes of their recent battle faded into the shadows, the fellowship gathered in a solemn circle, acknowledging the weight of their losses. Each dwarf remembered those who had fallen, the space between them heavy with unspoken grief. Around them, the remnants of their struggle lay scattered, a stark reminder of the stakes they faced. Softly, one by one, they shared tales of bravery and sacrifice, weaving a tapestry of memories that would never fade. Elowen, a fierce warrior from the Iron Axe clan, spoke of her brother's courage in the heat of battle, his loyalty unwavering even in the face of death. As words of remembrance flowed, a sense of unity blossomed amongst them, igniting their resolve like the embers of a forge. The path had grown heavier with loss, yet the spirit of their fallen comrades intertwined with their own hearts, urging them onward. With renewed determination, they steeled themselves for what lay ahead, understanding that their journey's significance was now indelibly marked by the memories of those who had given everything. Together, they stepped forward, bound by love and a shared purpose, ready to confront whatever darkness awaited. Tension hung thick in the air as the Fellowship braced themselves for the onslaught of the Shadow Blight's minions. The ground quaked beneath their feet, an ominous herald of the approaching darkness. As they stood shoulder to shoulder, each dwarf recalled the sacrifices made thus far, bolstering their spirits against the encroaching fear. The memories of fallen friends burned brightly within them, remembering the laughter shared and the battles fought together. Tormak, the fierce warrior, clenched his axe tighter, channeling the rage of loss into determination. With a battle cry that echoed through the valley, the Fellowship surged forward, hearts united against the tide of shadow. Emerging from the gloom, the twisted forms of the Blight's minions lurked, their presence evoking a deep, primal terror. Just as despair threatened to seep into their resolve, the Fellowship locked eyes, a shared understanding passing between them. They would fight not only for survival, but to honor their fallen and reclaim the light. As the first skirmish erupted, a sense of clarity washed over them. All the trials, betrayals, and hardships had forged an unbreakable bond, and together they would rise against the darkness. As the battle raged, the swirling mists of the Shadow Blight enveloped the Fellowship, obscuring their vision and heightening the cacophony of chaos around them. Each dwarf fought valiantly, their weapons clashing with shadowy tendrils, but it was clear that the darkness was more than mere substance. It was sentience, a reflection of their innermost fears. Eldrin, heart-pounding, glimpsed a colossal form shifting within the gloaming, an amalgamation of despair and fury, the embodiment of their shared past mistakes. Just as the creature lunged, seeking to drain their hope, a chorus of rallying cries erupted from the Fellowship, binding them together. Trust forged in trials illuminated their hearts, igniting a fiery resilience. Drawing strength from memories of fallen comrades, they pressed forward, united as one. Empowered by the knowledge of their bond, they surged against the tide of shadow, pushing back, determined to reclaim the light. What unfolded next could change everything they believed. The echo of battle still hung in the air, remnants of the prior clash seeping into the Fellowship's hearts like a stubborn shadow. Shadows danced at the edges of their vision, echoing the pain of loss, but also illuminating the fire ignited within. Each member felt the weight of their shared grief transform into a singular purpose, a powerful resolve to defeat the darkness that threatened to consume them entirely. As they gathered around the flickering campfire, the embers glowed brightly against the night, reflections of their ancestors' sacrifices and the resilience woven through their bloodlines. In hushed tones, they shared stories of valor, vows exchanged amid sorrow, their voices rising as one, a symphony of hope against despair. Each tale resonated with the lessons of the past, forming a tapestry that bound them closer together. They embraced vulnerability, and from it, newfound strength blossomed, pulsing with determination as they prepared to face whatever lay beyond the looming horizon. The promise of dawn whispered of triumph, igniting a fervent spark within their souls, urging them onward to reclaim the glory and unity of their kin. With strengthened hearts, they set their sights toward the challenges still cloaked in uncertainty, ready to forge ahead into the unknown. Beneath the weight of their shared history and the encroaching shadow, the Fellowship gathered, their hearts ignited with purpose. Tales of ancient dwarven bravery echoed in their minds, threading through each soul like a vital lifeline. With the shadow of doubt looming, they stood at the precipice of uncertainty, no longer merely individuals, but a united force, each imbued with a sense of belonging and shared destiny. In hushed voices, they spoke of their trials, swapping stories like treasure, each recollection forging stronger bonds. A pact formed silently among them, an unbreakable chain woven from their struggles and triumphs. As they set their sights on Volcar, the fire within flared brighter, illuminating their path through impending darkness. With renewed vigor, the fellowship braced for the challenges ahead. The mounting shadows of the past receded, replaced by glimmers of hope. Together, they marched toward their shared fate, the Heartstone waiting in the depths, its power calling them forth. As the fellowship gathered beneath the ancient trees, the weight of their collective experiences fused with the sounds of the night. Whispers of half-remembered tales danced on the edges of their minds. With warmth in their hearts and solemnity in their voices, each dwarf recounted their oath of loyalty, a fervent pledge that transcended individual ambitions. Garen, his voice steady despite the tremors of uncertainty, spoke of the strength found in their unity, a bond forged in fire and trials. The others followed suit, sharing fears that had once echoed within their hearts, now unshackled as they voiced their shared commitment to one another. As the moonlit sky enveloped them, the majesty of their surroundings became a backdrop for profound promises. Old grievances were shed like autumn leaves, and from the ashes of their doubts rose a resolute spirit. With dawn approaching, their hearts beat as one, igniting a resolve that would carry them further into the unknown, where darker shadows awaited. The weight of their shared experiences hung in the air, a palpable reminder of what they had endured. One by one, they declared their loyalties, voices steady yet tinged with vulnerability. A roar of encouragement surged through the fellowship, their hearts alight with the fire of understanding and kinship. In the flickering light cast by their enchanted torches, each dwarf recounted personal tribulations, moments when doubt threatened to overwhelm, yet they had stood firm, guided by the promise of unity. The shadows around them seemed to recede, as if the very fabric of darkness acknowledged their renewed commitment. Amidst this atmosphere of reflection and surrender came a renewed purpose, a symbiotic force powering them forward. Ties once considered fragile now glimmered with resilience, strengthening the resolve to face the encroaching shadow blight. As they took a collective breath, the air crackling with anticipation, their voices melded into a harmonious vow. Together they would ascend into the maw of darkness, emboldened and unyielding. The path ahead awaited, shrouded in mystery, yet brightened by the flickers of hope intertwined within their hearts. The journey, as it always had been, was just beginning. The distant silhouette of Volcar rose ominously against the twilight sky, casting an ethereal glow over Emberstone. The fellowship paused at a vantage point, their breaths mingling with the cool mountain air, eyes wide with a mix of awe and trepidation. Eldrin, his voice barely a whisper, broke the silence. What lies ahead may test us in ways we cannot fathom. Each heart raced as they considered the shadow of the volcano, its past echoing with untold stories. The flickers of their journey danced in their minds, trials that had forged stronger bonds, even in the face of loss. Feeling the weight of their shared burdens, they exchanged glances, determination igniting within them. Kalina spoke, her voice steady and resolute. We've come too far to falter now. Together, we can face whatever darkness awaits. With renewed fervor, the fellowship descended from their perch, ready to confront their fate, embodying the spirit of unity that had brought them thus far. As their feet found rhythm, the future loomed, bright yet uncertain, sparking ambition in their hearts. As the silhouette of Volcar grew clearer, its majesty was interlaced with an unsettling aura. Each dwarf felt the weight of their journey pressing upon them, a heavy mantle woven from trials and triumphs. They trudged onward, hearts beating in a rhythmic symphony of hope and fear. Eldrin, glancing back at his companions, realized that the shadows of uncertainty loomed larger as they approached the volcano's darkened mouth. Fractured moments of laughter and bravery from their journey echoed in their minds, painting a tapestry of strength through friendship. Yet, doubts tugged at the fringes of their resolve, whispering that the real challenge awaited them inside the belly of Volcar. With a steely determination, they collectively drew breath, grounding themselves in the bonds they had forged through every struggle. Knowing that the Heartstone's power was within reach, their feet thundered forward, each step resonating as a declaration against the encroaching darkness, as fear sought to snuff out the flickering flames of hope. As the silhouette of Volcar loomed ever closer, the Fellowship found themselves enveloped in a charged atmosphere, a palpable mix of trepidation and determination coursing through their veins. The connection they shared, forged through countless trials, resonated within each dwarf, granting them the strength to face the looming chaos ahead. Reflections from their journey echoed in their minds, a tapestry of growth and sacrifice interwoven with the bonds they had formed. Each step forward felt like a tribute to those they had lost and a promise to honor their memories. Amidst the echoes of camaraderie, Eldrin's thoughts turned to the Heartstone, its legendary power, both a beacon of hope and a potential harbinger of devastation. With every heartbeat, the anticipation of their destiny swelled, urging them to remain vigilant. As they prepared to confront the final challenges, they exchanged glances filled with unspoken promises, solidifying their resolve. Together they stepped toward Volcar, guided by the collective light of their shared journey, ready to face whatever darkness awaited. A sudden roar reverberated through the cavern as the molten river of Volcar surged forward, an angry torrent of fire and stone that seemed to pulse with life. The Fellowship stood at its banks, hearts racing and minds racing faster, caught in the moment's chaos. Eldrin, with his keen eyes, spotted a narrow path snaking along the cliffs. "We can't go over, there's too much heat," he shouted, pointing at the flow's fiery embrace. As the magma roared and hissed, the Fellowship huddled close, their breaths mingling in the suffocating heat, a reminder of their frailty against nature's wrath. Planning swiftly, they combined their strengths, calling upon the Earth's elemental powers woven into their very beings. In unison, they began to craft a makeshift bridge of stone and metal shavings, hoping it would bear their weight. Each clink of hammer and anvil rang with urgency, transforming fear into resilience, as they prepared to forge their passage through this elemental barrier to their destiny. As the Fellowship gathered at the edge of the bubbling lava flow, apprehension crackled in the air like static electricity. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the immense heat radiating around them a constant reminder of their daunting task. Eldrin stepped forward, gripping the hilt of his newly forged weapon, its blade shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "We must work together," he declared, his voice steady amidst the chaos, "for the Heartstone requires our unity." Each dwarf, recalling the trials they had faced, nodded resolutely, fueling the fire of determination within their hearts. They began to strategize, weaving together their distinct skills to devise a plan capable of navigating the molten river. Their hands joined in a unifying clasp, forging a bond more potent than steel. The swirling heat around them transformed from a menacing presence into a forging flame, purifying and empowering. With strength renewed, they launched into action, ready to face whatever lay ahead. As the Fellowship emerged from the treacherous landscape of lava flows, an unexpected surge of camaraderie coursed through them. Each heart raced with exhilaration, yet the throaty gurgle of molten rock reminded them of the dangers they had faced together. The threat of oblivion lingered, but with each step they embraced the essence of their bond forged in fire and resolve. United by a shared purpose, they strove to navigate the radiant glow that illuminated their path, the heat stinging their faces but invigorating their spirits. Whispers of uncertainty had begun to fade, replaced by the roaring determination that encapsulated their quest. Glances exchanged were now filled with unspoken promises, affirmations of loyalty that transcended the trials they had endured. And so, emboldened by the trials they had overcome, the Fellowship pressed onward, ready to confront the unknown that lay just beyond the edge of the awaiting volcano, where destiny awaited to be claimed. As the Fellowship pressed onward, the air around them crackled with energy, an electric anticipation that surged through their bones. Before them, the guardians of Volcar materialized, ancient sentinels forged from living flame and stone, their fiery eyes flickering with both menace and wisdom. Each guardian towered like titans, displaying intricate patterns pulsating with the rhythm of the volcano's heart. Recognizing them as bearers of elemental power, the Fellowship steeled themselves, knowing that only by proving their unity could they hope to pass unscathed. The guardians spoke in unison, their voices a deep rumble echoing through the cavern. To forge a path through Volcar, one must embrace the flame and reveal the bond that fuels your journey. As the flames danced, The dwarves exchanged fleeting glances of resolve and trust, silently vowing to stand together against both the guardians and their own harrowing fears. With a fierce determination, they stepped forward, ready to embrace the trials that lay ahead. The glowing embers cast flickering shadows as the fellowship, weary from their trials, gathered around a smoldering fire at the mouth of the cavern. Ancient runes shimmered on the walls, echoing with whispers of forgotten truths. Each dwarf grappled with the shadowy manifestations they had faced, reflections of their deepest fears swirling through their minds like a tempest. Tension hung heavy in the air, a palpable reminder of the stakes they faced. Eldrin stepped forward, his voice steady as he spoke of perseverance and unity, invoking memories of triumphs they had braved together. As the embers brightened, the flickering light revealed the yearning faces of his companions, igniting a flicker of resolve in their hearts. One by one, they began to share their own burdens, confessions woven with courage and vulnerability. Recognizing their shared struggles created an unbreakable bond that turned doubt into a fortress of strength, fortifying their spirits as they prepared to confront the shadows that loomed ahead. As the fire spirits roared to life around them, each member of the fellowship could feel the heat emanating from the radiant flames, enveloping them in a cocoon of warmth. Yet, it was not merely warmth, it ignited something deeper within. The spirits manifested into ethereal forms, flickering with ancient wisdom, their voices merging into a sonorous chorus that reverberated through the volcanic chamber. Each dwarf was called to face an echo of their own fears, a dark reflection demanding attention. Eldrin's heart raced as images of failure and doubt flared before him, vulnerable truths laid bare before the unforgiving flames. With every doubt confronted, the bonds of camaraderie twisted tighter, revealing hidden strengths forged in adversity. Trust burgeoned anew in the singular purpose that anchored them, entwined and resilient. The elemental guardians nodded in approval, the air thick with foreboding possibility. United in their resolve, they felt the pulse of Volcar beneath their feet, signaling the path ahead was fraught with peril, but also promise. They were ready to face whatever lay beyond. As the fellowship descended deeper into the labyrinth of echoes, a foreboding silence enveloped them, broken only by the faint murmurs of their own apprehension. Each dwarf felt the weight of the disorienting darkness pressing against their minds, conjuring up visions of past failures and insecurities. It was as if the very walls whispered tales of doubt, weaving their fears into an intricate dance of shadows. With every step, the echoes intensified, luring them into a tempest of despair. The companions shared anxious glances, their hearts pounding as they grappled with the specters of anxiety. One by one, the shadows took form, each illusion reflecting a deeply buried fear. Memories of loss and vulnerability manifested vividly in the gloom. Yet through the stifling darkness, flickers of resilience ignited. It was Beric, the stalwart warrior, who broke the palpable tension, reminding them of their shared victories and the bonds they had forged. With his rallying cry, the fellowship steeled themselves, resolving to confront these illusions, transforming fear into strength as they pressed onward. The cavern's grip loosened, hinting that the path to their true selves lay just beyond the horizon, ready to be uncovered in the next chapter of their epic journey. As they descended further into the pit of despair, an oppressive darkness enveloped the fellowship, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. The walls shimmered with eerie reflections, distorting their appearances into grotesque caricatures, whispering fears and doubts that clawed at their hearts. Shadows danced, seductive and alluring, pulling each dwarf toward the chasms of their own insecurities. Eldrin caught a glimpse of his past, moments of failure and regret, but refused to yield. Drawing upon the bonds forged in trials together, he turned to his companions, their faces marred by uncertainty. "We are not alone," he urged, a beacon of determination amidst the encroaching gloom. One by one, they shared their burdens, speaking the hidden fears that had haunted them for so long, igniting a flicker of hope. United in vulnerability, their voices resonated, weaving a tapestry of strength that pierced the shadows around them, propelling the fellowship forward into the next abyss. As the echoes slowly faded within the cavern, the lingering shadows retreated like whispers in the wind. Each dwarf felt the weight of the illusions that had preyed on their fears, Yet something deeper began to stir, a quiet reckoning igniting their spirits. In the dim light, they gathered around a flickering lantern, reflecting on the harrowing visions that had tried to dismantle their unity. Gratitude intertwined with realization. They had faced the darkest corners of their own souls and emerged stronger, bound by shared vulnerabilities. With renewed purpose, they spoke of their individual struggles, recounting glimmers of hope amid despair. Eldrin, his voice steady, reminded them that the strength of their fellowship lay not in perfection, but in acceptance of their flaws. As they shared stories of courage, laughter echoed against the stone, illuminating the path forward. United, they pressed on, more determined than ever to confront whatever awaited them in the shadows of Volcar. The air crackled with anticipation, a reminder that trials were merely stepping stones on their journey to greatness. The heart of the volcano loomed closer, pulsing with untold promises and challenges yet to come. As the Fellowship descended deeper into Volcar, the weight of past conflicts began to resurface, echoing through the caverns like whispers lost to time. The flickering torchlight glinted off the rough-hewn stone walls, illuminating faded murals depicting fierce battles fought long ago by their ancestors. Each brushstroke told tales of courage and loss, of clans united and divided, stirring emotions that hung heavy in the air. Eldrin, halting in his tracks, turned to his companions, the shadows dancing on his face, betraying the conflict within. "These echoes of destruction remind us that every choice matters," he said, his voice barely a whisper. As the stories etched in stone illuminated their own struggles, a sense of urgency gripped the group. They were not only warriors on a quest, they were part of a lineage filled with triumphs and failures. Strengthened by this realization, the Fellowship pressed forward, determined to forge a new legacy. The haunting past of division gave way to a burgeoning hope, guiding them deeper into the cavern, toward their destiny. As shadows gathered like a thick fog around the Fellowship, the air shimmered with a palpable tension, a harbinger of the revelations to come. Faces once stony began to crack, mouths opening with unspoken fears, each heart clenching under the weight of uncertainty. The history of ancient conflicts rose to challenge their present, whispers of betrayal that had festered like wounds throughout the ages. They huddled beneath the flickering light of their dwindling campfire, each dwarf wrestling with the shadows of their lineage and the legacy of decisions made long before their time. The flickers of fire danced against the backdrop of night, illuminating determined faces. Eldrin took a deep breath, feeling the increasingly familiar tug of destiny, as he began to weave their ancestors' tales into the fabric of their plight. The air thickened with stories long held in silence, and in that sacred sharing, hope began to stitch the Fellowship closer together. Rising with the new dawn, they were resolute, ready to face the shadows of not just the past, but the imminent confrontation that awaited them. As the dark memories of the past hovered in the air like a thick fog, the Fellowship huddled around the flickering campfire, the embers glowing like their resolve. Whispers of bygone conflicts ignited discussions, tales of treachery, bravery, and loss intertwined with their present struggle. They recounted battles fought against the encroaching darkness, drawing from wells of strength that surged within each heart. As the night deepened, the cracks of mistrust began to mend, their bonds forged anew in the shared experience of loss. Eldrin, feeling the roots of their lineage entwined with the tales, spoke of his ancestors, stalwarts who had faced similar shadows and emerged resilient. Encouragement echoed among them as they recognized that the trials of the past were not just remnants, but lessons guiding their path forward. With renewed determination to face the impending darkness, they extinguished their fears in the flames of unity, ready to march into the unknown dawn that awaited. The air was thick with anticipation as the first light of day touched the horizon, drawing them toward vexatious new paths ahead. As the Fellowship stood on the brink of the vast expanse of the chasmal ravine, its walls shimmering with remnants of ancient battles, they felt an electric charge in the air. Remnants of past struggles echoed around them, whispering tales of glory and sorrow. Each dwarf gazed into the abyss, sensing both the weight of history and their own evolving destinies. In the depths, shadows writhed, seemingly alive with memories, their tendrils grasping at the edges of perception. A flicker of courage ignited within Eldrin, urging him to share a story passed down through generations, one that spoke of perseverance against the odds. As his words flowed, the chilling atmosphere began to thaw, fostering a warmth that knitted their hearts closer. Hope surged through their veins, a collective promise to fight for each other, to honor the echoes of the past as they pressed forward. Steeling themselves, they bounded into the depths, ready to face whatever awaited. As the fellowship stood before the enchanting lake, its mirror-like surface shimmered with an otherworldly light, casting reflections that danced before their eyes. Each member felt drawn to the water, entranced by glimpses of their past and potential futures swirling within its depths. Luminous shapes flickered, weaving tales of courage and heartache, temptations and triumphs. They whispered of choices made and yet to come, igniting flickers of hope and shadows of doubt within their hearts. The air thrummed with a palpable energy, laden with the weight of unspoken desires and regrets. Awash in nostalgia, memories of loved ones lost and dreams deferred rose to the surface, intertwining alongside new aspirations. A sudden sense of urgency gripped Alara, urging the group to share these visions. Recognizing the power of their collective experiences, they vowed to protect one another, forging a renewed commitment to their quest, unwavering in the face of darkness looming ahead. As the fellowship stood on the precipice of their trials, a profound realization crept into their hearts. The thin veil of doubt that had shrouded their minds began to lift, invigorated by shared victories and losses. They reflected on their arduous journey, each laughter exchanged and each sorrow shared, knitting them closer together. In the flickering glow of their campfire, the shadows danced vividly, echoing their bravery and the essence of unity. Eldrin, his gaze unwavering, surveyed the somber yet resolute expressions of his companions, the echoes of their past suffusing the air with a tangible energy. "Together we are stronger," he said, voice steady, recalling the weighty truth that had guided them. This was not merely a quest for a gem, nor a battle against darkness. It was a testament, a dialogue with their own spirits. And in the muted realization of this purpose, their collective strength blossomed, forging an unbreakable bond that shimmered with newfound determination as they prepared for what lay ahead. The sense of imminent change enveloped the fellowship as they stood at the precipice of destiny. They could feel it in the charged air, the flickering shadows around them, a stark reminder of their journey's purpose. Each dwarf, having faced countless trials, now grappled with the culmination of their individual struggles and victories. The flames flickered in their hearts, igniting a resolve unlike any they had known before. Memories of laughter and sorrow intertwined, forging a tapestry of hope that bound them tightly. As they gathered together, a collective determination radiated from their core, illuminating the path ahead. The strength they had discovered within themselves found a harmonious synergy with their comrades' spirits. Eyes grew bright with unspoken promises. Every shared glance affirmed their commitment to one another. Together, they were more than mere companions. They had become a unified force, resilient in the face of darkness. With hearts steeled, they took a deep breath, ready to face whatever lay beyond the next threshold. The ember-lit air pulsed with a strange energy as the fellowship stood, hearts unified, drawing strength from one another. From the ashes of despair they had risen like the legendary phoenix, their resolve ignited anew. Each member felt the weight of their past struggles weave seamlessly into the very fabric of their bond, a tapestry rich with shared fears and triumphs. In that moment, Eldrin stepped forward, his voice steady and filled with conviction. "Our journey has not merely been about finding the Heartstone. It is about understanding who we are and what we embody together." The others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a profound understanding of their intertwined destinies. As the molten heart of Volkar beckoned them closer, a whisper of determination filled the air. They were not just dwarves from different clans now. They were a singular force, united against the shadows that threatened Durasin. Fueled by their shared purpose, they forged ahead, ready to confront the ultimate trial that awaited them. As the fellowship stood at the precipice of their ultimate challenge, anticipation thrummed in the air like the vibrations of a great forge. Each warrior, artisan, and scholar felt the pull of their individual strengths coiling around them like an ancient chain, binding them in a formidable pact. It was a bond not merely of camaraderie, but one forged in the trials they had endured, each test defining their shared identity. Eldrin, resonating with the Heartstone's whispers, sensed that their combined might was more than the sum of their parts. It was a fabled force ignited by a spectrum of hopes, dreams, and destinies woven together. In this fervent moment, choices had to be made. Decisions steeped in sacrifice, loyalty, and the essence of who they were as dwarves. They rallied, drawing power from the rich tapestry of their lineage, invoking the tales of yore. The path ahead shimmered with an unspoken promise. A collective destiny awaited them in the heart of Volcar, where shadows churned and a new dawn teetered on the brink of their forging. As the Fellowship approached the ever-encroaching shadow, an unsettling hush wrapped around them, thick with an anxiety that bore down on their hearts. The air, charged with a palpable tension, shimmered with impending conflict. Each dwarf grappled with their own fears as the once familiar landscape began to warp, the reality of their quest solidifying into a foreboding testament of their struggles. Doubts whispered insidiously in every corner of their minds, questioning their resolve and purpose. Yet, amid that trepidation, a flicker of determination ignited within their souls. They exchanged glances, finding strength in solidarity, a common history woven through trials and tribulations. United, they ventured into the darkness that threatened to suffocate them, the shadows swirling ominously, hungry for despair. The bond they had forged through trials illuminated their way, reminding them that they were not alone in this battle. Resolutely, they pressed forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead, their combined spirit an undying flame against the gloom. As the shadows of the encroaching darkness loomed larger, the Fellowship gathered near the flickering campfire, tension thrumming in the air like taut strings on a finely crafted instrument. Doubt seeped into their hearts, whispering insidious thoughts that questioned their strength and resolve. Each brother and sister felt the weight of their burdens. Past failures echoed in their minds, and the shadow creatures they had faced lingered like a bitter memory. It was in this moment of vulnerability that the bond formed in the crucible of hardship began to show its true resilience. Sharing what weighed most heavily upon them, they ignited the flickering flames of camaraderie, their voices carrying hope amidst the doubt. It became evident that they were not merely warriors, but also bearers of each other's pain and aspirations. With renewed courage sparkling in their eyes, they resolved to surmount their growing fears. As they clasped hands, an unspoken pledge wove through the group. Their strength was far greater together than apart. The shadow blight closed in, a suffocating veil woven from dread threading through the Fellowship's hearts. Within Volcar's volcanic embrace, each dwarf wrestled with the weight of their journey thus far. Ghostly whispers of doubt crept into their minds, sowing discord. An unspoken fear began to mar their unity. Shadows danced among them, reflecting their anxieties back as they trudged through the dismal terrain. Yet amidst the turmoil, Eldrin took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. He recalled the ancient tales of his forebears, stories of unwavering courage that had forged their clan's legacy. Stepping forward, he summoned the strength of their shared bond. "Together," he proclaimed, his voice cutting through the fog of despair, "we rise against this darkness." His rallying cry ignited a flicker of hope among them. As they stood shoulder to shoulder, the looming shadows felt less daunting, and a flicker of light ignited within their hearts, urging them to press on farther into the depths of Volcar. As they navigated the shadowed corridors of the ancient chamber, the whispers grew louder, curling around their thoughts like tendrils of smoke. Secrets, long buried within the stone walls, began to surge forth, revealing forgotten tales of valor and sacrifice. One of the dwarves, Branor, felt an inexplicable pull toward a mural that depicted the heroics of their ancestors battling against a creeping darkness, much like the shadow blight threatening them now. He reached out, fingers tracing the etched faces of warriors who had once stood united, their eyes filled with a fierce determination that resonated through time. Inspired by the legacy of their forebears, Branor rallied the Fellowship. The burdens they bore felt lighter, camaraderie rekindled in the warmth of shared history. "Together we stand," he vowed, igniting a flame of courage that flickered anew in their hearts. With renewed focus, they pressed forward, driven by the strength of their lineage and the promise of a brighter dawn. As the fellowship gathered in the flickering glow of the ancient fire, an air of expectancy enveloped them. Eldrin, the diligent cartographer, unfurled a worn scroll, its edges from time and adventure. The mesmerizing symbols and intricate patterns danced beneath the firelight, whispering secrets only the chosen could decipher. These clues, like shimmering threads of fate, spoke of the Heartstone's true essence, an artifact not merely of power, but a reflection of unity itself, forged from the very bonds that held them together. A hushed reverence settled over the group as the implications sank in. What they sought was not just a gem hidden in the depths of Volcar. It represented their struggles, sacrifices, and the intertwining of their destinies. Each of their faces flickered with determination, newly ignited. They stood on the precipice of destiny, ready to face the encroaching darkness with hearts intertwined, knowing that only together could they unlock the Heartstone's secrets and emerge victorious against the Shadow Blight. As the fellowship stood at the brink of revelation, the echoes of their past seemed to swirl around them like a gentle breeze, carrying whispers of wisdom from their ancestors. They gathered around the ancient tome, each dwarf drawn by their own personal histories, the words vibrant in their minds. Eldrin, his heart pounding, traced the glowing script with a finger, each line illuminating their path forward. "It speaks of unity," he murmured, eyes glistening with the reflection of forgotten tales. "The Heartstone's true power lies not just within its gem, but within the bonds we forge." The others listened intently, nodding as fragments of their own stories intertwined with the legends spoken. Motivations shifted, hearts opened, and in that moment, a collective understanding blossomed that transcended individual fears. With newfound resolve, they prepared themselves for the ultimate confrontation, knowing that the weight of their shared histories would guide them through the darkness lurking ahead. United, they stepped forward into their destiny, ready to face whatever the shadows would cast. As the fellowship ventured deeper into the heart of Volcar, the warmth of the ground pulsed beneath their weary feet, resonating with an ancient energy. An electrifying atmosphere enveloped them, igniting a sense of urgency and anticipation. With each step, the air thickened, carrying the weight of their collective fears and hopes. As they gathered at the threshold of the final chamber, flickers of crimson light danced like spirits, revealing glimpses of the Heartstone glimmering far within. It called to them, a beacon of untold power, yet shadows loomed ever closer, whispering doubts that twisted through their minds. The fellowship exchanged glances, silently reaffirming their bond. They understood this was not merely a quest for an object, but a confrontation with their very selves. Each heart surged with the power of shared purpose, a bond forged through trials and tribulations. Together, they would face the encroaching storm, united against the darkness that threatened to consume them whole. The growing tension within the fellowship manifested palpably as they advanced toward Volcar. Shadows flickered on the walls of their resolve, whispering doubts and old resentments. Memories of betrayal echoed in their minds, entwining fear with purpose. Questions loomed. Was their bond strong enough to withstand the looming darkness? Eldrin felt the weight of each footstep, as if the stone beneath him vibrated with the heartbeat of the volcano itself, calling for unity amid chaos. He cast furtive glances at his comrades, taking note of their hardened expressions, each visage telling a story of sacrifice and courage. It was in this suffocating atmosphere that he realized that their greatest enemy might not be the Shadow Blight, but the shadows lurking within their hearts. The revelation stirred something deep within him, igniting a spark of determination. Together, they would need to find clarity, for the final confrontation awaited them, and only cohesive strength could lead them forward. As the fellowship stood at the precipice of Volcar, an unease hung in the air, heavy like the brooding clouds above. Flickers of whispers wafted through the depths of their thoughts, remnants of insecurities resurfacing with every heartbeat. Memories of past betrayals clawed at the edges of their resolve, and the realization that the Shadow Blight could exploit their discord began to seep into their minds. Yet, amidst the encroaching shadows, a flame ignited within Eldrin, one that openly called for unity. Gathering his comrades around him, he shared his vision, a tapestry intertwined with their unique strengths, a testament to how far they had come. Each dwarf, feeling the warmth of camaraderie, acknowledged their intertwined paths, bound not solely by duty but also by shared dreams. With their hearts steeled and minds aligned, they embraced this moment of clarity, vowing to harness their united spirit against the shadows that lurked just beyond their reach. Together, they took a step forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. As the fellowship drew closer to the heart of Volcar, an undeniable energy pulsated through the air, resonating with their very core. Each dwarf felt the ancient magic entwined in the volcanic rock, awakening an instinctive power within them. The atmosphere thickened, charged with the rhythm of the mountain's pulse, overshadowing the echoes of their past struggles. As they ventured deeper into the volcano's lair, the heat intensified, bathing them in a blazing glow that illuminated the path ahead. Eldrin, sensing a surge of inspiration, recalled the legends of the Heartstone, whispering tales of unity and strength. In hushed tones, he urged his companions to remember the bonds they had forged through adversity. With each step, they felt their differences meld into a single purpose, urging them to confront the darkness looming on the horizon. Hope began to flicker anew, a beacon against the encroaching shadow that threatened their world, as they prepared for the trials yet to come. As the fellowship drew closer to the heart of Volcar, a palpable energy surged in the air, electrifying the atmosphere around them. Each thrum of the volcano's pulse resonated with a deep warmth that both beckoned and warned of the power within. Tension wrapped around the dwarves like a familiar cloak, reminding them of the trials that loomed just ahead. Eldrin, glancing at his companions, felt a merging of hope and fear in their gazes, as if they could collectively sense the ultimate confrontation drawing near. The ancient stones reverberated with whispers of forgotten legends that echoed in their hearts, filling their spirits with both trepidation and courage. With determination burning in their chests, they advanced, navigating the labyrinth of darkness that surrounded Volcar's core. The path twisted before them, emerging from shadows into streams of molten light that danced like flame. Each step became a testament to their resolve, a reminder that the strength of their unity would illuminate even the darkest of challenges. The pulsating heart of Volcar throbbed with a fiery intensity, resonating through the fellowship as they approached the very core of the ancient volcano. The air was charged with both trepidation and exhilaration, each dwarf keenly aware that the triumphs and trials of their journey had forged them into something greater than the sum of their parts. As the heat intensified, they stood shoulder to shoulder, steeling themselves for the monumental challenges that lay ahead. The magnificent glow of molten rock illuminated their determined faces, casting flickering shadows that danced like phantoms across the cavern walls. Each heartbeat seemed to sync with the erratic rhythm of Volcar, reminding them that they were more than mere warriors. They were the living embodiment of their clan's legacy, woven together by shared hopes and resilient spirits. With a collective breath, they steeled their resolve, ready to confront whatever darkness awaited, their unity the shield against the encroaching shadows. The heart of Volcar throbbed with an ancient rhythm, pulsing like a living entity, filling the air with a palpable energy that both invigorated and terrified the fellowship. As they approached the boiling depths, the unmistakable heat radiated from the molten core, wrapping around them like an embrace from an old friend and a warning from a looming foe. The shadows of their past trials flickered at the edges of their minds, echoed by the voices of doubt that had haunted them on their journey. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming darkness, a flicker of unity ignited within their hearts. Though fear loomed large, it was their bond, woven together by shared struggles, that shimmered brighter than any impending doom. As they stepped forward, the flames of the volcano roared to life, a fierce reminder that they'd have to rise to new heights, facing the fire that awaited with unwavering courage. The fate of Durasin rested on their shoulders, and within that weight lay the promise of heroes yet to be written into the annals of history. As the fires of Volcar pulsed with an ominous rhythm, the fellowship gathered, their hearts heavy with the weight of their purpose. The shadows that encroached upon their path loomed ever closer, whispering fears of failure and doubt. Yet within this dark moment, a flicker of unity emerged. Their trials had intertwined their fates irrevocably. Eldrin, his grip steady upon the weapon they forged together, stepped forward, his voice resolute. "Remember, it is not merely the Heartstone we seek, but the echoes of our journey that will forge our legacy." The others nodded, their eyes reflecting a newfound determination. As they stood shoulder to shoulder, the volcanic heat encircling them seemed to pale in comparison to the flame ignited within their spirits. They clasped hands and shared stories, binding their courage tighter than ever. Together, they would harness this moment, this heartbeat of the volcano, to face whatever darkness awaited them in the depths below. The air within Volcar crackled with raw energy as the Fellowship, driven by the weight of their combined experiences, ventured deeper into the heart of the volcano. With each pulse of heat radiating from the molten core, the pressure of their resolve grew, intertwining their fates. Memories of past trials surged through their minds like the fiery veins beneath their feet, igniting a determination that had only flourished with each hardship faced together. As they navigated the treacherous paths, the earth trembled subtly, whispering promises of both danger and enlightenment. Shadows danced ominously along the walls, and echoes of their fears reverberated back to them, not as torment, but as reminders of strength and resilience. In this crucible of fire, they were no longer merely individuals, but a singular force, a tapestry woven from strands of loyalty and courage. United in purpose, they braced for the ultimate trial, knowing that each step forward was not just a march toward destiny, but a testament to their unbreakable bond. Deep within the molten heart of Volcar, the Heartstone's awakening reverberated through the very core of the world. As the Fellowship entered the sacred chamber, the air shimmered with a powerful energy, laden with ancient magic. The stone pedestal at the center glowed with pulsating light, illuminating their worn faces, now etched with determination and hope. Yet the overwhelming essence of the shadow blight loomed beyond the cavern walls, a dark presence that threatened to consume everything they held dear. It was here, at the cusp of destiny, that each member felt their hearts beat in unison, resonating with the Heartstone's rhythm. Memories of trials conquered and bonds forged quicker than forged steel rushed through their minds, intertwining their fates irrevocably. With a collective breath, they prepared to confront not only the darkness but their own fears, knowing that unity was the key to unlocking the true power of the Heartstone that awaited them. As the ethereal glow from the Heartstone intensified, illuminating the molten heart of Volcar, the Fellowship felt an undeniable urgency surge through them. Shadows unfurled, coalescing into the titanic form of the Shadow Blight, a swirling mass of malevolence and chaos, its essence encapsulating every doubt and fear they had ever harbored. Each member felt a pulse of dread emanating from it, a primal urge to flee, but the steady resolve of their shared bond drew them closer, anchoring them amidst the tempest of darkness. With a united breath, they stepped forward, a cascade of courage pushing back against the encroaching shadows. Eldrin raised his crafted weapon, channeling the magic imbued within, while the others formed a circle around him, their arms linked. Heartbeats synchronized, a collective rhythm forged in the fires of hardship echoed through the magma-soaked chamber. In that electrifying moment, they each vowed to confront the darkness, not just as individuals, but as an unbreakable force, pushing past their fears and embracing the power of their unity. As the Heartstone lay glimmering in the molten core of Volcar, a pulsing energy enveloped the Fellowship. Each dwarf felt its call, a resonant echo of their shared experiences. The pulsations were not merely vibrations of the stone, they whispered secrets, urging them to embrace the essence of unity that had brought them this far. Eldrin, heart racing, turned to his companions, their faces illuminated by the shimmering glow. "We are not just champions of our clans, we are the embodiment of every story that led us to this moment," he declared, voice unwavering. With resolve deepening, they each took a step forward. In this unity, they found strength, greater than mere steel or magic. The shadows, thick and menacing, writhed at the edges of their vision, but instead of fear, a flicker of hope ignited. Each dwarf steeled themselves, readying their hearts to wield their combined strength against the darkness, for together they dared to awaken the Heartstone's true power. The ground trembled beneath their feet as shadows coalesced into a monstrous form, an embodiment of the Shadow Blight's ultimate fury. Each dwarf felt the oppressive weight of its dark presence, a reminder of their fears now taking physical shape. The creature's eyes glowed like dying embers, reveling in the anguish it elicited. United in purpose, the fellowship stood steadfast, though apprehension gnawed at their resolve. Eldrin tightened his grip on his newly forged weapon, its warmth seeping into him, emboldening his spirit. He raised it high, a beacon of hope, calling on his companions to remember not just their individual strengths, but the power of their unity. Shouts of encouragement echoed in the air, drowning out the creature's chilling howl. With a shared breath, they surged forward, weaving their skills and destinies into a single, indomitable force, ready to confront the darkness with the light of their combined courage. The battle that awaited them would define not only their fate, but that of Durasan itself. As the fellowship braced itself, the ultimate form of the Shadow Blight coalesced before them, a swirling mass of darkness that pulsed with malevolence. With each glance, it seemed to draw away the light and encircle them in a shroud of despair. The air thickened, tainted by the bitter scent of ash and decay, which seeped into their lungs, whispering dreadful truths and sowing seeds of doubt. Yet, amidst the encroaching shadows, each member felt the flicker of courage ignite within. Eldrin, eyes ablaze with determination, raised his crafted weapon high, voice echoing with defiance. "We stand together, not as mere dwarves from divided clans, but as a united force against this darkness." His words reverberated through the increasingly oppressive air, rekindling the fellowship's spirits. They could not falter now. Their trials had woven them into a tapestry of strength and resolve. With hearts united, they charged, setting a course for confrontation, ready to reclaim their world. As the fellowship stood on the precipice of the Heartstone's sanctum, the atmosphere crackled with raw energy. With the Shadow Blight looming ominously, each dwarf felt the weight of their journey pressing upon their shoulders. Shadows flickered around them, testing their resolve, trying to unravel the very threads of their unity. Eldrin, gripping his newly forged weapon, drew a breath, reminding them of their shared purpose. "Together, we can challenge this darkness," he urged, his voice steady against the rising tide of despair. In that moment, each member felt a surge of camaraderie, recalling the trials they had faced and the bonds they had forged. As the pulsating heart of Volkar throbbed in rhythm with their pounding hearts, they understood that their greatest strength lay not merely in their individual skills, but in the unwavering unity that had been tempered throughout their journey. With a fierce determination ignited within them, they took their first collective step forward, ready to confront the shadows once and for all. As the fellowship stood at the precipice of the unknown, the searing heat of Volkar enveloped them like a fiery embrace. The ground trembled beneath their feet, pulsating in rhythm with the volcanic heart beneath. Shadows twisted and coiled around them, whispering doubts and fears meant to sow discord. Yet in that moment of chaos, they found their true strength, not in individual might, but in the symphony of their unity. With each member lending their will to the collective heart of the fellowship, a blinding light began to coalesce, illuminating the oppressive darkness that threatened to consume them. The echoes of their pasts, lessons learned through tribulation, surged forth to guide them. In a powerful surge, they unleashed a torrent of combined energy, channeling their beliefs, hopes, and the powerful essence of the Heartstone. Together, they faced the embodiment of their struggles, knowing that only through unwavering solidarity could they vanquish the darkness and reclaim their world. As the ethereal glow grew, they felt an unbreakable bond solidifying among them, ready to face whatever lay ahead in the depths of the volcano. As the tempest of darkness writhed around them, the fellowship felt the shadows converge, a cacophony of malevolence threatening to engulf their spirit. United by their collective courage, they stood resolute, channeling their fears into a powerful tide of determination. Each dwarf, fueled by the memories of fallen comrades, summoned forth the essence of their journey, the shared laughter, tears, and triumphs that had stitched them together like an unbreakable tapestry. As the creeping dark surged forward, Eldrin raised the weapon they had forged within the heart of their trials, its glimmer embodying their unity. The Heartstone, pulsing with life, responded to their shared resolve, casting a radiant light that sliced through the gloom. One by one, the Fellowship joined hands, their chants merging into a triumphant crescendo that resonated against the very walls of Volcar. In that critical moment, the shadows recoiled, revealing a swirling abyss that waited hungrily behind the veil of darkness. They knew that pushing through this barrier would demand everything they had gathered within their souls: strength, wisdom, and above all, unwavering unity. With a final rallying cry, the Fellowship charged forward, prepared to confront the heart of the Shadow Blight and seize the very essence of their destiny. As the overwhelming presence of the Shadow Blight loomed menacingly, the Fellowship felt the weight of their journey culminating in this moment. Each member stood resolute, hearts pounding in unison, reflecting the very essence of their shared experiences. An electric thrill surged through the air as they gathered, their bonds forged in battle and trials becoming a palpable force. The Heartstone shimmered faintly, a heartbeat echoing in the depths of Volcar, calling out to them with a promise of salvation. In that instant, they understood that their true strength lay not just in their skills or weapons, but in the unity they had fostered through every hardship. With a collective breath, they stepped into the heart of the darkness, intertwining their strengths, vulnerabilities, and histories into a tapestry of hope. This was a moment of convergence, where shadows melded with light, and their resolve crystallized into an indomitable force. They would unleash their combined powers and ignite the Heartstone, confronting the darkness that threatened to consume them all. The Fellowship, united in purpose, gathered at the heart of the molten duress. The radiant glow of the Heartstone pulsed like the very essence of life itself, embodying their collective hopes and memories. Each dwarf, fortified by the trials endured together, felt a surge of courage coursing through their veins, awakening dormant powers they never knew they possessed. As radiant shadows flickered from the encroaching darkness, whispers of their ancestors echoed in the air, urging them to harness their strength and forge a new path illuminated by unity. In this moment of clarity, the dwarves positioned themselves in a circle, hands extended toward the Heartstone, intertwining their energy. The elemental forces responded, igniting a brilliant light that danced through the dark void. They were no longer mere individuals. They had become a single, indomitable force. The shadows wavered, uncertainty creeping into the heart of the darkness. Together, they would confront the malevolence, for from their bonds emerged the spark of hope, an ember lighting the way to redemption. As the Fellowship stood on the precipice, the heart of Volcar pulsated like a living entity, its molten veins glowing with untamed energy. With each beat, they felt the weight of their quest drawing them closer, urging them to summon the courage they had cultivated over their arduous journey. The air crackled with anticipation, and whispers of the Heartstone's essence floated through the atmosphere, igniting a fire in their hearts. Eldrin, holding the gnarled map that had guided them thus far, stepped forward, his resolve radiating a newfound strength. "Together, we shall unleash the force that binds us," he declared, conviction resonating in his voice. As each member nodded, the warmth of unity enveloped them, creating a barrier against the encroaching darkness. The collective memories of their battles and sacrifices intertwined, forming an indomitable spirit. At that moment, with a shudder and a roar, the volcano beckoned them deeper into its core, where destiny awaited. As the essence of their journey coalesced around the Heartstone, the air crackled with an energy none had ever felt before. The Fellowship stood united, their hearts and souls intertwined, each member pulsating with the knowledge that they were woven together by more than mere chance. Together they faced the looming Shadow Blight, a darkness that had grown too familiar, its weight pressing down upon them. Each dwarf drew from the depths of their personal histories, channeling the lessons learned through trials and tribulations. Memories of joy and sorrow played like echoes in their minds, guiding them toward a single, unwavering truth. Only through their combined strength could they push back against the encroaching wave of despair. With a roar of determination, their voices melded into a resonant battle cry, forging a symphony of unity. As the shadows writhed and twisted around them, they felt the Heartstone awaken, ready to embrace the light that was born from their solidarity. The battle against the Shadow Blight's ultimate form transformed the very air around them, crackling with an intensity that spoke of both peril and possibility. As the dark entity writhed and flared before them, the Fellowship felt the weight of their shared journey pressing upon their hearts. Each memory, the laughter, the tears, the hardships, seemed to illuminate the shadows, casting a powerful glow of hope. Drawing together, they invoked the essence of unity forged in challenges past, their spirits intertwining in a dance of unwavering resolve. In that pivotal moment, their bond transcended mere friendship, becoming a tapestry woven through generations. With their newly forged weapon, the embodiment of collaboration, held high, they charged forward, a single entity against the darkness that sought to engulf them. Victory was not merely an outcome. It was a testament to every sacrifice made, every trial faced. Each step they took now resonated with the legends of old, heralding a new dawn that beckoned the courage to embrace the unknown. Emberstone resonated with echoes of celebration, the air thick with the scent of roasted meats and spiced ale. The surviving members of the Fellowship stood before the gathered clans, each face revealing tales of battles fought and bonds forged. The elders, draped in robes of vibrancy reminiscent of their ancestral colors, began recounting the epic journey that had led these brave souls home. Their voices quivered with emotion, weaving stories of sacrifice and triumph that captivated young and old alike. As the flickering torches cast shadows across the stone walls, the dwarves felt an unbreakable thread connecting them, an unyielding bond that transcended clans. Each member of the Fellowship, once strangers from distant realms, now embodied the spirit of unity. Eyes sparkled with hope and hearts swelled with pride. They understood the revolution of their legacy would echo through time. In that moment, all realized the profound truth. Their tale was just beginning, destined to inspire those who would come after. The air crackled with a charged energy, underscoring the gravity of the Fellowship's successful journey. As twilight descended over Emberstone, the dwarves gathered in the great hall, each heart swelling with stories of valor and sacrifice. The doors creaked open, revealing familiar faces eager for reunion. Families entwined, each embrace a testament to the trials endured. The elders, robed in wisdom, began recounting tales of the Fellowship's legendary achievements, their voices echoing against the ancient stone walls. With each word, the glories of the past fused with hopes for the future, creating a tapestry of unity woven from the threads of their collective experience. Lanterns flickered, casting warm light over faces marked by the journey's intensity, and laughter mingled with tears, a bittersweet harmony of remembrance. Within this cherished sanctuary, the bonds forged in darkness shimmered brighter than ever, heralding an era of peace, weaving their destinies together in a shared commitment to safeguard their homeland. As the dwarves gathered in the heart of Emberstone, the echoes of their journey resonated deeply within each of them. With tales of bravery and sacrifice fresh in their hearts, they reminisced about battles fought and friends lost. Each ember from the great forge seemed to pulse with memories, illuminating their faces as they honored the fallen. They spoke of Eldrin's courage in forging weapons of unimaginable power, the quiet strength of their kin who had stood firm against the Shadow Blight, and the wisdom shared by the ancestral spirits. In this somber yet hopeful gathering, the bonds that had formed through trials uncounted shimmered like the Heartstone itself, an unwavering reminder of their unity. As they exchanged stories, the dawn of a new chapter unfurled before them, woven with dreams of peace and hope. It was here, in the glow of shared heroism, that their legacy began to ripple outward, carried by newfound purpose and a promise of tomorrow. As the Fellowship gathered in the heart of Emberstone, the air thrummed with a mixture of joy and sorrow. Emotions swirled like the warm, flickering firelight dancing against the stone walls, casting long shadows that whispered tales of the fallen. Each member of the Fellowship, clad in ceremonial garb reflecting their clan's colors, took a moment to honor their lost allies. Words of remembrance flowed like ancient songs through the halls, invoking the spirits of those who had bravely stood beside them on this harrowing journey. With heavy hearts but determined spirits, they shared anecdotes, each laughter tinged with bittersweet nostalgia. It was a testament to both the pain endured and the strength drawn from their shared memories. As the dusk deepened and stars emerged in the night sky, a profound understanding settled upon them. Although they had faced great loss, unity transformed their grief into resolve. Together, they would ensure the legacy of their fallen friends would ignite a brighter path for those yet to come, forever echoing through the annals of Dwarven history. As the fellowship gathered under the radiant glow of Emberstone's evening torches, a sense of shared purpose enveloped them. The echoes of their journey lingered, intertwining with the bittersweet memories of those who had fallen. Each dwarf stepped forward, lost in the reflection of camaraderie, their hearts heavy yet resolute. In hushed tones, they recounted the bravery displayed on distant battlefields, the laughter shared around flickering campfires, and the wisdom gained from whispered tales of ancestors. Eldrin, clutching the heartstone that now pulsed with a heartbeat of its own, felt its warmth reminding him of their mission, a beacon guiding them towards redemption and unity. It was a moment to honor the essence of their struggles. With a collective vow, they etched their fallen companions' names into the annals of history, promising to carry their legacy forward. Each shared commitment fortified their spirits, kindling the flame of hope that glimmered brightly before them. United in purpose, they stood ready to face whatever storm awaited them in the shadows beyond Emberstone. As the fellowship approached Emberstone, a tidal wave of emotions surged within each warrior. The once familiar paths now felt drenched in the bittersweet fragrance of homecoming. Cries of joy rang out as family members rushed to embrace their returning heroes, their faces illuminated by the glimmer of hope ignited in the hearts of those who waited. The air buzzed with tales of bravery, loss, and endurance, mingling with laughter and tears, weaving a tapestry of experience that the dwarves would carry forward. Eldrin, his heart swelling with pride, offered comfort to mournful faces grieving the fallen. He stood among proud kin, each recounting stories of valor while others embraced the blemishes of sorrow. As the sun dipped below the rugged peaks, the shadows lengthened, whispering secrets of unity and resilience. It was a moment of catharsis, one that knitted their spirits into an unbreakable bond, ready to forge a brighter future for all. As the fellowship approached Emberstone, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting warm hues over the rugged peaks, a tranquil farewell to their arduous journey. Joy danced in their hearts, though tempered by the weight of their losses, memories of comrades who would never rejoin them. Each dwarf felt a bittersweet pang as they neared the city that had been their sanctuary and their forge of resilience. Children played in the sun-dappled streets, their laughter mingling with the chiming of the hammers, echoing the industrious spirit of their home. Families awaited, their anxious hopes igniting the air with palpable anticipation. As they crossed the threshold into Emberstone's embrace, emotions surged, manifesting in tears and laughter. Eldrin found his mother, her arms outstretched in a silent plea for connection. A mutual recognition of sacrifice and triumph hung between them, revealing threads of affection woven through collective trials, binding them tighter than the strongest iron. Together, they would build a new future, for every ending signaled a new beginning. As the fellowship approached the towering gates of Emberstone, the weight of their journey surged within them like the molten heart of Volcar. The air vibrated with anticipation, a cascade of emotions washing over each dwarf, joy mingling with sorrow, as they recalled those who had fallen along the way. Families gathered, eyes shimmering with tears and pride, ready to embrace the heroes who had ventured beyond the known and returned bearing tales of their bravery. The clang of hammer on anvil echoed from the forges, a rhythm that whispered promises of new beginnings. Stepping through the gates, they were met with an eruption of cheers, a chorus that resonated through the mountain halls and mingled with the laughter of children. It was a vivid tapestry woven through shared experiences and newfound bonds. The tales of their trials would be sung through generations, igniting hope and valor in the heart of every dwarf who heard them. As they entered the heart of Emberstone, their journey had forged a legacy that would echo through time. As dawn broke over Emberstone, the air shimmered with the echoes of victory, reverberating through the very stones of the ancient city. The Heartstone, now safeguarded within the Grand Hall, pulsed gently, its radiant light a beacon of hope and resilience for all dwarves. Elders who had watched the trials of the Fellowship with bated breath now gathered to impart tales of their bravery, each word laced with reverence and admiration. Families reunited, tears of joy mingling with sorrow for the fallen, as the community came together to honor those who had made the ultimate sacrifice. In the heart of this celebration, the great forge roared back to life, its flames rekindled by the spirit of unity that blossomed anew. Songs of the Fellowship filled the air, stories crafted anew around the flickering embers, weaving a tapestry rich with valor. It was a momentous occasion, one that would be etched into the annals of history, as the legacy of the Heartstone soared into the hearts of the next generation, reminding them of the power found in unity. The Heartstone, now resting in the heart of Emberstone, glimmered with an ethereal light, illuminating the faces of those gathered. It was a symbol reborn, one that bound the clans together in a way they had never known before. As the echoes of their harrowing journey settled around them, the dwarves shared their stories, tales of bravery and sacrifice that would forever become part of their lineage. Each recounting wove the fabric of unity tighter, stitching together the hearts of clans that once stood at odds. In a powerful ceremony, the elders called forth memories of the fallen, their voices rising like the songs of old, a tribute to lives lost but not forgotten. With each name spoken, honor and grief mingled in the air, their spirits becoming part of the very foundation of Emberstone. In this sacred moment, resolutions were made to ensure that future generations would treasure this bond, a legacy of resilience soaring ever higher. As the Heartstone glimmered in Emberstone, the air filled with a sense of reverence and renewal, weaving together the hopes of the Dwarven clans. Sons and daughters of the mountain gathered in the Grand Hall, each voice rising in unity as they recounted tales of bravery, sacrifice, and the enduring bonds forged amidst the trials they faced. Elders spoke with solemn pride, their eyes glistening with the weight of history, while children listened in rapt attention, dreams of greatness igniting within their young hearts. This celebration was more than mere festivity. It was a powerful reminder of what had been achieved together. Through strength, trust, and perseverance, they had not only reclaimed their land, but had revitalized the spirit of the Dwarven race. With the echoes of gratitude and hope pulsating in their chests, families entwined, a jubilant chorus heralded the dawn of new legends. Yet in the shadows, whispers of the future beckoned, promising adventures yet untold. As the survivors walked through the familiar streets of Emberstone, the weight of their journey settled upon them, forging a profound connection between past and present. Vibrant banners fluttered in the crisp mountain air, reflecting the resolve etched into their hearts, whispering tales of bravery and unity. They were not merely returning warriors, but living legends, each step they took resonating with the tribe's spirit. Villagers gathered, faces illuminated with awe and gratitude, eyes glistening with tears, their presence a balm for raw wounds. Amid the jubilant celebrations, silent understandings blossomed among the Fellowship. Friends reunited under the flickering lights of the feasting fires, sharing laughter and quiet sorrows. They recognized the threads of fate that wove their lives together so intricately. Bonds forged in fire and shadow transformed into promises of new adventures, carrying tales both old and new, forever etching their legacy into the very fabric of Duracin's history. Hope thrummed in their collective heart, a glorious prelude to the stories yet to unfold. As the Fellowship approached Emberstone, emotions swept over them like the undulating currents of the rivers they had crossed. The journey had transformed them, and each step toward home felt heavy with both longing and reflection. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the rugged landscape that bore witness to their trials, an ancient stone guardian to their triumphs and losses alike. The dwarves recalled their fallen comrades, memories surfacing like the sparks from a forge, igniting their hearts with bittersweet pride. When they finally crossed the threshold into Emberstone, a chorus of cheers erupted, wrapping around them like a snug embrace from the familiar walls of their homeland. Faces beamed with warmth, yet the laughter felt tinged with a poignant reminder of those who would never return. Each survivor grasped the hands of friends and family, a silent promise exchanged, a dedication to honor the legacy they had forged together, and the resolve to protect their united clan, no matter the cost. As the first rays of dawn painted the sky a brilliant gold, the fellowship gathered atop the ancient stone overlook, their hearts swelled with hope and anticipation. The air crackled with an electric energy, a promise of new beginnings. Each dwarf clutched an emblem, a token representing the unity they had forged through trials of fire and shadow. Wrapping their fingers around these symbols, they felt the pulse of their shared journey reverberate within, a living reminder of sacrifices made and friendships blossomed in the crucible of adversity. The elders of Emberstone had instructed them well, fostering not only the strength of arms, but the bonds of brotherhood and sisterhood, weaving their destinies together into a tapestry of resilience. As they descended the mountain, the sound of laughter and songs from the village below reached their ears, a melody mingling with the soft whispers of the wind, heralding the dawn of a new era. The fellowship marched forward, ready to embrace the bright horizon. As the flickering flames of the hearth danced in Emberstone, each dwarf seated around it felt the weight of what they had endured wash over them. The tales shared among comrades intertwined memories of courage, loss, and newfound friendships, weaving a rich tapestry of their shared journey. Eldrin remembered the moments of doubt that once clouded their path, conflicting fears now transformed into a spirit of resilience that infused the air. Each story told seemed to breathe life into the legacy they had forged together, binding them more deeply than ever. Laughter mingled with tears as they recounted their triumphs, drawing strength from the echoes of their adventures, their spirits rising with each retelling. In this gathering, they honored the fallen and celebrated the unity that had been tested but ultimately fortified. As the last echoes of laughter faded, seeds of hope were sown, ready to bloom into new legends, ready to guide their kin toward the future. Amid the encroaching shadows that lingered over Emberstone, each member of the fellowship found themselves in moments of quiet contemplation, reflections blossoming in the twilight of their recent trials. The weight of their journey pressed upon their hearts, urging them to honor not only the fallen, but also the enduring spirit of camaraderie that had become their lifeblood. With an unspoken understanding, they gathered in the ancient stone chamber, where flickering torches cast shadows that danced like whispers of those they had lost. One by one, they paid tribute to those who had made the ultimate sacrifice, their voices a harmonious blend of grief and gratitude. Each story shared was a thread sewn into the tapestry of their legacy, fortifying their resolve as they stood on the precipice of new beginnings. Amidst the echoes of sorrow, hope sparked anew, awakening a determination that would bind them together in the face of whatever darkness lay ahead. With renewed purpose igniting their spirits, they prepared to step beyond the threshold of mourning and embrace the next adventure that awaited them on the horizon. As the weary fellowship returned to Emberstone, a profound silence enveloped them, thick with memories of the trials faced and sacrifices made. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the grand city, yet the joyful cheers of welcoming crowds could not fully mask the heavy hearts they bore for their fallen comrades. Families embraced the survivors, tears mingling with laughter, as stories of valiant deeds echoed through the stone corridors of their beloved home. Elders approached, their wise faces etched with pride, preparing a grand ceremony to honor the lives lost in their quest and to celebrate the newfound unity among the clans. The tales of transformation and resilience, spurred by the determination of the fellowship, were destined to weave into the very fabric of Emberstone itself. Just as the shadows receded from Volkar's peak, so too did the weight of grief begin to lift, unlocking the door to new beginnings and responsibilities, paving the way for a brighter, united future. In the heart of Emberstone, the tales of legendary Dwarven craftsmen emerged like the warm glow of forge fires, igniting the curiosity of the younger generation. Eldrin felt a tug at the corners of his memory as he recounted the story of Thrain the Iron Hand, a master smith whose unparalleled creations had once turned the tides of war. Each echo of his hammer on anvil sang of perseverance and passion, imbuing the very metal with a spirit that seemed almost alive. Around him, Eager faces leaned closer, hungry for stories of bravery and artistry that shaped their ancestry. As he continued, the room pulsed with the energy of their history. The flickering shadows danced in harmony with his words. The craftsmanship of their forebears was not merely technical. It was an expression of love, sacrifice, and unity, all woven together like the intricate patterns of fine steel. And as the tales unraveled, a deep-seated inspiration sparked within each heart, urging them toward their own legendary destinies. The sun dipped low behind the Ironcrest Range, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape of Durasan, where tales of legendary craftsmanship wove through the very air. As the fellowship gathered around a crackling fire, Eldrin set the mood for an evening steeped in tradition. He narrated the magnificent exploits of the dwarven artisans of old, their hammers ringing like a symphony against anvils, shaping raw rock into breathtaking masterpieces. Each story ignited embers of pride within the group, connecting them to their forebears. Tathrin, the smith from the Stonehand clan, spoke passionately about his great-grandfather's fabled forge, said to be blessed by the mountain spirits. The warmth of the fire mirrored the camaraderie that was blossoming, each word strengthening the bonds of unity needed to face the shadow blight. As laughter echoed through the night, the sense of an impending storm loomed, a reminder of the trials still ahead on their journey to the Heartstone. Eager hearts braced for what awaited as they prepared to embrace the challenges that lay beyond the horizon. The fellowship stood at the edge of the ancient grove, breathless in the aftermath of their encounter with the spectral figure. Memories laden with bittersweet nostalgia enveloped them, wrapping their thoughts in echoes of valor from long ago. Eldrin, clutching the artifact he had unearthed, felt a surge of warmth radiate through the cold air. It pulsed softly, as if attuned to the heartbeat of their homeland, whispering tales of resilience and the kindling of hope. As they ventured deeper into the grove, vibrant flora shimmered with an ethereal glow, illuminating forgotten paths. The trees, ancient sentinels, swayed under the weight of shared stories, some joyful, some sorrowful, yet all pivotal in forging the clan's legacy. Inspired, each dwarf felt their resolve strengthening, the weight of ancestral wisdom buoying their spirits. United in purpose, they pressed on, eager to face the trials ahead, unwilling to let the shadows dim the brilliance of their destinies. With newfound determination, they trudged forward, ready to inscribe their own legend in the annals of Durasan. As the fellowship journeyed deeper into the heart of Durasan, they encountered the remnants of an ancient dwarven city, long buried beneath the earth's embrace. Eldrin, drawn by an inexplicable pull, led them through a cavern filled with intricately carved statues of long-forgotten artisans, their faces etched with both pride and sorrow. The air hummed with the whispers of old, tales of valor conveyed through the artistry of stone, speaking to the very spirit of their kind. Each statue appeared alive, as if frozen in time, capturing the essence of a craftsman lost to history. The echoes of hammers striking anvils resonated in the walls, a melody of creation and legacy. Inspired, the dwarves shared stories of their familial ties, of ancestors who forged not only weapons, but community and tradition. With every tale, they wove their identities tighter, realizing that the strength of their fellowship lay not just in the battles fought, but in the unity of their shared lineage, a bond that would guide them into the unknown ahead. The flickering glow of the forge cast dancing shadows across the workshop, providing a canvas for stories lost to time. As the fellowship gathered around, Eldrin recounted the tale of his ancestor, Brondar, a master craftsman renowned for creating weapons infused with the essence of the mountains. Brondar's greatest triumph, forged from the Heartstone itself, was said to grant unmatched strength to its bearer. The forge seemed to hum in recognition, resonating with respect for the legacy that flowed through Eldrin's veins. With each word, the air thickened with the weight of their history, igniting a fire within each heart. The dwarves hung on every detail, imagining Brondar's hands guiding molten metal, sweat mingling with the soot of labor. This recollection, woven into the fabric of their gathering, stitched tighter the bonds of camaraderie, solidifying their resolve to face the trials ahead. The strength of the past surged anew, setting the stage for the challenges that loomed in the shadows of the mountains, awaiting their brave approach. With hearts heavy from the weight of the last battle, the dwarves gathered around a flickering campfire, its flames dancing to the rhythm of their shared tales. Eldrin, inspired by the stories etched into the very stones of Emberstone, began to weave a narrative that bound their histories together, a tapestry rich with valor and sacrifice. As he spoke, the air filled with the resonance of ancient voices, echoing through the protective embrace of the mountains. Each tale unfurled a fresh layer of understanding, illuminating the diverse paths each clan walked before uniting in a single cause. They shared laughter, sorrow, and the firelight cast flickered shadows that mirrored their own fears and dreams. In each recounted legacy, they could see glimpses of their own struggles reflected back, intertwining their destinies. As the night deepened, they found strength within their ancestry, healing wounds of mistrust and resentment. United in purpose and enriched by the stories of those who came before, the Fellowship prepared to face whatever darkness awaited them in the shadows of Volcar. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over Emberstone, the dwarves gathered around the grand hearth, the air thick with anticipation and the scent of freshly forged metal. This was a night unlike any other. It resonated with the history of their people. Elders spoke softly of ancient rituals steeped in meaning, their voices weaving tales of courage and craftsmanship forged in the essence of their ancestors. Each clan member, adorned in gems and metals of their own making, contributed to the elevation of their society, reminding all present of the strength drawn from unity. Stories flowed like molten ore, illuminating the path ahead. Younglings listened with wide eyes, absorbing wisdom that would one day guide them in their own journeys. The fire crackled, drawing forth memories that had shaped not just the individuals, but the very fabric of Dwarven culture. With unyielding resolve, they prepared to honor their traditions, propelling their legacy into the unknown chapters that awaited them beyond Emberstone. The night came alive with the promise of adventures yet to unfold, each tale setting the stage for a future vibrant with possibility. The Festival of Unity in Emberstone was a vivid tapestry of color and sound, bustling with anticipation as the dwarves gathered to honor their shared triumphs. Stalls with intricate crafts lined the streets, each masterpiece a testament to the skill and creativity that flowed through the veins of every dwarf. Laughter mingled with the rhythmic drumming, resonating a vibrant pulse that thrummed in time with the heart of the mountain itself. Eldrin stood at the center, his newly forged weapon gleaming in the warm light. It was exceptional, not just in craftsmanship, but in the bond it represented, a unification of their clans, each hammer strike a reminder of the sacrifices made. As the sun dipped below the peaks, casting a warm glow over Emberstone, tales of bravery began to weave through the crowd. It was a celebration of resilience, a moment to reflect on a journey transformed, igniting hope for adventures yet untold. More than ever, the bonds forged through adversity shone like the starlit sky above. As the Fellowship continued through the twisting, ancient paths of Volcar, the atmosphere thickened with an unsettling tension. They gathered at a makeshift camp, the flickering light of the fire casting long shadows against the towering stones. The stories of their ancestors, rich with valor and sacrifice, weighed heavy on their hearts. Each dwarf took turns recounting lives lived and lost, tales that unraveled the complexities of their lineage and ignited a spark of inspiration within them all. Uthar, a stoic warrior from the Stonebreaker clan, shared the story of his great-great-grandfather, who faced a dragon to defend their homelands. His voice trembled as he spoke of the courage it took to protect those they loved. Tears reflected in the eyes of his companions, igniting a shared understanding of their own sacrifices and those yet to come. "We carry their strength within us," Eldrin finally said, determination gripping him as the night deepened, "and their fight shall echo forward, strengthening our bonds." With hearts intertwined by the stories of their past, the Fellowship prepared to venture into the unknown, each member fueled by the legends that would guide them through darkness. In the heart of Emberstone, the air hummed with anticipation as the Dwarven clans prepared for the Fellowship's return. Elders gathered in solemn reverie, sharing hushed whispers about the trials faced by their champions in the wilds of Durasin. Lothar, an esteemed elder with a beard as silver as moonlight, rose to speak, his voice a deep, resonant echo that commanded attention. "Each hero among us bears stories untold," he began. "Tales of courage, loss, and enduring spirit that will shape our legacy for generations to come." He spoke of Balara, a young warrior from the Stonehammer clan, who had bravely defended the team against the river trolls, her fierce determination becoming a beacon of hope. As Lothar's words reverberated through the hall, kin laughed, wept, and cheered, their hearts swelling with pride. It was a moment of reflection, reminding them all that the bonds formed in battle were as vital as the steel from which their weapons were forged. And as stories were woven and shared, the assembly prepared to herald their returning champions, eager to witness the strength of unity and resilience. The air crackled with excitement, each clan member ready to embrace the tales that awaited them. As the fellowship sat in solemn reflection, the weight of their journey pressed heavily upon them. The echoes of battle reverberated in their minds, mingling with whispers of lost comrades who had walked beside them. Each dwarf recalled the sacrifices made, the moments of bravery that had secured their path forward. They spoke softly, sharing stories that spanned generations, weaving a tapestry of their ancestry. Faint laughter intermingled with the melancholy as they recounted tales of unexpected heroism and the quirks of former kin. The memories gave rise to a profound sense of connection, an invisible thread binding their pasts to the present. Their hearts swelled with resolve, bolstered by the sacrifices that shaped them. They understood that each loss had forged a strength within them, an essence that would not be extinguished. With renewed courage, they prepared to face the darkness that awaited. Together, they would ensure that their fallen would not fade into mere legend, but would resonate in every triumphant step they took forward. The weight of the quest hung heavily upon the fellowship as they trudged through the winding paths of ancient woods. Their hearts, burdened yet resolute, pulsed in unison with the rhythm of the forest. Just ahead, the gnome sage, a wizened creature with sparkling eyes, beckoned them closer, his voice a melodic whisper woven with magic. "Stories have shapes, dear travelers," he murmured, "and sometimes the past dances more vividly than the present." Each member of the fellowship felt a stir within, as if echoes of long-forgotten histories tugged at their very souls, urging them to remember. In that moment, as the gnome spun tales of brave heroes who had weathered storms of deceit, they glimpsed the intricate tapestry of their shared legacy. Brought together by trials and triumphs, their distinct paths intertwined, unveiling a shared destiny that glimmered like freshly forged steel, igniting a vital spark of hope as they prepared to face the darkness looming ahead. As the winds howled around them, curling tendrils of shadow loomed ever closer, and the weight of uncertainty pressed heavily upon the fellowship. It was in this moment of despair that glimpses of hope began to flicker like distant stars across the vast tempest brewing within their hearts. Each member, worn from the harrowing trials thus far, felt a stirring within their spirits, a powerful whisper echoing across the chasms of their souls, urging them to rise and confront the gathering storm. Memories of past triumphs surged like a tidal wave, binding their individual strengths into an unbreakable force. Tales of their ancestors, who faced insurmountable odds, imbued them with newfound vigor as they grasped tightly to the threads of unity that wove them together. With resolute hearts, they began to forge a plan, whispering ancient promises to the winds, knowing that their destiny was not merely to survive, but to reclaim the light amidst the encroaching shadows. In this crucible of resolve, they prepared to make their stand, believing that even the deepest darkness could be pierced by the strength of unity. As their resolve took root, the shadows quivered, sensing the ember of defiance igniting within their midst. As the fellowship gathered around the flickering embers of their campfire, fragile tension hung in the air like the shadows that clung to the trees. Whispers of uncertainty lingered after last night's revelations, igniting both doubt and resolve among them. Each member, lost in a mosaic of thoughts, reflected on moments of choice that had redirected their paths. Old alliances seemed to fray at the edges, and mistrust, while simmering beneath the surface, threatened to burst forth. In this vulnerable moment, Brannock, the steadfast warrior, broke the silence, his voice steady yet filled with empathy. "We've all faced shadows, haven't we? not just those we battle, but the ones within us. As he spoke, the others nodded, recognizing shared struggles that transcended clan lines. An unspoken agreement seemed to spark in the night, hinting at the possibility of healing, each heart beating for a common cause. With clarity slowly unfurling like the dawn, they realized that true unity was forged through understanding, not just bravery. With the echoes of their earlier trials still reverberating in their minds, the fellowship found themselves contemplating the weight of the choices they had made. Each decision carved a path that not only shaped their individual journeys, but also bound their fates together in this grand destiny. As they gathered around a flickering campfire that illuminated their weary faces, they took turns sharing experiences that had altered their perspectives. A tale from Kryn, the fierce warrior, spoke of courage in the face of overwhelming odds, while Eldrin revealed how a lost artifact had awakened a deeper understanding of his heritage. The air throbbed with the energy of their shared stories, weaving a tapestry of resolve that underlined their shared mission. As the flames danced, flickers of hope ignited within their hearts, reminding each member of their collective strength. Confidence coursed through them like a river, grounding their spirits against the approaching darkness that awaited. They pressed onward, united more than ever, ready to face whatever lay ahead. As the fellowship gathered their strength, reflections on Duracin's intricacies began to weave a rich tapestry of understanding within their hearts. They stood upon the precipice of the whispering mountains, the winds whispering ancient secrets, tales of vibrant ecosystems and the delicate balance that underpinned their world. Eldrin took a moment to recount the stories of legendary Dwarven craftsmen whose masterful forges had once birthed weapons that sang with the harmonies of the earth. His words ignited their imaginations, painting vivid pictures of the proud lineage from which they descended. Around them, the landscape shifted, revealing rare flora that thrived only in the realms of magic. This was the essence of Duracin, an interconnected web of life, each thread vital to the next. In this moment of shared inspiration, bonds grew stronger, reminding them that every task ahead would demand not only their courage, but also their commitment to unity with the land and each other. An echo that would guide them ever closer to the Heartstone. As they ventured deeper into the heart of Duracin, the Fellowship discovered echoes of ancient history woven into the very fabric of their surroundings. The gnarled trees of the verdant vale whispered tales of old, the rustling leaves mimicking the voices of long-lost dwarven tribes. Eldrin, inspired by the stories surrounding him, felt the weight of ancestral wisdom flow through his veins. Each step they took brought forth memories etched in stone, remnants of battles fought and triumphs celebrated. Around them, the enchanted flora thrived, its vibrant colors a stark contrast to the growing shadows of the shadow blight lurking in the corners of their minds. As they reached a glade illuminated by beams of soft sunlight, a sense of profound connection enveloped them. Here they paused, allowing their thoughts to intertwine with the legends of their forebears. It was a moment of unity, a renewal of their purpose unfolding in nature's embrace, a reminder that their journey was one defined not just by struggle, but by the promise of resilience and fidelity to their heritage. The interconnectedness of Duracin's ecosystems began to unveil its secrets as the Fellowship trekked cautiously across the terrain. The air crackled with a subtle magic that hummed around them, weaving a tapestry of energy between the mountains and the forest. Eldrin paused, sensing a pulsating rhythm beneath his feet, an echo of life itself. "Feel that?" he whispered, eyes sparkling with realization. Each blade of grass, each rustling leaf seemed to converge into a chorus, celebrating their presence. As they ventured deeper, intricate patterns etched into the stone walls told tales of harmony, dwarves and nature entwined in a perpetual dance. Tira, with her affinity for plants, knelt to trace a vine that twined around a boulder, feeling its warmth. "It's as if the land remembers every bond forged," she mused, her voice imbued with awe. It was a proclamation of unity spoken without words, a testament to the legacies that awaited them in the heart of their land. Emerging from this experience, they understood that their journey was not merely towards the Heartstone, but toward reaffirming their intrinsic connection with Duracin and its myriad wonders. As they pressed onward, hope blossomed anew in their hearts, invigorated by the stories of the land they called home. As the fellowship ventured deeper into the heart of Durasin, they found themselves immersed in the rich tapestry, woven by countless stories, both ancient and forgotten. The glimmering lights of the starlit glades began to flicker around them like echoes of long-lost souls, coaxing forth memories that breathed life into their mission. Artifacts of power lay scattered throughout the realm, each whispering secrets of strength and unity. They gathered at a nexus of familiarity, where centuries-old tales of collaboration between dwarves and elven allies illuminated their resolve. Eldrin spoke of legendary alliances forged in the fires of conflict, igniting a spark in his companions. "Every stone we craft, every blade we sharpen, bears the weight of those who came before us," he said, his voice strong with fervor. Eyes brightened as the group envisioned the strength within their diversity, reminding them that the very essence of unity lay not only in their differences, but also in the shared promise of tomorrow. With hearts entwined by this newfound determination, they pressed onward, fueled by the belief that together they could mold both fate and legend anew. As dawn broke over Emberstone, the echoes of the Fellowship's triumph resounded through the halls, enveloping the dwarves in a renewed sense of hope. The air crackled with excitement as tales of bravery were exchanged among families, igniting the spirit of unity that the clans had long cherished. Eldrin, once hesitant and unsure, now stood tall among his kin, his heart swelling with pride as he recounted their journey. Meanwhile, the gnomes, having forged unexpected bonds during the quest, were welcome to share their inventions, bridging the gap between clans. Curiously, new alliances began to form, sparking conversations about uniting their strengths for future endeavors. As tales wove through the gathering, it was evident that the ripple effects of their adventure had sparked a new light in Durasin. With laughter bouncing off the stone walls, the dwarves laid the groundwork for an era where collaboration and friendship would become the cornerstone of their society. As news of the Fellowship's valor spread beyond the peaks of the Ironcrest Range, whispers of unity began to weave a tapestry of hope among the disparate clans of Durasin. Elders convened, their ancient faces illuminated by flickering torches, recounting stories of old that resonated with the heart of every dwarf. Tales of battles fought side by side, of craftsmanship so intricate it turned stone to art, began to spark new dreams among the young and old alike. In the kitchens of Emberstone, spirited laughter mingled with the aroma of roasted meats and baked bread, filling the air with warmth that only unity could foster. Clans intertwined in celebration, forging friendships that transcended ancient rivalries as they danced around the great forge. Thus, in a renewed vital spirit of camaraderie, the dwarves began to view their world not as a collection of clans, but as threads in a richly woven tapestry, where the strength of each individual was vital to healing old wounds and forging new paths. As the echoes of revelry faded, seeds of future adventures began to take root, hinting at the undulating excitement that awaited them. As the Fellowship stood amidst the ancient carvings inscribed on the stone walls of the long-lost cave, they found themselves awash in revelations. Each mural depicted not just battles won, but the stories of their ancestors, artisans, warriors, and scholars who had once tread the same paths they now walked. Eldrin, transfixed, traced his fingers over the representation of a clan leader wielding the Heartstone, its vibrant light punctuating the darkness with hope. An unspoken connection thrummed beneath their feet, weaving through the very essence of their shared heritage. The histories revealed in hues of deep ochre and brilliant gold cast light upon the truth of their quest. Their unity, forged in the fires of adversity, echoed the very struggles faced by those who came before them. With every revelation, a deeper resolve took root within the Fellowship's hearts, reminding them that they were not merely individuals, but a tapestry of destiny, interwoven across time, a living echo of resilience that would guide them onward into the shadows of Volcar. As the Fellowship gathered in the dim light of the ancient sanctuary, the air crackled with an energy that felt both daunting and exhilarating. The enigmatic sages, guardians of Durasin's oldest magic, stood before them, their eyes gleaming like jewels in the dark. Wrapped in robes that shimmered, they initiated the ceremonial riddles, each designed not only to test the Fellowship's wit, but to unveil the depths of their resolve. The first sage spoke, his voice echoing like thunder from the mountains. What binds the heart to the flame, yet is quenched by the rain? Silence enveloped the dwarves, minds racing as they pondered the riddle's meaning. With each answer shared between them, the bonds of camaraderie tightened, illuminating hidden corners of their intentions and fears, intermingling personal truths with the communal quest ahead. In this sacred moment, the weight of their journey coalesced, awakening ancient magics that would guide them toward their intertwined destinies. In the dim light of the cavern, the air was thick with anticipation as the fellowship gathered around the ancient tome, its pages glowing faintly with the remnants of ancient magic. Eldrin's fingers traced the intricate runes, each swirl a reminder of the weight of their journey thus far. He felt the subtle hum of energy coursing through the stone, a resonance that echoed the united hearts of his companions. Around him, their faces reflected a tapestry of emotions, hope mingled with trepidation, courage intertwined with vulnerability. As Eldrin deciphered the wisdom inscribed within, whispers of an impending trial danced around them, hinting at the merging of destinies long intertwined. Each insight they gleaned revealed not just the ways to confront the darkness, but also the power of their bonds, how every sacrifice and shared moment had woven them into an indomitable force. With renewed determination, they turned their gaze to the path ahead, the pulse of Volcar echoing ominously, urging them forward into the unknown. As the echoes of victory reverberated through the halls of Emberstone, the solace of shared triumph ignited the hearts of the dwarves. The tales of the fellowship began to circulate, each word imbued with the weight of their legendary journey. Children gathered around flickering lanterns, eyes wide with awe, while elders shared whispers of bravery and sacrifice, breathing life into the giants of the past. Every tale morphed into a bond, threading the community closer as they commemorated not just the victories, but the resilience, love, and courage that had woven their fates together. In the dim light of retribution and hope, a call emerged. A subtle warning crept in, reminding them that the shadows they'd banished could rise again. Each dwarf felt a stirring, a resonance within their spirits, whispering of future quests waiting just beyond the horizon. United in purpose and strengthened by the weight of their legacy, the gathering promised to remain vigilant. Tomorrow, they would rise anew, prepared to face whatever challenges awaited. As the dawn's first light stretched across Emberstone, a quiet excitement filled the air, mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread and the sound of hammers against anvils. The Festival of Unity had begun, an event long anticipated by all clans as they gathered to celebrate their shared victory and resilience. Colorful banners adorned the stone facades, fluttering gently against the backdrop of a shimmering sky, while laughter echoed from every corner of the city. Dwarven artisans showcased their finest crafts, each piece telling the tale of their journey, binding past struggles to newfound hope. Amidst the revelry, the fellowship found themselves surrounded by friends and family, their hearts swelling with a mixture of pride and gratitude. Each tale told, every song sung, served not just as a reminder of what they had triumphed over, but also of the bonds forged through hardship. Together, they would ensure that their legacy lived on, inspiring courage for generations yet to come. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of ancient guardians, they prepared for a future alive with promise, where new adventures awaited like unturned stones, filled with stories waiting to be told. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting hues of amber across the sky, the dwarves gathered around a great bonfire in Emberstone. The smoke curled into the night, carrying whispers of old stories and vibrant laughter. Each face reflected the trials they had endured, but more importantly, the friendships that had blossomed in those flames of despair and triumph. Eldrin, with newfound confidence, regaled the younger generation with tales of their journey into Volcar, emphasizing the strength they found in unity. His words flowed like a mighty river, weaving together the threads of their history, the heart of their struggle, and the power of their bonds. The clans joined in, recounting their own experiences, their voices melding together in a harmonious chorus. A palpable energy coursed through the gathering, an unspoken vow to nurture these new connections as they dreamed of future adventures, one that would echo through the ages, as part of their living legacy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Emberstone, the dwarves gathered, hearts entwined with lessons learned through their perilous journey. Each face carried the weight of personal trials, stories of sacrifice, moments of courage, and the stubborn flame of hope that refused to flicker out. They shared quiet reflections, voices intertwining like the songs sung in ancient halls. The bonds they had forged in the fires of adversity shimmered brighter than the Heartstone itself, a testament to their resilience. Amidst the gathering, Eldrin stepped forward, his voice steady as he recounted the hardships they had overcome. He spoke not only of battles against the Shadow Blight, but of the friendships that had blossomed in dark moments. Laughter mingled with tears, as tales of their ancestors inspired the younger generation, igniting flickers of ambition. It was clear, this journey was not merely an escapade, but a profound transformation, their legacies intrinsically linked and ready to echo through the ages. As the twilight deepened, a shared understanding settled among them. Their adventure was but the beginning of a far greater saga, one that would resonate across Durasin, inviting new challenges and tales yet untold. As the dawn broke over Emberstone, sunlight streamed through the mountain peaks, illuminating the faces of those gathered to remember. Elders moved among the crowd, their solemn gestures weaving a tapestry of shared history that resonated through the ages. Tales of heroism and sacrifice echoed in the crisp morning air, each word a tribute to those who had paved the way for peace. The dwarves, clad in the colors of their clans, stood side by side, a testament to unity in the face of adversity. Words flowed like a gentle stream, recounting the courage that had banished the Shadow Blight. Each narrative, filled with emotion, wove deeper connections among them, binding hearts and instilling a resolve that shone brighter than the Heartstone itself. Amidst the gathering, vibrant discussions sparked ideas for the future, how to safeguard their home and nurture the bonds forged in adversity, ensuring that the values of sacrifice and solidarity would echo across generations. The spirit of adventure thrummed in the air, invigorating dreams of new quests that awaited just beyond the horizon. In the hushed twilight of Emberstone, the flickering lanterns illuminated the faces of the gathered dwarves, each more reflective than the last. Their lives had been transformed, scars both visible and hidden carved into their hearts like ancient runes. Memories of courage, sacrifice, and the unyielding bonds of kinship surged within them, intertwining their fates like the winding roots of the mighty Ironcrest trees. Eldrin stood at the forefront, feeling the weight of ancestral spirits watching over him, nodding in solemn agreement with his comrades. The echoes of their past adventures resounded in the hall, tales that would morph into legends, carving paths for the next generation. Elder voices whispered wisdom, weaving lessons of unity and resilience that would resonate through the ages. Beyond the great stone archways, a new dawn approached, brimming with uncharted possibilities, as they prepared to build a future that reflected the strength gleaned from their trials. With resolve shining brightly in their eyes, they knew this was just the beginning. As the dawnlight filtered through the mist, casting an ethereal glow over the hills of Emberstone, the gathered dwarves shared memories that transcended time. Old friendships emerged from the shadows of recollection, rekindled by the bond that had strengthened under the weight of their journey. Stories flowed like the golden rivers they had traversed, tales of laughter and heartache, victories won and lessons learned. Each dwarf, touched by the echo of shared history, voiced their sentiments, musing on the irreplaceable connections that had guided them through peril. Eldrin, standing at the forefront, felt a warmth swell within him, recognizing how their collective trials had shaped not just individuals, but a unified legacy. In this moment of reflection, they remembered those who had fallen, the sacrifices shadowed by the light of hope. With renewed purpose, they resolved to honor these friendships as they embarked on fresh adventures, one step closer to their next calling. Rejuvenated, they turned toward the horizon, ready to embrace what awaited them. As the celebrations in Emberstone continued, the air buzzed with the whispers of new friendships forged in the fires of adversity. Among the revelers, Taryn, a young smith from the Ironfoot clan, found herself reflecting on the bonds created through trials and triumphs. She was approached by a curious gnome named Zephyra, who had traveled from the outskirts of Durasin, bringing tales of intricate inventions. Zephyra's eyes sparkled as she spoke of mechanical wonders and magical contraptions that could bridge gaps between realms. Intrigued, Taryn shared stories of her ancestors' legendary craftsmanship, weaving them with the gnome's fantastical visions. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, like the bubbling rivers that framed Emberstone, each new idea sparking a collaboration that transcended differences. As they spoke, an unexpected synergy began to take root, suggesting that the union between clans and races could yield wonders beyond imagination. The dawn of united creativity had arrived, hinting at adventures yet to unfold. As the echoes of their battles reverberated through Emberstone, the fellowship gathered in the great hall, now adorned with the tales of their triumphs. Each member felt the weight of what they had sacrificed, as well as the joy of newfound bonds that transcended their clan origins. Laughter mingled with tears as stories flowed like the rivers of the Ironcrest Range. Taryn, the stalwart warrior, shared his reflection on the bonds forged in the heat of conflict, while Eldrin recounted the moment he crafted the sacred weapon, the Lightbringer, that had turned the tide against the Shadow Blight. They paused to honor the memory of those who had fallen, their spirits lingering like a warm embrace. In that moment, they understood that their shared journeys would forever intertwine, each tale a thread in the grand tapestry of their lives and the future of Durasin. Resolved to keep their legacy alive, they committed to nurturing the bonds that had emerged from the crucible of their trials, knowing that their adventures were far from over. The air crackled with energy as new faces emerged from the shadows of history, each one weaving a vibrant tapestry of stories and dreams into the already rich fabric of Durasin. From the distant Frostforge clan came Lyran, an ice-enigmatic warrior whose icy demeanor belied a fire within. Then there was Gimdar, a gnome tinkerer whose ingenious inventions reflected the spark of innovation alive in his race. As they stepped into Emberstone, the warmth of the Dwarven halls enveloped them, inviting curiosity and camaraderie. Conversations blossomed like spring flowers, their laughter echoing through the stone corridors, reminding the dwarves that unity thrived on diversity. The elders, eyes gleaming with recognition of potential, welcomed these newcomers not as guests, but as integral part of their history. With tales to share and insights yet to be discovered, a renewed sense of purpose ignited, an understanding that the journey had only just begun, blossoming towards unknown adventures that awaited beyond the horizons of the Ironcrest Range. With the echoes of their journey still ringing in their hearts, the fellowship arrived at a clearing, decorated by a riot of flowers and shimmering crystals. From the depths of the vibrant grove emerged a figure cloaked in gold-hued fabric, the esteemed matriarch of the gnome tribe. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom, betraying the tales of an age-old camaraderie between their races. You seek artifacts of power, but the heart of a treasure lies in understanding, she declared, gesturing to a cluster of mystical devices surrounding her like guardians. Each contraption hummed with a distinct energy, alive with enchantments that promised untold secrets and providence. Yet the gnome's twinkling smile concealed a challenge, a task that demanded ingenuity and teamwork to unlock the essence of each invention. As the fellowship exchanged determined glances, a surge of inspiration washed over them. The prospect of unity echoed louder than any darkness that had once threatened to divide them. In this realm of creation, they would not only find powerful tools, but also forge unbreakable alliances, connecting their fates inextricably to the wild and wonderful tapestry of Durasin. The moon hung low over Emberstone, its silvery light flooding the great hall where dwarves gathered, tales of heroes echoing in the flickering torchlight. Elders spoke of legends long past, brave warriors who had faced darkness with unwavering hearts, their names intertwined with the very fabric of Durasin. As each story unfolded, nostalgia wrapped the assembly like a warm cloak, drawing forth laughter and tears, a testament to their shared legacy. Among the attendees, young dwarves listened in rapt attention, their imaginations ignited by whispers of glory and sacrifice. The tales transcended time, instilling a fierce hope in the hearts of listeners, urging them to strive for valor in their own right. With each recounting, the bonds linking clans grew stronger, the essence of unity blossoming anew. In that moment, the night air thrummed with unyielding determination, setting the stage for the challenges to come. As the last story reverberated in the hall, the embers of adventure flickered bright, ready to guide the future. As the heroes gathered around the flickering glow of Emberstone's hearth, their minds wandered to the tales of valor once told by their ancestors. The firelight flickered against the stone walls, casting dancing shadows that beckoned forth memories of legendary warriors who had fought to keep the darkness at bay. With every tale shared, a palpable sense of connection enveloped the fellowship, intertwining their destinies with the past. Thrain, with his deep voice, recounted the triumph of King Durak over the Abyssal Legion, igniting pride in the hearts of his companions. Lively debates arose, exploring the nuances of each legend and how they whispered under the surface of their own struggles. They felt the threads of their stories weaving together, realizing that through their trials and sacrifices, they were becoming living legends themselves. As the embers cooled, a quiet understanding dawned. The road ahead would be shrouded in uncertainty, but united, they would forge a path into the unknown, with the spirits of their ancestors guiding every step. As the embers of their recent battle began to cool, the fellowship gathered in a serene glade where ancient trees whispered age-old legends. The air vibrated with unspoken thoughts as each member contemplated the stories of heroes past. They were bound not only by their shared triumphs, but also by the struggles that molded them into who they had become. Eldrin spoke of Burgath, the master craftsman who forged an unbreakable blade to protect his kin from a shadowy menace centuries ago. Sindel chimed in, recalling the tale of Nyla, a brave warrior who forged alliances with the spirits of the forest, safeguarding her clan during a dark winter. These enduring stories reverberated among the fellowship, weaving a tapestry of courage and honor that would serve as their guiding light. Inspired by these echoes from the past, they resolved to embrace their own legacies, fueled by the belief that history would continue to shape their path as they ventured deeper into the unknown. As the echoes of their shared trials settled into the hearts of the fellowship, the revered tales of past heroes hung like a comforting shroud around their spirits. Each dwarf, now equipped with wisdom gleaned from their arduous journey, felt a palpable connection to the legendary acts of valor that shaped their clans. The ancestral stories flowed like rich, warm ale during the evening celebrations, binding their experiences with those who had come before. Eldrin, pondering a legend of unwavering courage from centuries past, shared a tale of a dwarven warrior who, against insurmountable odds, rallied their clan through the darkest of times. Inspired, the others joined in, recounting personal anecdotes that highlighted the vibrant tapestry of their lineage. In this moment, the fellowship understood that their struggle was not solely for personal glory, but to etch their own stories alongside those of their ancestors, forever intertwined in the great saga of Emberstone. As laughter mingled with tears, a new chapter in their legacy slowly unfurled, hinting at the immense responsibility they bore as guardians of their heritage. Together, they forged ahead, ever aware that the past would always illuminate the path to their future. As the gathering commenced, the vibrant halls of Emberstone resonated with the voices of kin and clan. Dwarves from every corner of the Ironcrest Range converged under the banners of unity, their hearts still beating in rhythm with the trials they had endured. Firelight flickered against stern faces softened by the warmth of shared victory and remembrance of those lost. Each clan's leader recounted tales of courage, weaving the saga of the fellowship into the very fabric of dwarven lore. In the great hall, the air thrummed with anticipation as the elders summoned the presence of the Heartstone, a radiant gem that pulsed with the collective spirit of those who had fought bravely. As the fellowship stood before their kin, the past melded into the present, instilling in them an unyielding resolve. They understood that their identity was intertwined, stronger together, ready to face whatever shadows might arise in the days to come, for legends are born from unity, and their story was only beginning. As the sun dipped below the rugged horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and crimson, the clans of Emberstone gathered, their voices a harmonious blend of anticipation and reverence. Under the shadow of the ancient stone hall, Each dwarf felt the weight of shared stories and trials echoing through their hearts. Torches flickered to life, illuminating the faces filled with hope and gratitude as the elders stepped forward, their eyes gleaming with the wisdom of ages past. The air thrummed with the vibrant energy of the festival, a celebration not just of life, but of solidarity and renewal. In gathering around the grand bonfire, the fellowship reflected on their journey, each tale weaving a tapestry of courage that bound them tighter than blood. Laughter mingled with solemnity, and the ancestors' spirits seemed to dance in the flames, whispering promises of unity for generations to come. As they shared their hopes for the future, a profound understanding blossomed, a reminder that their strength lay in the bonds they forged, a legacy they would carry forth into the dawn of new adventures. As the sun dipped below the peaks of the Ironcrest Range, casting a warm glow over Emberstone, the clans gathered once more. Vibrant banners adorned the square, flapping gently in the cool evening breeze. Dwarven laughter mingled with the hum of melodious tunes played on ancient instruments, creating an atmosphere ripe with celebration. Each clan leader stepped forward, recounting tales of bravery and sacrifice, weaving stories that resonated deeply within the hearts of the gathered folk. The air was thick with camaraderie as children darted between the adults, their exuberant energy a promise of a brighter future. Eldrin, holding the Heartstone aloft, felt the weight of unity pulse within its depths, reminding him of every trial faced and the friendships forged amid shadows. As the fires crackled and illuminated the faces of his kin, a feeling of hope blossomed, whispering of new adventures, bonds that would withstand the test of time, and a legacy destined to echo across Durasin for generations to come. As the fellowship gathered in the heart of Emberstone, the vibrant echoes of celebration enveloped them like a warm embrace. Lanterns illuminated the night sky, casting gentle light across the faces of dwarves, elves, and gnomes alike, all united by the tales of bravery and sacrifice. Elders recounted fables of heroes past, each word a thread binding the fabric of their shared history. With laughter ringing through the air, the memories of their trials flowed freely among the crowd. Veterans of the journey exchanged knowing nods, their bonds fortified in the crucible of adventure. The Heartstone, now gleaming brightly in its honored place, served as a beacon of hope and resilience, a promise that every challenge faced together solidified not just their alliance, but an unwavering legacy. In this moment of respite and reflection, they felt the stirring breath of new adventures on the horizon, each longing to embrace the unknown, hearts swelling with dreams yet to unfold. As the winds of change whispered through the mountains, anticipation hung in the air of Emberstone. The tales of the Fellowship's brave journey echoed among the dwarves, blending with the sounds of hammers striking anvils and voices raised in song. Families gathered to share stories of sacrifice and triumph, while children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited by the legends being spun. The elders, wise and weathered, gathered at the heart of the city, eager to recount the deeds of the heroes who risked everything to reclaim the Heartstone. In hushed tones, they spoke of the harrowing trials and the bonds forged in the heat of battle. With each tale, the perfect harmony of unity and courage was woven into the fabric of dwarven culture. Yet amid the revelry, an undercurrent of concern rippled through the clan, as the elders sensed shadows creeping on the horizon, hinting at new perils waiting to emerge from the depths of Durasin, ready to challenge the harmony they had fought so hard to restore. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the Fellowship gathered once more in the great hall of Emberstone. It was not merely a reunion, but a celebration of survival, growth, and unbreakable bonds formed in the crucible of adventure. The air was thick with laughter and stories as the dwarves shared tales of their trials, their voices mingling like the rich scents wafting from the feasting table laden with food and drink. Eldrin stood, raising a goblet high, the flickering torchlight reflecting off the artifact he had secured during their journey, the key to deeper mysteries yet unknown. His heart resonated with hope as he offered a toast. To our fallen friends, and to the echoes of our journey forever etched in our hearts. Cheers erupted, resonating in the stone walls, their unity a testament to the trials they had faced. Echoes of tomorrow's adventures whispered through the hall, blending seamlessly with the promise of a brighter day ahead, one ripe for discoveries that would further intertwine their fates. As the tales of the Fellowship spread through the echoing halls of Emberstone, the legacy of their journey began to resonate deeply within the hearts of young and old alike. The elders, seated around the great fire, recounted the valor displayed in the face of insurmountable odds, reminding all that courage is a flame that burns brightly, even in the darkest of times. Each character's tale, woven intricately into the fabric of their society, sparked inspiration among the listeners, igniting a longing for adventure and the call to honor the past by embracing change. Amidst the flickering shadows, voices rose in unison, sharing dreams of future quests yet to unfold. As they shared their stories and breathed life into new aspirations, a palpable sense of hope filled the air, heralding a renewed spirit within the clans. This reverberation would echo through the ages, reminding every dwarf that every journey begins with a single step, and new adventures awaited beyond the horizon. As the echoes of their triumphant return reverberated through the grand halls of Emberstone, the dwarves took stock of the bonds forged in adversity. Each tale of valor retold evolved into vivid lore, weaving intricate tapestries of bravery and sacrifice, illustrating not just their feats but the trials endured to achieve them. Among the stories, a young smith named Brom rekindled the legend of his ancestor, the great Dwarven, whose forging prowess had once saved their kin. As Brom's voice filled the air, the crowd leaned in, enthralled by the fiery passion of his recounting. Children with wide eyes absorbed each word, inspired by the legacy of their predecessors. Elders whispered amongst themselves, reflecting on the strength that came from unity and the power of kinship in facing the darkness. With the glow of celebration around them, the echoes of not just their heroes, but their ancestors' wisdom lingered like an ember, igniting the paths ahead. In the warmth of community, hope surged, guiding them toward adventures yet unwritten. In the heart of Emberstone, tales of the era of the Fellowship echoed through the grand halls, cherished like precious gems. As festivities unfolded, every corner of the city brimmed with laughter and jubilation, each clan embracing their shared history. Elders regaled listeners with vivid accounts of the heroic Fellowship, their unity a beacon illuminating the dark memories of the Shadow Blight. Dwarven children, eyes wide with wonder, clung to every word, their imaginations ignited by the legendary feats of their kin. Meanwhile, the forge hummed a song of creation, artisans fashioning new tools imbued with the spirit of their ancestors. The laughter rang deeper, resonating with the heartbeats of those lost yet not forgotten. From the flames emerged not just weapons, but a renewed sense of purpose, a collective decision forged in the fires of unity. Echoes of history reverberated, intertwining past and present, ensuring their legacy would live on in the hearts of every dwarf that called Emberstone home. And as the sun descended, the promise of more adventures lingered just beyond the horizon. As the embers of victory faded into the twilight sky above Emberstone, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of its people. The elders convened once more, their voices entwined in urgent whispers, foretelling the stirrings of ancient threats lurking beyond the horizon. The air crackled with unease, thick with the knowledge that peace is seldom a lasting condition in the realm of Durasin. Shadows seemed to curl around the edges of flickering torches, hinting at a resurgence of darkness, the remnants of the Shadow Blight finding cracks in the fortress of unity established by the Fellowship. It was during this moment of reflection that a sudden tremor rippled through the ground, signaling the return of dormant energies. Prophecies previously dismissed now swirled back to life, intertwining with the dreams of the young and old. As voices rose in discord and dread, the Dwarven clans came to understand they were far from finished. New alliances would need forging, and the courage of heroes yet untested would soon be called upon to stand guard against the encroaching shadows. As dawn broke over Emberstone, a sense of anticipation tingled in the air. The Fellowship gathered at the heart of the city, the lingering warmth of victory still igniting their spirits. Eldrin, his voice steady yet imbued with a newfound authority, suggested a journey to the fabled glades, a realm said to weave the fates of all who dared to enter. With each soul eager to unravel the mysteries of the land that had always been just beyond their reach, Excitement grew like wildfire among the clans. Together, they began crafting a plan, envisioning what lay ahead, a rich tapestry of adventure, treasures, and untold wisdom shaped by their ancestors. Yet there was an undertone of unease, whispers of old legends, warning of the shadows still lurking beyond sight. Each dwarf felt the weight of their past traversing as they prepared. The world beyond Volcar was vast. The call to explore resonated deep within, promising new threats and opportunities alike. United in purpose, they readied themselves for the road ahead, their hearts synchronized in a shared resolve to carve not just their legends, but the future of Durasin itself. As the ache of parting mingled with their jubilant return, the fellowship gathered in the heart of Emberstone, surrounded by the flickering warmth of 1,000 torches. The air was alive with laughter and song, reverberating against the ancient stone walls, each note a testament to their harrowing journey. Beyond mere celebration, this moment sparked a rekindling of cherished dreams, their shared experiences serving as a powerful catalyst for the future. Elders spoke in hushed tones, weaving the tales of courage and sacrifice into the very fabric of their history, allowing the honor of the Heartstone to resonate among the dwarves. Children of every clan listened wide-eyed, absorbing the essence of bravery etched into their lore. As dusk fell, a new dawn brewed on the horizon, promising adventures yet to come. The threads of fate intertwined, whispering of shadows still lurking beyond the edges of their joyous world. Forever marked by their trials, the fellowship found hope in the echoes of the past, solidifying their bonds as they prepared to face whatever lay ahead. The echoes of celebration reverberated through the grand halls of Emberstone, where the flickering flames danced in harmony with the jubilant voices of dwarves reunited. Elders, adorned in intricate robes, shared stories of valor and resilience, their words a tapestry woven with threads of the fellowship's trials. Lanterns, bright as the hearts of those gathered, illuminated the faces of kin, each reflecting the legacy forged in the crucible of hardship. As night descended, the bonds of loyalty shimmered like starlight, intertwining the clans in a promise of unity. The air was thick with the scent of roasted meats and sweet confections, signifying not just nourishment, but the sweet taste of victory and hope for tomorrow. Laughter mingled with the melodies of ancient songs that sang of their ancestry, whispering of the adventures yet to come. Together, they raised their mugs high, toasting to the fellowship, their spirits unbreakable, as the dawn's promise stretched across the horizon. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm glow over Emberstone as the survivors gathered in the heart of the grand hall. The air hummed with anticipation, thick with the scents of roasted meats and freshly baked bread, a feast prepared in honor of their triumph. Elders adorned in intricately woven robes stood before the assembly, their voices echoing with wisdom and warmth, recounting the tales of bravery that had woven the fabric of unity amongst the clans. Stories swirled through the hall like golden threads, each tale a reminder of sacrifices made and battles fought. As laughter mingled with tears, the dwarves found solace in shared memories, knowing that while scars from their journey lingered, the strength of their bonds could transform grief into resilience. Hope blossomed like wildflowers after a storm, intertwining with their spirits as they envisioned a brighter future, one glimmering with prospects of new adventures waiting just beyond the horizon. As the sun dipped below the rugged horizon, casting golden rays across the dwarven city of Emberstone, the elders gathered once more to reflect upon the euhemerus journey. The air was thick with anticipation, each breath carrying whispers of ancient wisdom, rich with lessons learned from the perils faced. With great solemnity, Grandar, the eldest among them, recounted tales of courage embodied in the fellowship's unity, recalling moments when doubt threatened to splinter their bond, but ultimately forged it into something resilient and unbreakable. The tales wrapped around the gathered clans like a warm embrace, rekindling a sense of belonging and pride. Together, they looked toward the future, a future born from the ashes of their trials. It was then that Eldrin, having transformed through their collective journey, stepped forward. His voice trembled with emotion as he proposed a new tradition, a ceremony that would honor not only their fallen, but the very essence of unity that now defined them. The echoes of history would guide the future, ensuring that the lessons of valor would forever resonate within their hearts. The air in Emberstone thrummed with a vibrancy unseen for generations as the festival commenced. Lanterns crafted with intricate designs floated above the jubilant crowd, illuminating joyous faces as laughter mingled with the sweet aroma of roasted meats and finely baked pastries. Dwarven bards sang ballads of valor and camaraderie, their voices rising above the merry din, echoing through the sturdy stone streets that had sheltered their ancestors for centuries. Families reunited, tales of the fellowship's bravery spilling forth like the mead flowing freely from the kegs. Young dwarves, their eyes wide with wonder, pressed in close to listen to every word, eager to absorb the lessons of the past woven into the celebratory spirit of the present. Amidst it all, the surviving members of the fellowship stood together, their hearts heavy, yet uplifted by the memories of friends lost and the bonds forged in adversity. Today marked not merely a return, but a promise that their triumphs, and those who had fallen, would forever be woven into the very fabric of their enduring legacy as guardians of Durasan. As the fires crackled and the aromas of roasted meats wafted through the air, Emberstone transformed into a vibrant tapestry of laughter and joy. Dwarves adorned in colorful garb mingled in the courtyard, their faces aglow with exhilaration after the trials they had endured. Children darted between elder storytellers, faces painted with excitement as they eagerly gathered to hear tales of bravery and resilience. The fellowship sat at the heart of the festivities, a bittersweet reminder of their losses, intermingled with a tangible sense of triumph. As mugs clinked in celebration, Eldrin rose, his voice cutting through the din, recounting their fateful journey, the comradeship forged in battle, and the spirit of unity that overcame darkness. Each word reverberated with nostalgia, the echoes of their victories and sacrifices cementing a legacy that would inspire generations. Resilient hearts sang ballads of new beginnings, sealing the promise that their adventures would never truly end, but only evolve, as seeds of hope sprouted anew. The festivities in Emberstone blossomed into a tapestry of joy, weaving laughter and camaraderie into the very fabric of the dwarven city. As the sun dipped below the Ironcrest Range, torches flickered to life, casting a warm glow over the throngs. The air was thick with the scent of roasted meats and sweet pastries, a banquet fit for heroes. Families embraced, recounting tales of bravery while the fellowship stood tall, the weight of their journey reflected in the glint of precious gems adorning their crafted armor. Musicians strummed their lyres, filling the square with melodies that danced between the stars and echoed through the hearts of all who listened. Dwarven children, wide-eyed with wonder, gathered around the fellowship, eager to hear the stories of how unity had triumphed over darkness. Each retelling ignited a spark of inspiration, a sugirding that the legacy of their triumph would light the paths of every young adventurer to come. In this moment of celebration, the past intertwined with the promise of tomorrow, igniting dreams that would echo through the ages. As the echoes of their triumph reverberated through the halls of Emberstone, the fellowship gathered in the heart of the Grand Hall, a place now transformed by their shared experiences and newfound resolve. Around them, the warmth of flickering torches danced over the revered engravings of legendary ancestors, each telling tales of trials long past. Eager to sustain the bonds they forged, they exchanged heartfelt promises, each word infused with the honor of their journey. Eldrin, his spirit kindled by the fires of camaraderie, proposed they form a council, dedicated to safeguarding the lessons learned and ensuring unity within their clans. With nods of agreement, the others chimed in, sharing ideas that sparkled with hope. The community would lay the groundwork for future adventures. Plans emerged for expeditions, not merely for conquest, but for discovery and understanding. As they envisioned new horizons, a feeling of unbounded possibility enveloped them, igniting a fervent anticipation for the tales yet unwritten. Their legacy, still breathing, now beckoned them into the shadows of the vast unknown. As the celebrations waned, the fellowship gathered under the starlit sky, their hearts still aglow with the thrill of camaraderie and shared victories. Laughter and whispering stories wove a tapestry of warmth around them, binding their souls as solidly as any forge-wielded steel. With each clink of tankards raised in toast, the realization dawned. This journey had not only shaped their destinies, but created bonds that transcended the trials they had faced. Ariel, the wise clan scholar, proposed a series of gatherings where tales of their adventures could be passed down to the next generation. Inspired by the beauty of their legacy, the others eagerly agreed, each offering to share their unique skills in storytelling, crafting, and lore. It was within this vision that the seeds of future adventures began to emerge, rooted in the promise of unity. The winds of destiny seemed to whisper their names, calling them toward even greater horizons waiting to unfold. As the sun dipped low behind the craggy peaks of the Iron Crest Range, the fellowship gathered in the heart of Emberstone, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of torches. The air buzzed with excitement and anticipation for what lay ahead. "Perhaps it is time we venture beyond what we know," suggested Eldrin, his eyes sparkling with renewed zeal. The camaraderie that had sustained them through darkness now gave birth to vibrant ideas of exploration. Each member expressed their aspirations, weaving together a tapestry of dreams that echoed with the promise of future quests. In the shadow of the Grand Mountain, they spoke not as mere warriors, but as architects of a new era, one where the bonds of friendship could forge paths to uncharted lands. Plans began to form, not just for expeditions, but for promoting unity among clans, ensuring that their triumphs would ripple through Durasin, echoing in the hearts of future generations. Excitement tinged with resolve filled the air as the fellowship prepared to embrace the unknown once more, a new dawn awaiting just beyond the horizon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the rugged peaks of the Iron Crest Range, the fellowship gathered in the heart of Emberstone. Laughter and music echoed through the cobbled streets, illuminating the night with joy and celebration. Dwarves from every clan joined together, their voices rising in a harmonious chorus, honoring the bonds forged in their arduous journey. Merriment flourished as stories of courage and resilience were recounted, each tale woven intricately with threads of friendship and sacrifice, echoing through the generations. Eldrin watched with a heart full of pride, knowing their trials had crafted not just weapons, but unbreakable ties among them. As they raised their mugs to toast to united strength, a quiet understanding settled in. They had become the guardians of their legacy. The seeds of new adventures began to sprout, eager to chase horizons yet unseen, for the saga of the dwarves was far from over. With a gentle shimmer of hope igniting their spirits, they stepped forward, ready to embrace the mysteries awaiting them. As the echoes of their adventure resounded through Emberstone, the fellowship stood together, hearts intertwined, reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had forever altered their destinies. Beneath the starlit sky, they shared stories of resilience, laughter mingling with unspoken sorrow, the weight of loss tempered by the joy of new bonds. Each dwarf spoke of lessons learned, of ancient tales woven into their very essence, nurturing a collective strength that promised to withstand the trials of time. In that moment, they grasped the true power of their unity. Not merely a band of warriors, but a tapestry of shared experiences and unwavering loyalty. The dawn teased the horizon, bathing Emberstone in golden light, signaling a new beginning, a renewed commitment to uphold the legacy forged in the fires of adversity. As they pledged to protect one another and the land they cherished, the fellowship understood that their odyssey was but a prologue to the many adventures yet to unfold, each one waiting to be etched into the annals of history. As the echoes of their latest adventure began to settle into the hearts of the dwarves, a profound sense of unity enveloped Emberstone beneath the watchful gaze of Volcar. Like the glowing embers of the forge, their bonds were now radiant and indomitable, forged through trials and sacrifices. Gathered in the great hall, stories of valor shared among clans filled the air, intertwining with laughter and tears, each tale weaving a tapestry of resilience. Brahm, a seasoned smith, recounted his own near-fatal encounter with the Shadow Blight, his voice trembling with gratitude for his fellow champions. Around him, nods of understanding and solemn reflections resonated through the gathering, reinforcing the fact that it was not merely combat that had won their victory. It was the unwavering companionship born of trials that had brought them through. As the murmurs subsided, a palpable anticipation hung in the air, a shared yearning for new quests, challenges yet undiscovered. With hearts entwined, they realized their journey had only just begun. The echoes of the Fellowship's triumph reverberated through Emberstone, illuminating the hearts of the dwarves who gathered in celebration. Younglings, inspired by tales of valor, flocked to their elders, eager to absorb the legends of unity and courage forged in the depths of Volcar. As banners fluttered, each thread woven in remembrance of those who had fallen, the air shimmered with the promise of future adventures. Around the great hearth, stories spilled forth, each voice a note in the symphony of their shared history. Celebrators raised their mugs high, toasting to friendship, sacrifice, and the indefatigable spirit of their clans. Yet beneath the jubilant cheers, whispers of anticipation stirred. New quests lay on the horizon. As the flames danced, illuminating the faces of the gathered, they felt it, an unquenchable thirst for exploration, a deep-seated yearning to uncover what mysteries waited beyond their mountains. In this moment of triumph, the very essence of adventure lingered in the air, a thrill of what was yet to come. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over Emberstone, the villagers gathered to hear the wistful tales of the Fellowship's daring adventure. Eyes gleamed with wonder and hearts swelled with pride as the stories of bravery, sacrifice, and unity wove into the very fabric of their lives. Each word, spoken with fervor by the elders, breathed life into the legends that would shape generations. Young dwarves leaned closer, entranced, feeling the pulse of their heritage resonate through the air. Faces lit by the warmth of flickering torches reflected dreams yet to unfold, as the whispers of the past ignited aspirations for the future. Here, beneath the stars, the promise of new beginnings glimmered brightly against the encroaching darkness. The Fellowship's legacy would not merely be a memory. It would be the guiding light for the daring souls yet to embark on their own odyssey, hinting at adventures yet to be unfurled in stories still waiting to be written. As the dawn broke over Emberstone, a golden hue bathed the rugged peaks, heralding not just the birth of a new day, but an everlasting legacy. The Fellowship, now etched into the annals of Dwarven history, gathered in the grand hall, where the echoes of laughter and shared stories danced in the air. Each member spoke of their journeys, the trials faced, the bonds forged, and the shadows vanquished. Young dwarves, eyes wide with wonder, hung on every word, their imaginations ignited by tales of valor and unity. Amidst this joyous gathering, a sense of purpose thrived. The promise of adventures yet to come lingered in the atmosphere like a sweet melody. Plans began to unfold, each sketch of the path ahead infused with their collective wisdom and daring spirit. Distinct hearts converged, whispering dreams of exploration that transcended past conflicts, signaling the eternal cycle of journeys in the realm of Durasin, where legends would blossom anew. As the final embers of their journey flickered against the horizon, the Fellowship gathered once more at the heart of Emberstone. Laughter mingled with tears, their voices forming a symphony of celebration, a testament to every triumph and loss endured. Each dwarf shared tales of peril and valor, drawing closer with every recounting, as the rich tapestry of their experience began to weave its way into legend. The walls of the grand hall thrummed with warmth, echoing the spirit of unity born from trials faced and bonds forged in darkness. With hearts full, they turned to the younger generations, sharing the wisdom gleaned from their odyssey. Eyes sparkled with the promise of new discoveries, and in those glimmers, the spirit of adventure ignited anew. They spoke of mysteries yet to unravel, dreams that whispered of distant lands and unseen realms, setting the stage for tales yet unwritten, while the warmth of fellowship continued to light their way forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over Emberstone, the air thrummed with the vibrant energy of anticipation. The survivors of the fellowship gathered at the heart of the city, where tales of their valor would soon echo through the ages. Laughter mingled with tears as families embraced, the bittersweet scent of joy intertwined with the sorrow of their lost companions. Elders, their eyes alight with pride, began to share the epic saga of their journey, a tapestry woven with threads of bravery, sacrifice, and newfound unity. Each word resonated in the hearts of all present, ensuring that the legacy of the Heartstone and its protectors would never fade into obscurity. In this twilight of reflection, as the warmth of camaraderie enveloped them, a question lingered in the air. What adventures awaited in the future? Each dwarf felt the stirrings of curiosity, igniting dreams of quests yet to come, unseen horizons beckoning them forth into a world ripe for exploration. As the last echoes of their triumphant battle faded into the starlit sky, the fellowship stood at the precipice of change. The bonds they forged, tempered through fire and shadow, glowed with an iridescent light, illuminating not just the path they had trodden, but the myriad roads yet unexplored. Eldrin, feeling the warmth of the Heartstone's lingering magic, spoke softly, urging his companions to hold tightly to the promise of tomorrow. Each dwarf, imbued with newfound wisdom, contemplated the legacy they would leave behind, an indelible mark upon the pages of history. Amidst laughter and shared hopes, tales of their legendary journey spilled forth like the crystals in the cavern of echoes. Dreams intertwined with aspirations filled the air, whispering of realms beyond the mountains and stories yet to be written. As the first rays of dawn kissed the Ironcrest peaks, the fellowship prepared to step into the unfolding tapestry of their next great adventure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over Emberstone, the air buzzed with a tangible, electric energy. The fellowship stood together on the fortress walls, weary yet triumphant, their hearts intertwined by shared triumphs and scars. Each member exchanged knowing glances, a silent vow binding them, a promise to uphold the legacy they had forged through trials. Laughter and chatter filled the air from the festival below, where the clans had gathered, eager to celebrate the return of their beloved heroes. In the flickering candlelight, tales of bravery and sacrifice began to weave their way into the fabric of living memory. With spirits lifted, the fellowship gazed toward the mountains of their homeland, the silhouettes whispering long-forgotten secrets. They felt the weight of the journey behind them and understood that every ending was merely a new beginning waiting to unfold. As night enveloped Emberstone, dreams of future adventures sparked anew, beckoning them into the embrace of uncharted possibilities, where legends are born from echoes of the past. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across Emberstone, the fellowship gathered once more in the heart of the city, their bond forged through trials now radiant with shared stories. Laughter echoed, mingling with the rhythmic clink of mugs raised in celebration, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of their adventures. Each drink told tales of valor, losses, and victories, underscoring the lessons carved into their spirits. Eldrin, amidst his companions, felt the warmth of camaraderie enveloping him, whispering promises of undiscovered paths ahead. Just as the stars began to twinkle overhead, a young dwarf stepped forth, eyes aglitter with dreams, sparking conversations of new ventures beyond the mountains. The spirit of uncertainty, once a shadow of fear, now fluttered like a flame, igniting hope for the tales yet to be told. A lingering promise hung in the air, hinting at adventures waiting to unfold with the dawn of a new era. As the laughter soared, hearts united, they reveled in the unfolding of their legend. As the fellowship gathered once more beneath the sprawling sky, the echoes of their adventures resonated through the halls of Emberstone. Hearts swelling with pride, they shared glances that spoke of unbreakable bonds forged in the fires of adversity. Stories of heroism danced on their lips, blending with the warm laughter that filled the air. Each warrior, artisan, and scholar recounted the trials faced, the darkness conquered, and the light reignited. In this moment of reflection, they felt the presence of their fallen comrades, guiding them, whispering wisdom. The burdens of yesterday transformed into the wings of tomorrow's promise. With renewed purpose, they pledged to honor the legacy of the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength as they each embarked on their individual paths. Yet, the flames of adventure still flickered in their hearts, beckoning them toward new realms to explore and future legends to weave. The chapter closed, but the tale, enveloped in hope, was far from over.